My online lover turns out to be the school beauty's mom. My online lover's daughter turns out to be the school beauty who rejected my confession just 3 months ago. Congratulations, host. Rebirth successful. Show off face slapping system installed. Host, do you want to activate the system now? A series of strange voices echoed in Yifan's mind. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes and realized he was in a cafe. I'm not dead. He instinctively touched his body, something felt a bit off about it. Yifan, aren't you a little shameless? You got rejected by me, and now you're trying to flirt with my mom. But Yifan didn't even have time to figure out what was going on before an angry voice rang in his ears. He slowly lifted his head and saw 2 beautiful women standing in front of him, one older, one younger. The younger girl was about 17 or 18, pure and pretty. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs breathtakingly perfect. The other woman looked more mature and sexy, likely over 30, but the years had left no trace on her. Her skin was like snow, her face delicate, and her long black hair tied neatly up. She wore a form-fitting pale pink dress and 10-centimeter high heels. The dress perfectly outlined her alluring curves and S-shaped figure, captivating and mature, exuding an irresistible charm. Countless memories flooded Yifan's mind. The young girl was Chu 1111, the same school beauty who rejected the previous owner of this body 3 months ago. The mature woman was Chu Runting, the online girlfriend Yifan had met after being rejected by Chu 1111. Originally, today was supposed to be Yifan's first in-person meeting with Chu Runting. But who could have expected this twist of fate? The girl he was rejected by was also Chu Runting's daughter. Chu 1111 had accidentally run into Yifan and Chu Runting on their date. She was trembling with anger, her eyes flashing a hint of murderous intent. Yifan, come here. I need to talk to you. Chu 1111 shouted. 1111, what's going on here? Chu Runting asked, confused. She had no idea her online lover was also her daughter's classmate. Mom, I'll explain later. Chu 1111 said, ignoring her mother and striding forward with her long legs. Yifan followed. Yifan, you bastard. What do you mean by this? You got rejected by me and now you're chasing my mom. I thought you were a decent person. I rejected you on purpose to see if you'd persist, but I never thought you'd be this kind of scum. Walking out of the cafe, Chu 1111 clutched her slim waist and shouted angrily at Yifan. Wait a second. Yifan quickly waved his hands and rubbed his temples. Having just been reborn, many memories of this body hadn't synchronized yet, leaving his mind in chaos. At this moment, he felt like his brain was about to explode. Who could have imagined the story would be so complicated? Rejected by the daughter, and now he is flirting with her mom and even went online with her. This was clearly more than a little risky a plot for being a dad before being a husband. Yet, Chu Runting was undeniably more sexy and charming than Chu 1111. Host, do you want to activate the show-off face-slapping system? At that moment, the strange voice sounded again. What show-off system? And what the hell is this voice in my head? Yifan began to feel overwhelmed. Yifan, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? Chu 1111 shouted when he didn't respond. Yifan ignored the system and calmly looked at Chu 1111. 1111, yes, I confessed to you 3 months ago, but you rejected me, right? That's right. Luckily, I rejected you. I never expected you to be this kind of scum. Chu 1111 replied coldly. Since you rejected me, there's nothing between us. Who I choose to pursue or be with is my freedom. What right do you have to question me? Yifan said. Chu 1111 froze, stunned by his words. Congratulations, host. Show-off successful, +1 show-off point. Another strange voice chimed in. But you're pursuing my mom. Chu 1111 shouted angrily. If you had agreed to be with me back then, maybe it would have been wrong. But you didn't, so why would it be wrong for me to pursue your mom? And by the way, speak properly, you might end up calling me dad someday. Yifan said cheerfully. Chu 1111's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yifan, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. She yelled, rushing at him. Congratulations, host. Another successful show-off. Target enraged, +2 show-off points. Kid, what's wrong with you? Regardless of your mom and me, I'm still your elder. Why are you attacking me? Chu 1111 shouted as Yifan dodged. Just then, Chu Runting appeared and blocked her daughter. 1111, can you stop this nonsense? She scolded. Mom, don't interfere. I must kill this bastard today. Chu 1111 struggled wildly. Yifan, I'm taking 1111 away. Chu Runting, noticing all the onlookers, hurriedly dragged her daughter outside. Yifan, just you wait. I'll get you someday. Chu 1111 continued to shout. But Yifan's attention was entirely on Chu Runting's sexy figure. No doubt, Chu Runting was at a perfect age for a woman. Her long, fair legs and rounded, perky figure were the epitome of allure. Her waist-to-hip ratio was indescribably perfect. Even from behind, her figure could captivate anyone. Yifan couldn't help but feel that she looked familiar. Host, you have accumulated 3 show-off points. You can now redeem the beginner's gift pack. Do you want to redeem it now? That strange voice sounded again. Yifan had ignored it while dealing with Chu 1111. Redeem. He said quietly after a moment of hesitation. Finally, he had time to figure out what this system really was. Chapter 2, Show Off and Get Paid. Congratulations, host. You have redeemed the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a physical enhancement pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient martial art manual, 9 Void Chi refining technique. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million in cash. A series of notifications echoed in Yifan's mind. At the same time, his phone rang. When he checked it, he was stunned to see 1 million cash had actually been credited to his account. Although Yifan didn't understand the uses of the enhancement pill or the ancient manual in the gift pack, the 1 million cash deposit was undeniably astonishing. What exactly is this system? Yifan wondered silently. Answering their host, this system is called the show-off face-slapping system. Host, every time you successfully show off and slap someone's face with style, you gain show-off points. These points can be exchanged for various rewards in the system. Do you want to open the store? Open it. Yifan quickly responded. A light screen appeared before him. A quick glance revealed a store filled with strange items, pills, weapons, internal martial arts manuals, talismans, but Yifan had no idea what any of them did. However, he was very interested to see that every 5 show-off points could be exchanged for 1 million in cash. Close it. Yifan said. The screen vanished. System, so I just need to show off to earn show-off points? Yifan asked curiously. The system will judge whether the show-off is successful. If it fails, no points are awarded. Oh, I see. So I can't just show off uselessly, right? Yifan said calmly. Host, that's correct. Feeling a bit awkward standing outside the cafe alone, Yifan recalled that his original body had a small rented apartment of less than 30 square meters. Since the original body was an orphan, with parents deceased during childhood, his current identity was that of a student at Nanyang University. After tidying up the apartment, Yifan lay down on the bed. As soon as his eyes closed, countless memories surged into his mind. Yifan was originally Yi Nantian's son, the chairman of the Yi Group in Jiangnan province. 10 years ago, after a family tragedy, Yi Nantian sent him abroad for protection. 3 years later, when Yifan returned, he discovered that all 30-plus members of the Yi family had been wiped out. In less than 7 years, Yifan rebuilt the Yi Group and continued to investigate who had killed his parents. Just as the truth was about to surface, his most trusted friend, Lin Beixiao, shot him dead. Lin Beixiao, I considered you my brother, but in the end, I died at your hands. Fortunately, fate has been kind, and I've been given a second chance. Lin Beixiao, and the murderer of my parents, you'll all pay eventually. Yifan's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at the ceiling. With the so-called show-off face-slapping system, even as a university student, Yifan could quickly accumulate wealth. And with money, revenge would become much simpler. Meanwhile, Chu Runting took Chu 1111 back home. The two sat on the living room sofa in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Mom, what exactly is your relationship with Yifan? You two aren't actually together, are you? Chu 1111 asked bluntly, breaking the silence. Chu Runting's face flushed slightly. She quickly smoothed her hair and said, 1111, what are you talking about? I just happened to run into Yifan at the cafe, and I only said a few words to him. For now, that was all she could say to cover up. She couldn't possibly admit she was in an online relationship with her daughter's classmate. It would be far too embarrassing. Still, Chu Runting had already developed feelings for Yifan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to meet him today. Although they had known each other online for less than 3 months, Yifan's attentiveness and thoughtfulness had deeply moved her. Having raised Chu 1111 alone for years and always maintained a strong career image, Chu Runting didn't care about looks, body, or family background. As the CEO of a listed company, what she lacked most was attention and emotional connection, and Yifan, a poor student, could provide exactly that. "Mom, you really have nothing going on with Yifan?" Chu 1111 asked, suspicious. 1111, are you confused? There's such a big age gap between us. How could I possibly have a relationship with him? Chu Runting replied, half-heartedly. Good. Just stay away from that bastard Yifan. He's no good. Chu 1111 warned. All right, go rest now, Chu Runting said, trying to change the topic. Chu 1111 slowly left for her room. Chu Runting sat alone on the sofa, her long, fair legs naturally crossed, unconsciously recalling Yifan's words. For some reason, he felt familiar, as if she had known him for a long time. The next morning, Yifan went straight to Nanyang University. As a student, he decided to focus on completing his studies first before plotting revenge. In his memories, he didn't have many friends at school, only Zhongliang, who was on leave due to health issues. Morning classes ended quickly. Yifan packed his things, ready to go home. But suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Looking up, he saw Chu 1111 storming in angrily. Chu 1111 was a campus beauty at Nanyang University, and her proud personality made her the center of attention. Naturally, her appearance drew discussions among the male students. Yifan couldn't help but glance at her. She was beautiful and knew how to dress well. Today, she wore a pale pink sleeveless tight t-shirt, highlighting her developing curves and slim waist, paired with denim shorts revealing her long, fair legs, and white canvas shoes. For college guys, this outfit was irresistible. Yifan, come out here. Chu 1111 approached him with a haughty tone. Wait, when did Yifan meet Chu 1111? Yeah, Yifan is simple. Chu 1111 never approaches guys. Could it be? She wouldn't go for a poor guy like Yifan. The students whispered among themselves. Yifan originally planned to leave with Chu 1111, but he remembered the show-off face-slapping system inside him. 1111, I've told you countless times, there's nothing between us. Stop harassing me. His words were like a bomb. All the students stared at him in disbelief. Congratulations, host. Show-off successful, +2 show-off points. A hint of pride flashed in Yifan's eyes. Chapter 3. Let's talk in my room. After Yifan finished showing off, the entire classroom seemed to fall silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yifan and Chu 1111. Yifan, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean we're not related anymore? We're. Chu 1111 realized something was wrong and quickly called out. We're related, okay? There are too many people here, let's find a quieter place to talk. Yifan didn't give Chu 1111 any chance to speak at all, and directly dragged Chu 1111 out of the classroom. The students in the class stared at Yifan and Chu 1111's retreating figures, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. The news that Yifan and Chu 1111 were together spread like wildfire. After leaving the classroom, Yifan and Chu 1111 arrived at a rather secluded path. Yifan released Chu 1111 only after he saw that there were fewer people around, and then said to Chu 1111, Speak, what do you want from me? If you want to be with me, I'm afraid I can't agree, because I'm not interested in a little girl like you right now. Yifan, do you have any shame? Who wants to be with you? And what did you mean by what you said in the classroom? Chu 1111 trembled slightly with anger at Yifan, and couldn't help but grit her teeth and whisper. If this isn't the topic, then what is it? You're not planning to borrow money from me, are you? Yifan asked with a smile. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on someone like you. My mom wants to meet you, so come to my house with me. Chu 1111 pouted and said. All right, then lead the way. Yifan had a very good impression of Chu 1111's mother, Chu Runting, so he readily agreed. Seeing Yifan agree so readily, Chu 1111 became even more curious about his relationship with her mother. So, after hesitating for a moment, she said, Yifan, tell me the truth, what exactly is your relationship with my mother? Yifan hesitated for a moment when he looked at Chu 1111 in front of him. He understood that since Chu 1111 asked this question, she must not know about his online relationship with Chu Runting. Therefore, Yifan did not intend to reveal this matter and directly replied, I have no relationship with your mother. We just happened to run into each other yesterday. Seeing that Yifan and Chu Runting had said almost the same thing, Chu 1111 felt relieved and strode forward with her long, fair legs. Yifan followed closely behind Chu 1111. Half an hour later, Yifan and Chu 1111 entered a very luxurious villa. When Yifan entered the villa, he found Chu Runting on her phone having a conference call, so he didn't disturb her. Perhaps because she was at home, Chu Runting's attire was very simple, a pure white shirt paired with jeans and slippers. Even with this outfit, Yifan's heart still raced. Because Chu Runting is such a sexy and charming woman, both in terms of figure and temperament. No matter what clothes she wears, this woman can exude a unique charm. Have you seen enough? Just then, Chu 1111's icy voice rang in Yifan's ears. I haven't seen enough. Yifan answered without hesitation. You big pervert. Chu 1111 was so angry she didn't know what to say, so she stomped hard on Yifan's foot. Your mother is so beautiful, and I'm a normal man. What's wrong with me taking a few more glances? Yifan said confidently. Perhaps because she overheard Yifan's conversation with Chu 1111, Chu Runting put down her phone and greeted Yifan warmly, saying, Yifan, you're here. Kindness. Yifan nodded slightly. Yifan, come to my room with me, I have something to tell you. Chu Runting waved to Yifan. To your room. Yifan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chu 1111 frowned and hurriedly called out, Mom, what do you want with Yifan? Can't you say it here? Why do you have to go to your room? 1111, Mommy will explain to you later. Chu Runting replied casually, then swayed as she walked upstairs. Yifan glanced at Chu 1111 with a smug look, and then followed her upstairs. After Chu 1111 stood there watching the two leave, her face was filled with rage, because she really couldn't understand why Yifan seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Yifan looked at himself with a completely calm gaze, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. On the contrary, he looked at his mother differently. This feeling of being ignored and indifferent was a first for her. More importantly, Chu 1111 felt that Yifan definitely knew her mother, and there must be some secret between them that she couldn't know. On the other side, after Yifan entered Chu Runting's bedroom, he smelled a very tempting fragrance. This fragrance is somewhat similar to the scent on Chu Runting. However, what made Yifan's blood boil even more was Chu Runting's next words. Yifan, lock the door. Yifan froze on the spot for a moment, then looked at Chu Runting's sexy and graceful figure and exquisite and beautiful face, and locked the door without thinking. He never imagined that such good things would happen to him after his rebirth. After locking the door, Yifan was extremely nervous and even somewhat at a loss. Yifan, would you like some water? I see you're sweating. Chu Runting walked up to Yifan and said softly. No need for water. Yifan was in no mood for drinking water at all. Then please have a seat. Chu Runting pointed to the sofa in the bedroom. Yifan slowly sat down on the sofa. There are actually two things I want to tell you this time. Chu Runting sat on the bed opposite Yifan. What is it? Yifan was stunned for a moment. The first thing is the two of us. Chu Runting seemed hesitant for a moment, then said in a very soft voice, it's about our online relationship. Yifan looked at Chu Runting without saying a word. I didn't know you were so young before, so I think it's best if we end this relationship and stop contacting each other. Chu Runting said in a low voice. Okay, I agree. Yifan nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Chu Runting seemed somewhat surprised, a hint of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes, because Yifan had agreed too readily. Chapter 4, Was she my first love? Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I didn't agree to end our relationship for any other reason. I just don't want you to be caught in the middle between me and Chu 1111. After all, I'm her classmate, and you'd be very embarrassed if she found out about our relationship. Yifan noticed Chu Runting's disappointment very carefully, so he quickly explained. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Chu Runting's expression changed slightly. If you're willing, Auntie, I'd actually like to continue being this considerate. Yifan quickly added a sentence. A strange glint flashed in Chu Runting's beautiful eyes again, and then she gently shook her head and said, we can't go back to how things were before. At the very least, I can't call a boy the same age as my daughter darling anymore. After saying that, Churunting realized she had said the wrong thing, and her pretty face instantly turned a little red with embarrassment. Actually, this is quite exciting. When Yifan saw Churunting's pretty face turn red, he couldn't help but tease her on purpose. Stimulate. Churunting was slightly taken aback, and then she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yifan after realizing that he was teasing her. So charming. Yifan could only use these four words to describe Churunting in front of him. Okay, be serious, I have something else to tell you. After composing herself, Churunting spoke. What is it? As Yifan gazed at Churunting's beautiful legs, he secretly regretted his actions. The person he transmigrated into was far too young. Even if he were 4 or 5 years older, he would do everything in his power to win over Churunting, this stunning beauty. Yifan, the tone of your voice and the feeling you give me feel very familiar. It's as if I've seen you somewhere before. Churunting said slowly. Maybe it's because we chat online so often, I feel the same way. Yifan thought for a moment before answering. No, I only felt this way when I met you in real life. Churunting slowly shook her head. That's a bit strange. How could the two of them hit it off so well at first sight? Yifan was also very puzzled. Churunting took a deep breath and then asked Yifan softly, Yifan, what is your father's name? Yinan. Yili. Yifan subconsciously uttered his father's name, but then quickly corrected himself. Yili? That's not right. Churunting's expression seemed even more puzzled. Aunt Chu, what exactly are you trying to say? Yifan had a vague feeling that Churunting seemed to be hiding something. Churunting took a deep breath and then said in a low voice, then I'll tell you the truth. When I was 25, I met a boy who had the same name as you. He was my first love, and he looked a lot like you. What a coincidence that there are in this world. Yifan was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly remembered that he also had a first love in his previous life, who looked a lot like Churunting. However, Churunting's appearance has changed due to her age, so it cannot be said that they are exactly the same. Aunt Chu, have you ever used any other name before? Yifan suddenly had a very bold idea. When I was with my first love, my name was Chu Ping. I changed my name later. Churunting replied. In an instant, Yifan was as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Although the appearance of his first love in his previous life was somewhat blurry, he clearly remembered that his first love in his previous life was named Chu Ping. Could it be that Churunting was my first love in my previous life? Yifan was extremely shocked. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. First of all, Churunting was only 35 years old, while Chu 1111 was 18. That means Churunting was born when she was 17, and that's Chu 1111. When I started dating Chu Ping, she was 25. Did Chu Ping already have a daughter at that time? If Churunting is really Chu Ping, then isn't she planning to make me her fall guy? Aunt Chu, you said you met your first love when you were 25, so you must have given birth to 1111 when you were 17. That doesn't seem right, does it? Yifan hesitated for a moment before speaking. 1111 is my adopted child. I've only ever been in a relationship once in my life, with my first love. Churunting replied. So that's how it is. Yifan suddenly realized. Of course, if online dating counts, then you're my second boyfriend. Churunting added something unexpectedly. Yifan suddenly looked up at Churunting. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that Churunting resembled his first love, Chu Ping. Aunt Chu, do you have a photo of you and your first love? However, in order to confirm his own thoughts, Yifan asked one more question. I don't have a photo with him, but I have a letter from my first love. Churunting said softly. May I take a look? Yifan asked Churunting. Sure. Churunting quickly got up, took an envelope from her drawer, and handed it to Yifan. Upon seeing the few lines of small print on the envelope, Yifan couldn't help but tremble. Just from those few lines, he was certain that he had written the letter. Churunting really is my first love. Fate plays tricks on people. Yifan probably never dreamed that after his rebirth, he would encounter his first love from his previous life again, and what's more, the body he was reborn into was related to his first love through an online relationship. The most embarrassing thing is that this body had confessed its love to its first love's daughter just 3 months ago. Yifan couldn't help but rub his temples. The current situation was really a bit messy. When Chu Runting saw Yifan rubbing his temples, she was so excited that she almost burst into tears. Because her first love liked to do this gesture. Chu Runting was even a little dazed, as if the boy in front of her really seemed to be her first love. Yifan, don't you really recognize my first love? Chu Runting took the initiative to ask Yifan. I don't know him. Yifan couldn't explain his current identity, and even if he did, Chu Runting wouldn't believe him. May I go see your father? Chu Runting still seemed somewhat unwilling, thinking that Yifan's father might have changed his name as well. My father died a long time ago, and I became an orphan when I was 13. Yifan said calmly. I'm sorry, I didn't know your parents had passed away. Chu Runting apologized to Yifan with great guilt. Yifan said softly, Aunt Chu, it's all right, so many years have passed. A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Runting's beautiful eyes, because it seemed that the last clue she had to find her first love had been cut off. Aunt Chu, you haven't gotten married or dated all these years. Is it related to your first love? Yifan suddenly asked. Yes, I've actually been waiting for him to come back all these years. Chu Runting's eyes were red and her voice was choked with emotion. She took a deep breath to compose herself and continued, Later, I met you online. Just like you said, I saw the shadow of my first love in you, which is why I have feelings for you. After hearing Chu Runting's words, Yifan felt nothing but guilt and remorse, and he couldn't help but think of some things about Chu Runting. Yifan and Chu Runting were only together for less than a year. Later, due to a change in Yifan's family, his father forcibly sent him abroad to protect him. Yifan didn't even have a chance to meet with Chu Runting to explain everything. And this trip abroad lasted for 10 years. When Yifan returned, everything had changed. Furthermore, Yifan was focused on avenging his parents at the time, so he put Chu Runting's matter out of his mind. But who would have thought that this silly woman would wait for him for so many years? I may never see the person I'm waiting for again in my lifetime. When Chu Runting saw that Yifan hadn't said anything, she burst into tears, and crystal tears slowly fell down her delicate cheeks. Yifan was stunned for a moment, but then without the slightest hesitation, he pulled Chu Runting into his arms. After feeling Yifan's warmth, Chu Runting cried even harder. You don't need to be so sad. I'm right here in front of you. Yifan patted Chu Runting's sexy back and said calmly. Chu Runting probably didn't realize that Yifan didn't call her Aunt Chu when he said that. You are not him. Chu Runting said softly. Chapter 5, So he's already living off a woman. Didn't you say I look a lot like him? And you met that person when I was about the same age I am now, so I can totally replace him, and I promise I won't leave you. Yifan continued to comfort her. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chu Runting stopped crying and slowly looked up at Yifan. Looking at Chu Runting's appearance when she met Yu Lian that day, Yifan really felt he wanted to cherish this woman. Aunt Chu, if you don't mind that I'm young and a poor student, I'm willing to be with you. I don't mind that you're older or that you have a daughter. Yifan spoke directly to Chu Runting. Chu Runting smiled helplessly, then said lightly, You little brat, how can I be with you? You're the same age as my daughter, do you know that? So what? I can't stay a child forever. Yifan retorted directly. Even disregarding the age difference, I can't face my daughter, so a relationship between us is impossible. Chu Runting continued. Aunt Chu, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Have you forgotten that you called me darling online for over a month? Yifan still wanted to try. Chu Runting blushed instantly upon hearing Yifan's words, and then whispered to Yifan, Didn't I tell you not to talk about this? I just wanted to try my best. Yifan had long ago vowed in his heart that he would protect Chu Runting for the rest of his life and not let her wait for him for more than 10 years in vain. Don't even think about us being together. There's no way I'll be with you. Chu Runting waved her hand gently, and seeing that Yifan seemed to want to say something more, she continued, But I feel that we are very destined to be together. Your parents have passed away, and it is too hard for you to go to school and work all by yourself. So why don't you stay at my house? I can take care of your life, and I can lend you your tuition fees. You can pay me back when you earn money in the future. Chu Runting is a very kind woman. She knows that if she directly tells Yifan that she will help him, it will easily hurt Yifan's self-esteem. So what she said was rather tactful. Are you planning to keep me as a sugar daddy? Yifan asked Chu Runting with a smile. Who wants to keep you as a sugar daddy? Chu Runting rolled her eyes at Yifan helplessly. So you're planning to adopt me? Having an online romance with your godmother, isn't that a bit too exciting? Yifan looked at Chu Runting and continued speaking. Chu Runting was so angry with Yifan that she didn't know what to say. I was just joking, but since you want me to live in your house, I'd be very happy to, since that way I can have more time to take care of you. Yifan was naturally willing to stay at Chu Runting's house. This is practically free money. Yifan has no choice but to accept it. What can a little kid like you do to take care of me? Chu Runting smiled helplessly. Although Chu Runting said that, she actually really hoped that Yifan could stay. Because she could see the shadow of her first love in Yifan. As for Chu Runting's true feelings for Yifan, she herself is actually very conflicted. On one hand, there's the issue of age, and on the other hand, there's the issue of her daughter. However, something even more important is that she has indeed developed feelings for Yifan. She doesn't know how to handle this complicated relationship, so she can only keep Yifan by her side and let time give her an answer. A few minutes later, Chu Runting and Yifan walked out of the room and into the living room. At this moment, Chu 1111 was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Yifan, she asked him excitedly, Yifan, what were you talking about with my mother for so long? What is your relationship? 1111, don't talk to Yifan like that, after all. Chu Runting frowned and scolded him. After all what? Mom, you're not really planning to find me a stepfather who's the same age as me, are you? How am I supposed to face people if they find out? Chu 1111 quickly shouted loudly. What are you thinking? I'm telling you, starting today, Yifan is living in our house. You two should get along well. Chu Runting explained helplessly. What? Chu 1111 instantly broke down. She pointed at Yifan and stammered, Mom, are you kidding me? Why is this person living in our house? This matter is a bit complicated to explain, but I've already made up my mind, so don't say anything more. Chu Runting said slowly. No, I absolutely will not allow this person to live in my house, he's a big pervert. Chu 1111 had completely lost her mind. 1111, Yifan's parents were kind to me. Now that they have passed away, I'm keeping him in our family to repay their kindness. Chu Runting had no choice but to come up with this excuse. Chu 1111 was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, Mom, are you telling the truth? I was just verifying Yifan's identity in the room. Otherwise, why would we have been talking for so long? Chu Runting pretended to be a little angry. Chu 1111 suddenly understood. After hearing Chu Runting's explanation, it seemed that everything made sense. Chu Runting had no intention of getting too entangled with Chu 1111 about this matter, and directly said to Yifan, Yifan, let me show you your room. Good. Yifan nodded, and then followed Chu Runting upstairs. Chu 1111 lives on the third floor, while Chu Runting lives on the second floor. Although there were guest rooms on both the second and third floors, Chu Runting knew that there was some conflict between Yifan and Chu 1111, so she arranged for Yifan to stay in the room opposite hers. It's getting late today, so you can stay up all night. Tomorrow I'll go with you to buy new sheets and duvet covers, and I'll also prepare pajamas for you. You can tell me if you need anything. Chu Runting looked at Yifan and said gently. Yifan was quite satisfied with the room's environment. It was much better than his own shabby rented room. So he smiled and said, Thank you, darling. What darling? Chu Runting reached out and pinched Yifan's waist hard, then whispered, You can't joke like that with me at home. Okay, I understand. I can only call you darling when we're out. Yifan replied with a smile. Seeing Yifan's helpless expression, Chu Runting turned and left the room. After entering her bedroom, Chu Runting leaned her sexy body against the door, her heart pounding slightly. Yifan and him are so alike, even their way of joking is the same. While calming herself down, Chu Runting sighed inwardly. Chapter 6 Chu 1111's Little Thoughts. After Chu Runting left, Yifan lay alone on the bed staring at the ceiling. At that moment, he had only one feeling, fate was playing tricks on him. He never imagined that one day he would be living in the home of his first love in this capacity. System notification, the Constitution enhancement pill in the host's inventory has not been used yet. Would you like to use it now? Just as Yifan was pondering how to win Chu Runting back into accepting him, the notification sound of the slap in the face system slowly rang out. What effects will it have? Yifan replied calmly. The Constitution enhancement pill can increase their host's physical attributes 20-fold. It's so amazing, are there any side effects? Yifan asked very cautiously. No. Use it now. Yifan is a very realistic person. After learning that there were no side effects, he hurriedly said. A black pill appeared in front of Yifan. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then threw the pill directly into his mouth. He originally thought the pills wouldn't taste very good, but after taking them, he found that they didn't have any special flavor. And the moment the pill entered his body, Yifan clearly felt a terrifying power appear within him. Yifan got up and walked out of the room to the garden behind Churuntingsviller. Call. Yifan took a deep breath, and then suddenly punched the tree in front of him. Bang! A loud bang. The tree was snapped in half by Yifan's punch. Yifan stared at his fist in shock. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the power must be to be able to break a tree more than a meter thick in half with a single punch. However, perhaps because the noise Yifan made when he broke the tree was too loud, the surrounding villagers all turned on their lights. Yifan was worried that these people would treat him like a monster and capture him, so he rushed towards Churuntingsviller. It was only then that Yifan realized that not only had his strength increased significantly, but his speed had also increased considerably. In just a few seconds, he returned to his room and lay on the bed as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Yifan probably truly realized just how terrifying this so-called show-off and face-slapping system really was. If just the pills in the beginner's gift pack have improved my physical fitness so much, then wouldn't the other pills in the system shop be even more powerful? For a moment, Yifan felt that his revenge was just around the corner. With the help of this system, his enemies were like ants. The next morning at 8 a.m. After waking up, Yifan quickly washed up and then left the room. Yifan, you're awake. I've asked the housekeeper to make breakfast, let's go eat together. Churunting also seemed to have just woken up, and was completely without makeup. Even without makeup, Churunting is still so beautiful, her delicate face shows no signs of aging. Sometimes fate is truly unfair. Although time hasn't left any marks on her face, it has made her figure more mature and sexy. At this moment, Churunting was only wearing a black lace nightgown. The soft nightgown outlined Churunting's perfect figure, with her breasts high and soft, and her legs straight, round and long. Such a figure is simply the epitome of sexiness. Churunting seemed to notice that Yifan was staring at her, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush, her heartbeat quickening noticeably. Last night, Churunting lay in bed alone, unable to fall asleep for a long time, because her feelings for Yifan were too complicated. She admitted that she had indeed fallen in love with Yifan, but because of Chu 1111, she had to suppress these feelings in her heart. Sometimes, Churunting even felt that Yifan's every move was so similar to her first love, as if they were really the same person. Yifan is Churunting's white moonlight, a white moonlight she can never forget in her life. That's why she seemed so nervous and uneasy in front of Yifan. What are you looking at? Churunting gently smoothed her long, black hair and asked Yifan in a low voice. You look so beautiful. Yifan answered very seriously. Stop being so sarcastic and come eat. Churunting couldn't stand Yifan's blatant teasing and the ambiguous atmosphere. She rolled her eyes at Yifan and turned to walk towards the restaurant. Yifan followed Churunting to the restaurant, then asked Churunting, where's 1111? She left early this morning. This child never eats breakfast in order to lose weight. Churunting replied softly. After learning that Chu 1111 was not home, Yifan became even more uninhibited, and started flirting with Churunting while eating breakfast. Churunting seemed worried that she would really fall into Yifan's hands, so she kept pretending to be angry and warning Yifan not to joke with her. However, Yifan didn't care at all and continued to tease Churunting intentionally or unintentionally. After breakfast, Churunting realized that Yifan in front of her was just like her first love in how he flirted with her. After finishing her breakfast and dinner, Churunting tidied herself up, changed into a smart and sophisticated coffee-colored business suit, and then left the villa. As for Yifan, he had classes in the morning, so he went to Nanyang University alone. Meanwhile, in Chu 1111's class. 1111, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Chu 1111's best friend Zhang Meng noticed that Chu 1111 had been looking downcast, so she took the initiative to ask her what was wrong. Don't even mention it. That damned Yifan suddenly became the child of my mother's benefactor, and now is living in my house. It's infuriating. Chu 1111 replied in a very impatient tone. What? Yifan, the guy who confessed to you before, has moved into your house. Zhang Meng's eyes widened instantly upon hearing Chu 1111's words. Yes. Chu 1111 nodded helplessly, then continued, I get angry just looking at Yifan now. I have to get him out of my house. You want to get rid of Yifan? It's simple, just teach him a lesson. Zhang Meng pouted and said. Chu 1111 was taken aback by Zhang Meng's words, then turned to Zhang Meng and asked, do you have any ideas? Zhang Meng quickly whispered her plan to Chu 1111. After hearing this, Chu 1111 hesitated for a moment, but when she thought of Yifan's infuriating appearance, her eyes hardened again. Around noon, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Since Yifan had no classes in the afternoon, he packed his things and prepared to look for some projects he could invest in. Their show-off and slap-in-the-face system rewarded Yifan with 1 million, so he planned to make good use of the money. As a reborn individual, Yifan possessed the business acumen of his previous life, so investing was not a difficult task for him. However, before Yifan could even leave the classroom, a familiar figure blocked the doorway. The students in the class were once again shocked when they saw Chu 1111. Because Chu 1111 had already come to see Yifan yesterday, and she actually came to see Yifan again today. Everyone recalled what Yifan had said to Chu 1111 yesterday. Anyone with a modicum of sense could tell that the relationship between the two must be very unusual. What do you want from me again? Yifan looked at Chu 1111 with great impatience and asked with a frown. What do you mean I've come to see you again? I've only come to see you twice. Chu 1111 shouted, her big, watery eyes wide open. Speak, what is it? Yifan replied calmly. My mom wants me to take you to buy some new clothes, so you don't look like a beggar every day. After saying that, Chu 1111 turned around and walked out of the classroom. Yifan hesitated for a moment, thinking that since it was Chu Runting's good intention, he would not refuse. After the two left, a heated discussion immediately broke out in the classroom. Did you hear that? Chu 1111's mother asked Chu 1111 to buy clothes for Yifan. Yes, these two seem to have been dating for quite some time now. They've even met each other's parents. What kind of fate does Yifan have to be chosen by Chu 1111? Yifan is truly a master of disguise. On the other side, after Chu 1111 left the campus with Yifan, she hailed a taxi. Neither of the two people in the car spoke. Chu 1111 had long since grown to loathe Yifan, so naturally she wouldn't speak to him. In Yifan's eyes, Chu 1111 was just a little kid, and he had no interest in paying attention to her. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi slowly came to a stop. Get off the bus. Chu 1111 called out to Yifan, and then got out of the car first. Yifan got out of the car with Chu 1111, then frowned and looked around at the surroundings. He discovered that Chu 1111 had actually brought him to a taekwondo gym. Didn't you say you were going to buy clothes? Why are you at the taekwondo gym? Yifan asked with some confusion. I'll go buy clothes after my taekwondo class. Chu 1111 had already thought of a solution. After giving a cold reply, she walked into the taekwondo gym. Little brat. Yifan smiled helplessly. He saw through Chu 1111's little scheme at a glance, but still chose to follow her inside. Chapter 7 Challenge. Yifan followed Chu 1111 into the taekwondo gym. Zhang Meng, who was chatting with a group of young people, spotted Chu 1111 and Yifan at a glance. Brother Wang, the person behind 1111 is Yifan, the one I just told you about. If you can teach Yifan a good lesson this time, I guarantee 1111's impression of you will change drastically. Zhang Meng hurriedly spoke to a young man who was fairly handsome and dressed in a white taekwondo uniform. Okay, I understand. Wang Nan nodded calmly. The young man's name was Wang Nan. His family was in business and their circumstances were quite good. Most importantly, Wang Nan was also a taekwondo expert. He became a black belt master after studying taekwondo for 3 years. A year ago, Chu 1111 and Zhang Meng came to this taekwondo gym to learn taekwondo. Wang Nan fell in love with Chu 1111 at first sight and began to pursue her relentlessly, but unfortunately, Chu 1111 didn't seem to be very interested in Wang Nan. Today, Wang Nan has finally found an opportunity to show off in front of Chu 1111. 1111, you're here. Zhang Meng, Wang Nan, and the others quickly approached Chu 1111 and greeted her. Yifan stood beside Chu 1111 as if he were an outsider. 1111, is this your friend? Is he also here to learn taekwondo? Wang Nan glanced at Yifan and then asked casually. Wang Nan, do you think Yifan has the talent to learn taekwondo? Chu 1111 continued Wang Nan's words and asked. It seems his physical fitness is just average. He should be able to reach level 9 after a few years of training. Let's just treat it as exercise so he won't be too weak later on. Wang Nan said calmly. The people around burst into laughter upon hearing this. Because even a small child can reach level 9 within a year. Wang Nan's words were clearly intended to humiliate Yi Fan. Yi Fan wasn't angry after hearing Wang Nan's words, he just sneered inwardly. Because in Yi Fan's eyes, these people's behavior was simply too childish. Chu 1111 thought that if Wang Nan said that, Yi Fan would retaliate, which would give Wang Nan the opportunity to further escalate the conflict or even take action against Yi Fan. But she never expected Yi Fan to be so spineless he didn't even dare to talk back when others mocked him. A hint of helplessness flashed in Chu 1111's beautiful eyes, and then she said to Zhang Meng and the others, I'm going to change my clothes first. I'll go with you. Zhang Meng quickly called out and then followed Chu 1111 to the changing room. After the two had walked a distance, Chu 1111 couldn't help but turn to Zhang Meng and ask, Meng, will your method really work? Yi Fan is such a coward. I didn't expect Yi Fan to be such a coward, but it doesn't matter. Now that Yi Fan has entered this taekwondo gym, he definitely can't escape. Zhang Meng replied casually. I hope so. Otherwise, I'll have wasted all my effort bringing him here. Chu 1111 nodded slowly. A few minutes later, Chu 1111 changed into a white taekwondo uniform and put her jet black hair into a ponytail. She looked heroic and dashing, like a girl who had stepped out of an anime. Yi Fan noticed that Chu 1111's belt was blue. She reached the blue belt level after only 1 year of taekwondo training, which is quite impressive among ordinary people. Yi Fan, do you want to learn from me? After noticing that the coach had not yet appeared, Chu 1111 walked directly up to Yi Fan and asked. No need, I'm not interested in these things. You should hurry up and learn, and then we can go shopping for clothes. Yi Fan glanced at the stock quotes on his phone and replied absent-mindedly. At this moment, Yi Fan was still pondering which stock he should invest his 1 million in to get the greatest return in the shortest amount of time. You're hopeless. Learning taekwondo won't hurt you. Chu 1111 gritted her teeth and cursed. There's no benefit to it, and I don't need to learn such rudimentary skills. Yi Fan said calmly. You? Just as Chu 1111 was about to speak, she suddenly noticed that the coach had already walked in, so she turned around and ran into the crowd. A few minutes later, Chu 1111's taekwondo class began. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was still studying the stock market. More than an hour later, it was time for free training. So-called free training is simply two people sparring together. Wang Nan deliberately got rid of her former teammates and walked up to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, my friend had to leave early today. I need someone to train with me. How about you train with me for a while? Wang Nan tried to phrase things tactfully, worried that Yi Fan might not accept them. Yi Fan put down his phone, looked up at Wang Nan, and then said with a smile, You want me to train with you? Yes, it's just simple training, and we're wearing protective gear, so it won't hurt you. Wang Nan said with a smile. You, a black belt master, are asking someone like me who has never studied taekwondo to train? Do you actually want to train, or are you just trying to show off in front of Chu 1111? Yi Fan sneered, then reached out and patted Wang Nan on the shoulder, saying, If you want to show off, I advise you to find someone else. You're not qualified to show off in front of me. Wait, what do you mean by that? After Yi Fan exposed Wang Nan's true purpose, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. You know what I mean. This is my last warning, don't mess with me, or you'll regret it. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. When Wang Nan saw the murderous intent in Yi Fan's eyes, she couldn't help but tremble. Chu 1111 had been keeping a close eye on Yi Fan and Wang Nan's situation. However, just as Wang Nan was about to continue speaking, the door of the taekwondo gym was suddenly pushed open. Immediately following them was a beautiful woman in a white taekwondo uniform who walked in with 4 or 5 other people. The woman is tall, nearly 1.7 meters, with incredibly long and slender legs. She is definitely a promising candidate for taekwondo. The woman was also very beautiful. What was most impressive was her pair of charming peach blossom eyes paired with sword-like eyebrows, giving her a feeling of both heroism and charm. The belt around the woman's waist was also black. Chu 1111's taekwondo instructor's expression changed slightly after seeing the woman walk in. Who is this woman? So beautiful. She's just as pretty as Chu 1111. Yes, she looks to have a very good figure. Never seen you before, what brings you to our dojo? Are they here to cause trouble? The surrounding students stopped training and turned to look at these uninvited guests. Dear Director Lee, it's been a long time. The middle-aged man standing next to the spirited woman took the initiative to greet Chu 1111 and the others' coach in broken Mandarin. I wondered who it was, but I didn't expect it to be Mr. Park Chan-woo. Director Lee replied casually. It's actually the manager of that taekwondo gym next door from South Korea. I heard that Park Chan-woo has been taking his students around to challenge other taekwondo gyms in order to expand the influence and popularity of his gym. Is he here to challenge us as well? That's troublesome. What trouble? Brother Wang can easily handle these people. The people around Chu 1111 began to whisper among themselves. Wang Nan was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Yi Fan. Mr. Park, may I ask what brings you to my establishment today? Although Director Lee already guessed the answer, he still asked the question casually. What else could it be? I've heard that many of Master Lee's disciples are outstanding experts, so I've come today to have my disciple learn from them. Park Chan-woo's words were quite tactful, but the main point can be summarized in 2 words. That's called a challenge. Chapter 8 Chinese Martial Arts. Actually, challenging other practitioners to join a taekwondo school is a very common thing in the taekwondo community. After all, there is a lot of competition among taekwondo gyms, and most people will choose the one with the higher level of skill when choosing a taekwondo gym. After hearing the conversation between Director Lee and Park Chan-woo, Yi Fan put down his phone and looked at the two of them with great interest. Mr. Park, are you here to cause trouble? Director Lee asked directly with a smile. Mr. Lee, please don't put it so harshly. Taekwondo originated in our country, but in recent years, China has also produced many taekwondo masters. Today, I simply want to have a friendly exchange and learn from each other. Park Chan-woo replied with a smile. Alright, since Mr. Park wants to spar, I'd be more than happy to. Shall we spar between the two of us, or between our disciples? Director Lee decided not to waste any more words and asked directly. Mr. Lee, let me introduce you. This is my most outstanding student, Song Hyun-ar. She has only been learning taekwondo with me for less than 5 years and is already a black belt. She has also won many good awards in our country's competitions. Director Lee glanced indifferently at the dashing and arrogant Song Hyun-ar. In fact, he had heard of Song Hyun-ar's name long ago. She was a rare taekwondo genius. In recent days, several taekwondo gyms in Nanyang City had been swept by this girl from South Korea. Song Hyun-a's expression was extremely cold, giving the impression that she didn't take the people in the hall seriously at all. Wang Nan. Director Lee knew that Song Hyun-ar was a black belt, so among his disciples, only Wang Nan was a match for her. Wang Nan quickly walked to Director Lee's side. Mr. Park, I don't have any female disciples with black belts, so I'd like to have one of my male disciples spar with Song Hyun-a. You won't mind, will you? Director Lee asked Park Chan-woo. Of course I don't mind. Park Chan-woo smiled faintly. Director Lee turned to look at Wang Nan and whispered, don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. Don't be careless. Understood, master. Wang Nan nodded very seriously. Yi Fan sat at a distance, watching everything that was happening in the gym with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart that he had only casually accompanied Chu 1111 to a taekwondo class, yet he had witnessed such a lively scene. He thought that challenging someone to a dojo only happened in TV dramas. Wang Nan and the beautiful woman from H country, Song Hyun-ar, walked directly to the center of the venue, while Chu 1111 and the other trainees around them made way for them. At this moment, everyone's expressions were still very tense. After all, none of them wanted to see Wang Nan lose to Song Hyun-a. Even Chu 1111 felt a little nervous for Wang Nan. Only Yi Fan, an outsider, maintained a spectator's mentality throughout. Wang Nan stared blankly at Song Hyun-a in front of her. It has to be said that Song Hyun-a's appearance and temperament are indeed very charming. However, Wang Nan was not in the mood to appreciate it, because he knew that when fighting against a black belt level master, he had to be completely focused and could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Start. As Director Lee's voice faded, Wang Nan rushed straight towards Song Hyun-a's location. Yi Fan squinted at Wang Nan, and couldn't help but secretly admire her skills. Both her speed and strength were terrifying. Wang Nan leaped up and then suddenly kicked out towards Song Hyun-a. If that kick had landed on an ordinary person, they would have fainted immediately. Song Hyunei's eyes were full of disdain as she dodged Wang Nan's kick with a sidestep. Wang Nan didn't expect Song Hyunei to react so quickly. After a quick adjustment of her body, she launched several side kicks in succession. However, Song Hyunei easily dodged them all. Is this all the skill your most powerful disciple has? Song Hyunei's Mandarin is much more standard than Park Chan-woo's. Wang Nan's expression turned extremely angry in the face of Song Hyunei's mockery, and she kicked down with a high kick. Song Hyunei seized upon Wang Nan's weakness, her long, beautiful legs drawing a graceful arc on the ground before striking Wang Nan's calf hard. Wang Nan collapsed to the ground instantly. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Wang Nan to fall into a disadvantageous position so quickly. After seeing Wang Nan fall to the ground, Song Hyunei did not choose to continue attacking. As soon as Wang Nan got up, Song Hyunei suddenly sped up and rushed over. Bang! Song Hyunei's delicate, white little foot slammed hard onto Wang Nan's head. Wang Nan was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily onto the mat some distance away. That's it. This woman is actually that fierce. Isn't this difference a bit too big? The students around them all stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. After all, Wang Nan is a boy, which gives him a significant advantage. However, he was completely overwhelmed by this girl from Country H and had no chance to fight back. Park Chan-woo's smile was exceptionally bright as he chuckled and said to Director Lee, "Mr. Lee, it seems the outcome of this contest is decided. I wonder if you have any more formidable disciples on your side." Director Lee's expression was extremely unpleasant. He completely ignored Park Chan-woo and instead helped Wang Nan up, asking in a low voice, "Is everything all right?" "Master, I'm sorry." Wang Nan looked guilty. "It's good that everyone is all right." Director Lee took a deep breath and then said to Park Chan-woo, "Mr. Park, I admit defeat today. Let's have another chance to spar in the future." "Okay." Park Chan-woo seemed to have achieved his goal, so he didn't waste any words and gave Song Hyun-ah a look. Song Hyun-ah nodded haughtily in Wang Nan's direction, then turned to leave. After seeing that the people from Country H were about to leave, everyone gathered around Wang Nan to comfort her. Chu 1111 had originally planned to have Wang Nan teach Yifan a lesson, but now that Wang Nan was injured, her plan was naturally ruined. After hearing Director Lee say that today's class was over, he shouted at Yifan, "Stop sitting there like an idiot, hurry up and leave. Taekwondo is just a third-rate, amateurish skill. If you want to learn real kung fu, I suggest you learn Chinese martial arts, such as Tai Chi, which are quite good," Yifan said casually as he walked towards Chu 1111. He wasn't joking. Because in Yifan's mind, Taekwondo is just a fancy move a true master would never learn something that looks good but is useless. Chinese martial arts are the only authentic martial arts. Whether for improving physical fitness or for self-defense, Chinese martial arts are the best choice. However, perhaps it was because Yifan spoke loudly, or perhaps those few people from H country had sharp ears. Song Hyun-ah and the others, who had already reached the door, all stopped and turned to look in Yifan's direction. Yifan noticed a hint of murderous intent flash in Song Hyun-ah's beautiful eyes. Taekwondo originated in H country. Yifan's open and above-board statement that Taekwondo is a third-rate, low-level martial art is tantamount to deeply hurting their fragile national pride. Without any hesitation, Song Hyun-ah walked straight up to Yifan and asked him angrily, "What did you just say?" "He said your Taekwondo is just amateurish, all show and no substance, and not nearly as good as our Chinese martial arts." Chu 1111 naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and immediately raised her little head and shouted at Song Xuanya. Chu 1111 spoke like this partly to get revenge on Yifan, and partly because she also disliked these arrogant H country people. "Alright, since you think Taekwondo is just a smattering of skill, then I'm curious to see just how powerful this so-called Chinese martial art really is. Do you dare to have a match with me?" Song Hyun-ah asked in an icy voice. Park Chan-woo naturally didn't say anything to stop him, as he was also very dissatisfied with what Yifan had just said. "Let's compete then. What's so great about it?" Yifan started learning martial arts at the age of 3, and is incredibly skilled. Chu 1111 pouted and replied. Yifan looked at Chu 1111's bewildered expression and wondered to himself when he had ever said that Chu 1111 had started learning martial arts at the age of 3. Also, Song Hyun-ah is clearly talking to me, does she not have a mouth? Why is Chu 1111 always trying to answer? Meanwhile, Chu 1111 was secretly pleased with her own cleverness. Since Wang Nan couldn't teach Yifan a lesson, she decided to let Song Xianye give Yifan a good beating, and then when she got home, she would tell Chu Runting that Yifan was causing trouble everywhere and that she should kick Yifan out of the house. Everyone around them turned to look at Yifan and Chu 1111. However, most people felt that Yifan was just humiliating himself. Even Wang Nan was no match for Song Hunar, so Yifan would just be throwing his chance. As for the so-called Chinese martial arts, it was utter nonsense in everyone's mind. Who would believe that Yifan, who was so thin and weak, had been practicing martial arts since childhood? Please. Song Hyune didn't care about anything else and made a gesture directly at Yifan. Chapter 9, if you're going to show off, then show it completely. Chu 1111 was naturally very happy to see that Song Xianye and Yifan had finally fallen for her trick. However, she also had a slight concern. What if Yifan, that coward, didn't dare to go up? Are you sure you want to fight me? Yifan directly asked Song Xianye. Song Hyune turned to look at Yifan, then said calmly, "Of course, I'm a little curious about just how powerful the Chinese martial arts you're talking about really are. Normally, I wouldn't want to lay a hand on a girl, because if I actually hurt you, I'd have to deal with you afterwards." Before Yifan could finish speaking, Chu 1111 shoved him hard from behind. "Why did you push me?" Yifan shouted, utterly speechless. "They've already provoked you like this, are you even a man? Hurry up and go up there, stop wasting your breath here." Chu 1111 pouted and shouted. "Yeah, if you're too scared to go up there, just admit defeat. Why waste your breath on all that useless nonsense?" Zhang Meng also chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Although Yifan didn't want to waste time on these useless things, the atmosphere had already been built up to this point, and it would be embarrassing for him not to go up. Helpless, he could only follow Song Hyune to the center of the venue. Song Hyune bent down and took off her shoes, revealing her delicate, jade-like feet. After admiring Song Hyuna's little feet, Yifan did some simple exercises. Under normal circumstances, Yifan might not be a match for Song Hyunar. However, after Yifan used the body enhancement pill last night, he was able to break a tree more than a meter thick with one punch, so he was confident that dealing with Song Hyunar should not be a problem. "Can we begin?" Song Hyunar asked Yifan in a cold voice. "Okay, but I have to warn you, I'm very strong, so if I accidentally hurt you." Before Yifan could finish speaking, Song Hyune strode over with her long, beautiful legs. Perhaps because Yifan had just humiliated Taekwondo, Song Hyunar showed no mercy when facing Yifan, wanting to use the simplest and most direct method to instantly kill him. "How can you be so uncivilized? You attacked before you even finished speaking." A hint of helplessness flashed in Yifan's eyes. Song Hyune stopped abruptly less than a meter away from Yifan, and then delivered a very beautiful side-spinning kick. Those tiny, white feet drew a beautiful arc in the air, and with the help of their waist, they unleashed an exceptionally terrifying destructive force. Those around could even hear the sound of wind breaking through the air. After witnessing this scene, Wang Nan couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart that Song Hyune hadn't gone all out when facing him earlier. He simply couldn't execute that roundhouse kick so perfectly. This girl is truly a Taekwondo prodigy. Director Lee also gave a heartfelt compliment. However, just when everyone thought Yifan might be kicked away by Song Hyune, Yifan suddenly raised his right hand. Smack! In the blink of an eye, Yifan's right hand actually grasped Song Hyuna's fair foot. "I must say, it feels really good." Everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They probably only realized at this point that Yifan was indeed quite capable. Chu 1111 was full of doubt. She had no idea that Yifan knew martial arts. Song Hyune, on the other hand, realized she had a rival in love and instinctively tried to pull her right foot back. But Yifan held her feet tightly, showing no intention of letting go. "That bastard!" A flash of anger crossed Song Hyunar's eyes. With a powerful leap, she forcefully swung her left foot out. Yifan released Song Xianye's foot and dodged the attack by turning to the side. Song Hyune didn't pause at all and launched a series of attacks on Yifan. However, what made Song Xianye feel somewhat overwhelmed was that Yifan's speed was simply too fast. He could always easily dodge her attacks. After kicking out 5 or 6 times in a row, Song Hyune was clearly exhausted and had no choice but to stop and pant slightly. Everyone originally thought this might be a match with no suspense whatsoever. But no one expected that Yifan would be so powerful. Wang Nan felt that she was no match for Yifan either. As for Chu 1111, she was completely devastated. She thought Yifan was just an ordinary person, but who would have thought that Yifan was actually quite capable? Just then, Song Hyunei had finished adjusting and charged straight at Yifan again. Yifan, not wanting to continue playing around with the H-country beauty, also rushed over and unleashed a punch using only his own strength. Yifan's speed and strength far exceed those of ordinary people, and although he did not use his full strength in this punch. However, when the blow hit Song Hyunei, she was sent flying backwards. Furthermore, Song Hyuner's flight speed is very fast, and she may very well land outside the cushion. If she lands on the ground, Song Hyunei will definitely be seriously injured, which may ruin her taekwondo career. Yifan realized he had gone a bit too far, so he quickly chased after Song Hyuner and grabbed her slender waist before she landed. "I'm sorry, I told you before that I'm a bit strong, I just accidentally lost control." Yifan hugged Song Xianye and quickly apologized. "Let me go." Song Hyuner gritted her teeth and shouted coldly. Yifan quickly released Song Hyuner's slender waist. The way the people around Yifan looked at him had changed drastically. Who would have thought that Yifan's skills were so terrifying? Chu 1111 stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes. Song Hyuner, who couldn't even beat Wang Nan, was instantly killed by Yifan with a single punch. For a moment, Chu 1111 was truly at a loss for words to describe her feelings. And her plan to teach Yifan a lesson was completely ruined. "I've said it before, Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, while your taekwondo is just a rudimentary skill. You didn't believe me and insisted on coming to compete with me." Yifan looked at Song Xian in front of him and said in an unusually pretentious tone. "You?" Song Hyuner stared at Yifan with wide eyes, her heart filled with extreme anger. "Congratulations, host. You've successfully shown off. You're rewarded with 2 points of showing off value." The voice of their show-off and slap-in-the-face system suddenly rang out. "Young man, your skills are indeed impressive. Since my apprentice is no match for you, then let me give it a try." Park Chan-woo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Yifan. "Host, defeating Park Chan-woo will complete a series of boasting events, and you will receive 5 boasting points as a reward. There's such a thing as a series of boastful acts." Yifan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Just then, Park Chan-woo walked up to Yifan and slowly took off his leather shoes. He seemed to have never imagined that there was a master like Yifan in Director Lee's taekwondo gym, so he had no intention of making a move at all. However, given the current situation, Park Chan-woo had no choice but to take action. "Mr. Park, you are black belt 8th Dan master. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to challenge a young man?" Director Lee spoke up directly. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. I just want to see whether our taekwondo is more powerful or your Chinese martial arts are more powerful." Park Chan-woo couldn't care less about anything else at that point. All he could think about was getting his revenge no matter what. Wang Nan is a 3rd-degree black belt, while Song Hyuner is a 5th-degree black belt. Park Chan-woo, as an 8th-degree black belt, is far more skilled than these two. Yifan was able to easily defeat Song Hyuner, but that doesn't mean he's a match for Park Chan-woo. Yifan glanced at Park Chan-woo indifferently, then said expressionlessly, "You want to challenge me, is that it?" "That's right." Park Chan-woo nodded directly. "All right, if you're still standing in front of me in 10 seconds, then I'll admit defeat and I'll acknowledge that your taekwondo has some skill." Since he was going to show off, Yifan figured he might as well go all the way. The shock in the eyes of everyone around Yifan after hearing his words was no less than if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Defeating an 8th Dan black belt taekwondo master in 10 seconds. That's simply impossible. They couldn't understand where Yifan got the courage to say those words. Chapter 10 One Kick Kill. 10 seconds. Park Chan-woo froze on the spot after hearing Yifan's words, his expression one of utter disbelief. He lived for over 40 years, devoting all his energy to taekwondo training, and had met countless genius masters. However, he had never met someone as arrogant as Yifan. 10 seconds is a fleeting moment. Unless Yifan can achieve a decisive victory in one strike, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Even Director Lee couldn't help but look puzzled after hearing Yifan's words. He couldn't understand where Yifan got the confidence to say such a thing. "Are you sure it's 10 seconds?" Park Chan-woo could sense that Yifan looked down on him and his years of taekwondo practice, so he suppressed his anger and asked Yifan. "That's right, just 10 seconds." Yifan felt that he was becoming somewhat addicted to showing off. I have to say, this feeling is really great. As for why Yifan was so confident that he could defeat Park Chan-woo in 10 seconds. That's because when Yifan was fighting with Song Hyun-ar, the beautiful girl from H country, he discovered that his speed, strength, and agility had improved by more than just a little bit. Yifan didn't use his full strength in that punch that hit Song Hyun-ar, but it still managed to inflict a lot of damage on her. Even though Park Chan-woo's strength was superior to Song Hyun-ar's, Yifan still felt that he couldn't withstand his full force punch. Of course, Yifan's most important goal was to show off and get the system's show-off points. Show-off points are a good thing. 5 show-off points can be exchanged for 1 million in cash. He has already gained 2 show-off points, which means he is still 3 points short. Yifan would naturally not miss out on such a good thing as getting rich by showing off. Okay, let's begin now. Park Chan-woo slowly unbuttoned his cuffs and said through gritted teeth. Oh, right, I have one more request. If I lose, I will apologize for what I said earlier that mocked your taekwondo. But if you lose? Yifan paused for a moment. What if I lose? Park Chan-woo asked in a low voice. It's actually quite simple. Don't you own a taekwondo gym? What do you think about hanging a banner in your gym that says, Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, taekwondo is a heretical and unorthodox style? Yifan asked Park Chan-woo with a smile. Park Chan-woo trembled with anger after hearing this, and even Song Hyun-ar, who was standing to the side, was filled with rage. Yifan's request is really too much. How could they, as citizens of country H, possibly do something to denigrate their own country's culture? It should be noted that the national pride of the people of H country is the strongest in the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered to steal Chinese cultural traditions. I agree to your request. Having already put things this far, if Park Chan-woo didn't agree to Yifan's request, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. So he could only grit his teeth and reply. Chu 1111's beautiful eyes kept scrutinizing Yifan, and she couldn't understand where Yifan's confidence came from. But this time, Chu 1111 couldn't help but cheer for Yifan in her heart. Meanwhile, everyone else in the hall was secretly supporting Yifan. Yifan's few words had already escalated the conflict between him and Park Chan-woo to a conflict between Chinese martial arts and Korean taekwondo. Although these people study taekwondo, they certainly support their own country's martial arts in their hearts. Let's begin, Korea. Yifan smiled and said to Park Chan-woo. Park Chan-woo roared, then suddenly exerted force with both legs and charged directly towards Yifan's position. Although Park Chan-woo only needed to hold out for 10 seconds to win, as a black belt 8th Dan master, he still had basic dignity. He did not choose to defend, but instead chose to take the initiative to attack. What he wanted was to defeat Yifan within 10 seconds. Park Chan-woo was significantly faster than Song Hyun-ar, and then he leaped into the air, using the power of his waist to deliver a powerful kick. The whistling sound of wind breaking through the air resounded in everyone's ears. Just by listening to that sound, you can feel how terrifying the power of Park Chan-woo's kick must be. Master, do you think Yifan can dodge this kick? Wang Nan asked Director Lee in a low voice. It must be very difficult. Director Lee's expression was somewhat grave. Yifan stood quietly in place, seemingly having no intention of dodging Park Chan-woo's kick. Bang! A loud bang. To everyone's surprise, Yifan simply placed his right hand near his head and easily blocked Park Chan-woo's kick. Park Chan-woo froze on the spot, his expression one of utter disbelief. Because he never expected Yifan's strength to be so terrifying, easily blocking his full force attack with just one hand. The next second, Yifan suddenly kicked out. Yifan's kick seemed to lack any particular technique, appearing more like a random kick from a child playing around. However, its strength and speed are extremely fast. When Park Chan-woo saw Yifan kick out, he knew something was wrong and instinctively tried to dodge. Bang! Yifan's kick landed squarely on Park Chan-woo's face. Park Chan-woo was sent flying backwards, his body slamming heavily onto the hard concrete ground. A size 42 shoe print was clearly visible on Park Chan-woo's face. Park Chan-woo felt as if he had just been hit by a truck. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, but unfortunately, all the bones in his body were in excruciating pain, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. Master! Song Hyun-ae rushed to Park Chan-woo's side. Park Chan-woo sat on the ground with an extremely desperate expression on his face, because he knew he had already lost. He no longer has the strength to even stand up. Not to mention continuing to fight Yifan. Director Lee and everyone around him were dumbfounded, their faces showing utter shock. When Yifan claimed he could defeat Park Chan-woo in 10 seconds, everyone thought he was just bragging, as it was something no one could possibly accomplish. But at this moment, Yifan killed Park Chan-woo instantly with just one kick. Congratulations, host. You've successfully shown off again, completing a double dose of showing off. You're rewarded with 3 points of showing off value. The system notification sounded slowly in Yifan's mind. 3 points plus 2 points equals 1 million in cash. Yifan couldn't help but secretly make plans in his heart. It must be said that this system is very useful. For an ordinary person, earning 1 million would take an unknown amount of time and effort, while Yifan simply made 1 million by showing off. You lost. Yifan slowly turned his head to look at Park Chan-woo. Park Chan-woo gritted his teeth and stared at Yifan, his face filled with rage. What's your name, Park something? Never mind, it doesn't matter anyway. According to our previous agreement, if I defeat you within 10 seconds, you need to hang up a banner, right? Yifan looked at Park Chan-woo and continued speaking. Don't worry, Park Chan-woo, am not a man of my word. Park Chan-woo gritted his teeth and whispered a reply to Yifan, then slowly walked out of the taekwondo gym with Song Hyun-ah's support. It wasn't until everyone saw Park Chan-woo, Song Hyun-ah, and the others completely leave the taekwondo gym that they recovered from their shock. He killed a black belt 8th Dan master with a single kick. What kind of monster is Yifan? Does he have superpowers? Wang Nan stared wide-eyed in Yifan's direction and stammered. This must be a true master. Our Chinese martial arts are indeed profound and extensive. Director Lee sighed from the bottom of his heart. This bastard is so amazing, could it be that my mother saw something about him? A crazy idea flashed through Chu 1111's mind. Yifan was not actually the son of Chu Runting's benefactor, he was Chu Runting's lover. It's normal for Chu Runting to have needs in her 30s. Since Yifan is so good at fighting, his body must be in great shape. Plus, Yifan is so young and not bad looking, so Chu Runting kept Yifan in her home and raised him like a puppy. Oh no, is Yifan really going to become my stepfather? Chu 1111 suddenly felt like crying but couldn't. She really couldn't bear the thought of Yifan, a boy the same age as her, becoming her stepfather. Isn't this relationship a bit too complicated? Chapter 11 Mastering Basic Medical Skills. We are truly grateful for the experts' help today. If it weren't for your intervention, our taekwondo gym would have been utterly humiliated. Director Lee walked directly up to Yifan and said with a smile. They initiated a fight with me, it has nothing to do with your taekwondo gym. Yifan replied to Director Lee in a calm tone. Director Lee gave an awkward smile, then quickly continued, in any case, you are my benefactor. May I ask your name? A master. Upon hearing this address, Yifan couldn't help but pause for a moment, then said calmly, I wouldn't call myself a master. My name is Yifan. Master Yi, to which school or style of Chinese martial arts does your skill belong? Director Lee was still very curious about Yifan's identity. To possess such terrifying skills at such a young age must mean that Yifan's background is definitely extraordinary. He wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with Yifan. I just practiced with my dad casually for a few years when I was little, I didn't belong to any particular sect. Yifan had no interest in this so-called Director Lee. After saying that, he walked over to Chu 1111 and asked, have you finished your taekwondo class? If you have, hurry up and leave, the mall will be closing soon. Chu 1111 was still upset about the relationship between Yifan and Chu Runting. After hearing Yifan's words, she seemed even more agitated and turned to walk into the dressing room. Yifan noticed that most of the people in the gym were looking at him strangely. He hesitated for a moment, then walked out of the taekwondo gym and stood at the door waiting for Chu 1111 to come out. A few minutes later, Chu 1111 changed her clothes and walked out of the taekwondo gym. Which mall should we go to? Yifan asked Chu 1111 with a smile. Yifan, tell me the truth, what is your relationship with my mother? Chu 1111 asked Yifan directly. You guess. Yifan replied calmly. Are you with my mother? Chu 1111 asked very directly. You guess. I bet you're a big idiot. Chu 1111 kicked Yifan hard with her long, beautiful legs, then walked forward. Why are you walking so fast? Where are we going to buy clothes? Yifan chased after Chu 1111 and shouted loudly. I'm in a bad mood, you go by yourself. Chu 1111 had no intention of paying any attention to Yifan. Buying clothes was just an excuse to lure Yifan here. So after saying that, Chu 1111 hailed a taxi and disappeared into the street. Yifan looked helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he also hailed a taxi. More than half an hour later, Yifan returned to Chu Runting's villa. At this time, Chu Runting had not yet returned from get-off work, and Chu 1111 had disappeared somewhere. After returning to his room, Yifan lay down directly on the comfortable and soft bed. System, open the shop. Yifan thought to himself. The store interface slowly appeared in front of Yifan. Yifan plans to exchange the 5 points of bragging rights he earned today for cash, which would give him 2 million in startup capital. If Yifan used this money to invest in stocks, he was confident he could double his money in 3 months. His next step, naturally, was to establish a company. However, just as Yifan was searching for the option to exchange 1 million in cash in the mall, something suddenly caught his attention. A beginner's guide to medical skills. System, what is this? Yifan asked with some confusion. In response to their host, the beginner's medical skills mastery book can significantly improve their host's medical skills. Is it okay if I have absolutely no medical knowledge? Yifan continued to ask. Of course. After using the beginner's medical skills mastery book, I will transfer all the medical knowledge and clinical experience in this world into their host's brain. Their host's medical level will be comparable to the world's top doctors. Is a beginner's medical skills manual really that powerful? Yifan was immediately intrigued by the system's words, because if it really was as the system said, it would be much more worthwhile than 1 million in cash. Yes, the intermediate medical skills mastery book requires 200 points of pretentious value to exchange. After use, their host can bring the dead back to life and cure all diseases. The advanced medical skills mastery book requires 1000 points of pretentious value to exchange. After use, their host can refine pills, and all the pill formulas in the world will appear in the host's mind. The system replied. Yifan was even more shocked after hearing the system's words. Although he is still far from being able to exchange for intermediate and advanced medical skill mastery books, this basic medical skill mastery book is already very powerful. Exchange. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He gave up exchanging for 1 million in cash and instead chose to exchange for the beginner's medical skills mastery book. This thing is worth for more than 1 million. Exchange successful. Would you like to use it now? Use. Since we've already bought it, there's no reason not to use it. The next second, Yifan felt as if a large amount of knowledge had been forcibly implanted into his brain, a very strange feeling. After Yifan came to his senses, he discovered that this medical knowledge had actually appeared in his mind. Is this system really that amazing? A hint of doubt flashed in Yifan's eyes. He then immediately turned on his phone, wanting to verify whether what the system said was true. I randomly opened a website where patients could ask doctors questions online. To Yifan's utter surprise, everything the system said was actually true. Yifan didn't even need to see the patient's current condition, he could determine what illness the patient had simply by looking at the text the patient typed. Half an hour later, Yifan put down his phone, lay on the bed, and let out a long sigh. With this system, won't I be invincible from now on? Bang bang bang. But just then, a knock sounded on the door. Yifan, are you in your room? Chu Runting's melodious voice rang out from outside the door. Aren't you? I'm here. Since Yifan didn't know if Chu 1111 was outside, he still cautiously called out, Aren't you? Then I'll come in. Chu Runting replied softly, then reached out and pushed open the door. Perhaps because she was at home, Chu Runting's outfit was very cool and casual. She wore a black tight-fitting tank top, and her high, soft breasts gave people a feeling that they were about to burst out. Combined with her slender waist, it really made people have endless fantasies. She wore black shorts on her lower body, showcasing her peach-shaped buttocks and long, slender legs. Chu Runting perfectly embodies the most perfect female figure in the world. Although her outfit was simple, it still made Yifan stare at her with a bit of a daze, thanks to Chu Runting's perfect figure and delicate face. After seeing Yifan's gaze, Chu Runting felt both smug and somewhat helpless. Knowing that Yifan was home, she deliberately dressed a little more normally and did not choose to change into her pajamas directly. But Yifan's reaction told her that her current outfit still seemed to be quite lethal. Yifan, this is your allowance. There's 500,000 in it. Just let me know when you've used it all. Chu Runting took out a bank card and handed it to Yifan. Yifan was taken aback by Chu Runting's words, then smiled and said, "She really is a rich woman, so generous, giving me 500,000 right away." After saying that, Yifan walked to Chu Runting's side, smelling the unique, faint fragrance on her body, and asked, "You're not really planning to keep me as a sugar daddy, are you? Stop talking nonsense. This is your living expenses. What do you mean by being kept?" Chu Runting glared at Yifan helplessly. "Forget about living expenses. I have enough money to live on right now. I might accept it if you were to support me, but if you're giving me living expenses as if I were your adopted son, I can't accept it." Yifan refused outright. Chu Runting was stunned for a moment. She knew that Yifan was a poor student without the help of his parents. He often went out to work part-time and couldn't possibly have much money. So she felt that perhaps she had been too direct in her approach, which was why Yifan refused. "Yifan, I heard that you often do part-time jobs when you don't have classes, is that right?" Chu Runting sat on the sofa and asked Yifan softly. "Yes." Yifan nodded. "How about this? From now on, if you don't have classes, you can work part-time at my company. You can be my driver, bodyguard, or something." Chu Runting didn't actually lack drivers and bodyguards, she just said that to make Yifan feel at ease accepting the money she gave him. "Great. I've delivered enough takeout orders." Yifan readily agreed. Yifan naturally understood what Chu Runting meant. However, he was actually quite willing to become Chu Runting's bodyguard, because it would give him more time to spend with her and develop a relationship. "Okay, then consider this money as my advance payment for your salary. You can come to my company to repay me when you have time." Chu Runting handed the bank card to Yifan again. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then decided to accept the bank card. Chu Runting smiled happily, then turned around and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Chu Runting suddenly felt her vision go black, her body went limp, and she fell forward. Yifan reacted quickly, grabbing Chu Runting's slender and soft waist in one go. Unfortunately, Chu 1111, who had just returned home, happened to see this scene. In that instant, Chu 1111 felt like her whole body was about to explode. Yifan actually laid a hand on his own mother. Chapter 12 Ruthless Chu 1111. Yifan's room is on the second floor, directly opposite the staircase. Chu 1111's room is on the third floor, so when Chu 1111 goes back to her room, she will definitely pass by Yifan's room. Neither Chu Runting nor Yifan in the room noticed Chu 1111, who was standing at the top of the stairs with her eyes blazing with anger. Yifan quickly helped Chu Runting to the bedside, then asked her in a low voice, "Aunt Chu, are you alright?" "It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a little dizzy and weak." Chu Runting's face turned somewhat pale. Yifan quickly placed his fingers on Chu Runting's fair wrist. Yifan probably didn't expect that the medical skills he had just learned from the system would be put to use so quickly. A few seconds later, Yifan's brows relaxed considerably. "Aunt Chu, you felt dizzy just now because you were anemic. Don't diet too much, and eat more iron-rich foods." Yifan spoke softly to Chu Runting. "You actually know medicine." Chu Runting looked at Yifan in disbelief. "I know a tiny bit." Yifan replied in a very low-key manner. "I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age." Chu Runting seemed to have calmed down a bit by this time, and she smiled and made a joke. "Also, Aunt Chu, is your menstrual cycle often irregular? And do you also experience menstrual cramps?" Yifan suddenly asked. Forehead. Chu Runting's expression instantly became quite awkward, and then she asked softly, "You even managed to notice that?" "Yes, I suggest you take good care of yourself, otherwise you'll easily get sick when you get older." Yifan said slowly. "How do I treat this? Do I need to take medicine?" Chu Runting had always known that she had irregular periods and that she would experience significant menstrual cramps every time. Taking medicine doesn't really have much effect. The best way to improve your condition is to find a boyfriend," Yifan said in a serious tone. Chu Runting was stunned for a moment, then punched Yifan hard in the chest with her small fist, and shouted with wide eyes, "Yifan, you have some nerve, daring to flirt with me here. I'm serious." Chu 1111, who had just reached the door of the room, happened to overhear Yifan and Chu Runting's conversation. "Yifan, you bastard!" Chu 1111 shouted and rushed into the room. Upon hearing Chu 1111's shout, Chu Runting stood up immediately, then frowned and asked Chu 1111, "1111, what's wrong? Mom, why did you lie to me?" Didn't you say you had nothing to do with Yifan? Chu 1111 stared with her big, watery eyes and called out to Chu Runting in a trembling voice. I really have nothing to do with Yifan. What's wrong with you, child? Chu Runting looked at Chu 1111 with a face full of confusion. Since you two have no relationship whatsoever, why were you in Yifan's room? Why was Yifan hugging you just now and saying things that were flirting with you? How do you explain all of this? At this moment, Chu 1111 was completely angry, and her tone was extremely aggressive. 1111, you've misunderstood. I fainted because of anemia, and Yifan caught me. As for what you said about flirting with me, you must have misheard me. Chu Runting explained helplessly. Chu 1111 was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that Chu Runting's face was indeed a little pale, and she was obviously sick. Mom, are you telling the truth? You're really anemic. Chu 1111 quickly went to Chu Runting's side. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Even if Yifan really did have something, it's impossible for him to do anything at home. Chu Runting's tone was full of helplessness. You two talk, I'm going out for a bit. Yifan was too lazy to explain anything to Chu 1111, so he simply walked out of the room. After leaving Chu Runting's villa, Yifan went directly to the nearest Chinese medicine shop, bought some medicinal herbs such as red dates, white peony root, and donkey hide gelatin, and then returned to the villa. Chu Runting seemed to have explained things to Chu 1111, so he didn't see Chu 1111 and she should be in her own room. Yifan went to the kitchen and boiled the medicinal herbs he had bought into a bowl of donkey hide gelatin and red date porridge. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan brought the porridge directly to Chu Runting's bedroom. Chu Runting was resting in bed when she saw Yifan walk in, and her eyes showed some surprise. Aunt Chu, I just cooked you a bowl of porridge. It's for replenishing your blood. Drink it while it's hot. Yifan handed the bowl to Chu Runting. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chu Runting froze on the spot, her eyes filled with emotion. Over the years, Chu Runting has never been in a relationship because she can't let go of her first love, Yifan. On the surface, she is a powerful female CEO of a company, but in reality, she is still a woman who also longs to be cared for. But this person has never appeared all these years. Even the simplest bowl of porridge has never been cooked for her by hand. How could Chu Runting not be moved when she looked at Yifan? When Yifan saw that Chu Runting hadn't spoken or reached out to take the porridge, he couldn't help but smile and ask softly, "What's wrong? Are you waiting for me to feed you?" No need, no need. Chu Runting quickly waved her hand and then took the porridge from Yifan's hand. Yifan casually sat on the edge of the bed, chatting with Chu Runting while watching her finish the porridge, spoonful by spoonful. Chu Runting seems to be a natural beauty, even the way she drinks porridge is captivating. While drinking her porridge, Chu Runting kept glancing at Yifan. She noticed that Yifan not only looked like her first love, but even the way he looked at her was so similar. Is it possible for two people in this world to be exactly alike? After Chu Runting finished her porridge, Yifan took the bowl and left Chu Runting's room. Chu Runting lay on the bed watching Yifan's back. She didn't know if it was because of the porridge, but her heart was beating faster. It felt just like when she first met her first love, Yifan. Oh no, have I really fallen in love with this guy? A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Runting's beautiful eyes. Yifan had just come out of Chu Runting's room when he ran into Chu 1111, who had come to visit Chu Runting. Yifan, what are you doing in my mother's room? Chu 1111 shouted directly at Yifan. Why would I go to your mother's room? Yifan asked a question indifferently. Chu 1111 glanced at the bowl in Yifan's hand, then gritted her teeth and said, Yifan, I'm warning you one last time, stay away from my mother, or else. Or what will you do? Yifan asked Chu 1111 with some curiosity. I'll just castrate you. Chu 1111 gritted her teeth and whispered to Yifan. Yifan was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Chu 1111 would be so ruthless. Chapter 13 Runhead Group. When Yifan heard that Chu 1111 wanted to castrate him, he couldn't help but feel his legs tremble slightly. He could tell from Chu 1111's tone of voice and her eyes that she wasn't joking. Chu 1111 ignored Yifan and walked directly into Chu Runting's room. After returning to his room, Yifan locked the door immediately. He felt it was better to be careful. If Chu 1111 found out that he and Chu Runting had an online relationship, and then broke into his room in the middle of the night and actually castrated him, that would be troublesome. After a night of anxiety, Chu 1111 did not do anything out of line. 9 o'clock the next morning. Yifan woke up a little late because he didn't have classes at school today, and Chu Runting seemed to have something to do at the company, so when Yifan got up he found that Chu Runting had already left. Are you awake? Yifan took out his phone and glanced at it, only to find that Chu Runting had sent him a message. Above this message was a sweet chat log between Chu Runting and Yifan. Perhaps for this reason, Chu Runting hadn't opened her conversations with Yifan for 2 or 3 days, but she still couldn't bring herself to delete them. Just got up. Yifan quickly replied with a few words. The housekeeper has already prepared breakfast for you. I've left your clothes by your room door. If you don't have classes at school today, you can come to the company to familiarize yourself with the environment. Just take a taxi to Runhe Group. Chu Runting replied quickly. Okay, dear. After seeing Yifan's words, Chu Runting replied with an angry emoji and then said nothing more. Yifan did not reply to Chu Runting, but instead walked directly out of the room. A suit that Chu Runting had prepared for Yifan was placed at the door of the room. After a quick wash, Yifan put on the clothes Chu Runting had bought for him and stood in front of the mirror to examine himself carefully. He was actually quite glad that he had been reborn into the body of someone who looked exactly like him, otherwise, things would have been a bit troublesome if he had transmigrated into the body of an ugly person. Let alone pursuing Chu Runting, finding a suitable partner would probably be a headache. After changing his clothes and having breakfast, Yifan took a taxi directly to Chu Runting's company, the Runhe building, the headquarters of Runhe Group. According to Yifan's understanding of Runhe Group mainly deals in cosmetics, skincare products, and some makeup products. The company is quite large and has a certain degree of brand recognition nationwide. In previous years, Runhe Group performed very well and even had the potential to become a top-tier cosmetics brand. However, for some unknown reason, its reputation in the market has declined to some extent in the past 2 years, and its profits are naturally far less than before. Yifan analyzed that it was probably largely due to the suppression from the opponent. Chu Runting is a woman with a very good business sense. After realizing that the cosmetics industry was in a slump, she began to shift some of her energy to expand into new projects, such as beauty salons. After getting out of the car, Yifan walked directly into the Runhe building. Hello, sir. The receptionist greeted Yifan when she saw him. Hello. Yifan replied with a smile. Perhaps because the main business is cosmetics, the receptionist at Runhe Group is quite good looking and has very smooth and supple skin. Excuse me, are you here to see someone or for something else? The receptionist continued to ask. I guess I'd say I'm here for an interview. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan did not directly say that he had come to see Chu Runting. You're here for an interview? The interviews are on the 3rd floor, let me take you there. Although the receptionist knew Yifan was there for an interview, her attitude remained unchanged, and her tone of voice was still very polite. This significantly changed Yifan's impression of the young beauty. Thank you. Yifan slowly nodded at the pretty girl. The pretty girl smiled and then led Yifan directly into the elevator. The elevator slowly ascended to the 3rd floor. Yifan and the receptionist walked out of the elevator one after the other. Yifan noticed that a lot of people were sitting in a row on the 3rd floor, waiting for their interviews. Sir, the interview room is just ahead. You can wait here. Prepare your resume and other documents in advance, and then go in when it's your turn. The receptionist patiently explained things to Yifan. Okay, I understand. Yifan nodded slowly. Then I won't stay with you any longer, I'll be going now. The pretty girl smiled and then headed towards the elevator. Yifan hesitated for a moment. He was about to take out his phone and send a message to Chu Runting to ask her whether he should go to her directly or just go through the formalities here. After all, Runhe Group is a large corporation. Yifan came to the 3rd floor simply because he didn't want to be treated specially and cause trouble for Chu Runting. However, before Yifan could take out his phone, a familiar figure walked towards him. Yifan, what are you doing here? A pretty girl in a white short skirt frowned and asked Yifan. The girl was quite pretty, with a graceful figure even among ordinary people. She would definitely be considered outstanding. According to the body's memories, the girl's name is Chi Meng. Chi Meng is Yifan's high school classmate. Chi Meng confessed her feelings to Yifan before, but Yifan rejected her. Because of this incident, Chi Meng harbored resentment. After Yifan went to Nanyang University, he never saw Chi Meng again. What a coincidence. I've run into someone I know here. I'm here for a job interview. Yifan replied to Chi Meng with a smile. It really is quite a coincidence. Chi Meng looked Yifan up and down, then said with a disdainful tone, I didn't expect you to dare to come for an interview at Runhe Group. You probably haven't even graduated from university yet, right? You don't even have a diploma. What are you interviewing for? A cleaner or a security guard? After Chi Meng finished speaking, Yifan realized that Chi Meng might not have let go of what happened back then, otherwise she wouldn't have gone all out as soon as she saw him. Upon hearing Chi Meng's words, the other interviewees all turned to look at Yifan and began to whisper among themselves. When did Runhe Group start hiring college students? Yes, would Runhe Group really be short of people? Countless interviewees come here every day, what's this kid doing here? Yifan glanced at Chi Meng indifferently, then said expressionlessly, I admit I haven't graduated from university yet, but Runhe Group doesn't seem to belong to your family. What business is it of yours what position I'm interviewing for? Hee hee. Chi Meng couldn't help but sneer, then said calmly, Yifan, we haven't seen each other for only a few years, and you've become so talkative. I never expected that after all these years, you would still be holding a grudge about me rejecting your confession back then. The moment we meet, you can't wait to make a few sarcastic remarks. How childish of you. Yifan naturally understood why Chi Meng treated him this way, and his words struck a nerve with her. You? Chi Meng's eyes widened instantly. What's wrong with me? Yifan chuckled and asked in return. Honey, what's wrong? However, at this moment, a young man who looked to be around 30 years old slowly walked over and asked Chi Meng in a soft voice. Upon seeing the young man, Chi Meng instantly gained confidence and directly took his arm, saying to Yifan, Yifan, you weren't just asking me what your job interview has to do with me, were you? Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Yingjie, who is also the head of the Human Resources Department at Runhe Group. Zhao Yingjie looked at Yifan with some displeasure, but did not say anything. Yifan, now tell me, does your job interview at Runhe Group have anything to do with me? Chi Meng asked Yifan with a smug look on her face. Chapter 14 The Domineering Chu Runting. Looking at Chi Meng in front of him, Yifan finally realized why Chi Meng was so arrogant. It turns out that Chi Meng's boyfriend is the head of the Human Resources Department at Runhe Group. The other interviewees around Yifan cast sympathetic glances at him, knowing full well that since Yifan had offended Zhao Yingjie, his interview was definitely over. Yifan, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you being very arrogant just now? Chi Meng, arm in arm with Zhao Yingjie, looked at Yifan with a smug expression and asked. Back then, Yifan rejected Chi Meng's confession in front of so many people, and Chi Meng had always held a grudge against him. Now, she finally found an opportunity to take revenge on Yifan and humiliate him. What did you say? Just because you're the girlfriend of the HR manager at Runhe Group, does that mean Runhe Group will refuse to hire me? Is Runhe Group's interview process so casual? Yifan remained unusually calm at this moment. Zhao Yingjie's expression changed after hearing Yifan's words. The other interviewees around them began to whisper among themselves. Does that mean anyone who's close to you, Chi Meng, can easily pass the interview at Runhe Group? When did Runhe Group, such a large enterprise, become your family's property? You can choose whichever people you want and refuse whomever you don't want. Immediately afterward, Yifan added a sentence. Although interpersonal relationships are very common in today's society, most interviewees try every means to get into large companies through back channels. However, although this thing is common, very few people will say it out loud. Because this involves the interests of many people. I don't think I ever said that your relationship with Chi Meng would affect whether or not I would hire you, did I? Zhao Yingjie couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to Yifan. Since it doesn't affect my interview, what's Chi Meng so smug about? She's acting like I've already been eliminated. She almost gave me a heart attack. Yifan smiled faintly. Chi Meng, who had just been looking smug, gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing Yifan's words. She couldn't see any fear in Yifan at all. She originally intended to thoroughly humiliate Yifan, but she never expected that Yifan's few words would put her and Zhao Yingjie in such an awkward situation. Don't worry, the HR department of Runhe Group has always been very fair. As long as you meet the hiring requirements, I won't let any personal feelings interfere. Zhao Yingjie's words sounded very respectable. That's fine. Yifan smiled and nodded. Let me see your resume. Although Zhao Yingjie said nice things, he could actually find 1,000 or even 10,000 suitable reasons to refuse to hire Yi Fan. I don't have a resume, Yi Fan said calmly. You come to an interview without even a resume. It seems you don't really value today's interview. Zhao Yingjie couldn't help but smile, and then, to show that he was indeed fair and impartial, he continued, however, I can give you a chance now. Briefly introduce your education and work experience, and I will consider whether to keep you. I'm a sophomore at Nanyang University. Besides delivering food, I don't have much work experience. Yi Fan answered with immense pride. Everyone around was stunned after hearing Yi Fan's words. This was immediately followed by a burst of laughter. Even Zhao Yingjie couldn't help but chuckle, then said calmly, Friend, didn't you research our company's interview requirements before coming for this interview? Our minimum educational requirement is a master's degree. What are you doing here as an undergraduate? You don't really think our company is a food delivery company with no entry requirements, do you? The person who brought me to your company didn't mention these many requirements. Yi Fan said calmly. Alright, I won't waste any more time on you. I'm telling you now, you haven't passed our company's interview, and you can leave. Zhao Yingjie had prepared several excuses to deal with Yi Fan, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to be there to cause trouble, so he said coldly. After saying this, Zhao Yingjie turned around and prepared to leave. You're not qualified. However, Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. What did you say? Zhao Yingjie suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Fan. I told you have no right to veto whether I can work for your company. Yi Fan said slowly. I am the head of human resources at Runhe Group. You're saying I'm not qualified? Then tell me who is? Anyone who wants to join Runhe Group must get my approval. Don't you understand that? Zhao Yingjie was getting impatient with Yi Fan and glared at him, shouting. You have no right to decide whether I can stay with Runhe Group, but you do have the right to decide whether you can stay with Runhe Group. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Yingjie and said calmly. Zhao Yingjie, on the other hand, was full of doubt. He couldn't understand how Yi Fan had the courage to say those words. Honey, this guy is here to cause trouble. Why waste your breath arguing with him? Just have security kick him out. Qi Meng then spoke to Zhao Yingjie in a sweet, coquettish voice. Zhao Yingjie took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Me too, why waste time with people like this? There are so many other interviewees waiting. Security guard, get this person out of here right now, and have the receptionist who let him in come find me. What are you all doing? How can you let just anyone in? As soon as Zhao Yingjie finished speaking, 5 or 6 security guards headed straight for Yi Fan's location. Sir, I'm so sorry, please leave here immediately so as not to affect the work of other employees in our company. The lead security guard whispered to Yi Fan. Qi Meng looked in Yi Fan's direction, her face full of smugness. This was exactly the effect she wanted. At this moment, she felt that she had thoroughly crushed Yi Fan under her feet, finally avenging herself for Yi Fan's rejection of her confession years ago. Let's see who tries to kick him out. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone around turned to look. A stunningly beautiful woman in a black cheongsam walked slowly towards them in high heels. The beautiful woman has an exceptionally sexy figure, which is made even more alluring by the cheongsam. Of course, what was most captivating about this woman was her aura. She stared directly at Zhao Yingjie like a queen, her cold gaze sending chills down one's spine. That woman is so beautiful, who is she? One of the interviewees asked, somewhat puzzled. Damn, bro, this is Chu Runting, the chairman and general manager of Runhe Group. You came to Runhe Group for an interview and you don't even recognize President Chu. The person next to him quickly replied. It was only then that everyone realized that the reason Yi Fan acted so arrogantly was because he knew Chu Runting. President Chu. When Zhao Yingjie saw Chu Runting, his expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. President Chu, what brings you here? Zhao Yingjie hurriedly shook off Qi Meng's hand and walked quickly towards Chu Runting. Chu Runting glanced at Zhao Yingjie indifferently, then said coldly, Manager Zhao, Yi Fan was invited to our company for an interview, and I don't recall our company ever having any requirements regarding academic qualifications, right? What is your reason for kicking Yi Fan out? Although Chu Runting appears gentle and tender in front of Yi Fan, she is absolutely a queen-like figure within the company. None of Chu Runting's men were afraid of her. Just from those few words, Zhao Yingjie was already sweating profusely. He never imagined that Yifan would know Chu Runting. Chapter 15 Troublesome Investors. President Chu, I really didn't know Yifan knew you. If I had known, I would never have. Zhao Yingjie was completely terrified and stammered an explanation to Chu Runting. Qi Meng was filled with disbelief, because she really couldn't understand why Yifan knew Chu Runting. Alright, you don't need to explain to me now. Even if Yifan has nothing to do with me, you shouldn't treat him like that. Runhe Group respects every interviewee. Chu Runting replied coldly. Yifan glanced at Chu Runting indifferently, then said expressionlessly, for any company or group to grow and expand, the Human Resources Department is the most important, because this department determines whether the company can attract outstanding talents from society. Yes. Chu Runting nodded gently. And I don't think this person is qualified to be the head of the Human Resources Department. Yifan pointed at Zhao Yingjie. Chu Runting hesitated for a moment, then said to Zhao Yingjie, go and hand over your work now, and then report to the sales department tomorrow. President Chu, how could you listen to this person? You should have seen my work in the HR department. Zhao Yingjie panicked instantly. He never imagined that Yifan's words would carry such weight in Chu Runting's heart. Meanwhile, the other interviewees around them seemed to realize that Yifan might not have come for an interview in a simple way. His relationship with Chu Runting seemed to be quite unusual. I am well aware of your work ability. The reason I have kept you working in the Human Resources Department is because of your father. If it weren't for your father, I would have fired you long ago. Putting you in the sales department now is the most I can tolerate. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Runting asked Zhao Yingjie coldly. Zhao Yingjie knew Chu Runting's personality very well, and he understood that whatever he said now would probably be useless, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Yifan walked up to Zhao Yingjie with a smile and said softly, Brother Zhao, everyone has witnessed your abilities, so I believe you can shine wherever you are. You? Zhao Yingjie stared wide-eyed at Yifan. Do you remember what I just told you? You have no right to decide whether I can stay at Runhe Group, but I have the right to decide whether you can stay. Yifan continued to mock Zhao Yingjie. Zhao Yingjie was so angry at Yifan's words that he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He was worried that if he really angered Chu Runting, she might actually fire him. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shown off and gained 1 point of show-off value. Just then, the system notification sounded. Yifan was somewhat dissatisfied, as he had put in so much effort only to gain a little bit of show-off points. Yifan, come with me. Chu Runting shouted at Yifan. Good. Yifan nodded, and then followed Chu Runting toward the elevator. Zhao Yingjie stared at Yifan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with rage. When did Yifan get to know your company's CEO? Qi Meng muttered in a puzzled tone. You still have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for you, would I have bothered offending Yifan? Now look what happened, I've gone from a department head to a salesman. Zhao Yingjie glared at Qi Meng with a furious expression and cursed at her. If you're incompetent, why are you yelling at me? Qi Meng didn't tolerate Zhao Yingjie at all and retorted loudly. Smack! Zhao Yingjie slapped Qi Meng across the face with his other hand, then glared at her and cursed, get the hell out of here. On the other side, Chu Runting led Yifan directly to her office. Once inside the office, Yifan finally relaxed completely and casually sat down on the sofa. Aunt Chu, I'm so sorry, I've only been at your company for a short time and I've already caused you so much trouble. Yifan spoke softly to Chu Runting. Getting into trouble? Chu Runting smiled and then said calmly, you didn't cause me any trouble, on the contrary, you did me a great favor. Have you been wanting to deal with Zhao Yingjie for a long time? Yifan asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I've known about what he did in the HR department for a long time, but unfortunately I haven't had any substantial evidence. Plus, Zhao Yingjie's father is a shareholder in our company, so I can't directly take action against him. You've given me this opportunity today. Chu Runting saw that Yifan was not angry at all, but rather very happy. That's good, otherwise I would have thought I'd gotten myself into trouble. Yifan smiled. Chu Runting simply opened a drawer and handed Yifan an employee badge, then said softly, I've already taken care of your onboarding procedures, and I've even cleared out the office next to mine for you. Yifan subconsciously glanced at the employee badge that Chu Runting handed him. Deputy General Manager. Yifan looked puzzled, then said to Chu Runting, Aunt Chu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I haven't done anything, how did I become the Deputy General Manager? It's just a title I've given you, you don't have any real power. Your main job is to be my assistant, and all you need to do is drive me around and stuff. Chu Runting explained with a smile. Then just leave the assistant hanging. Yifan said softly. I think if you were given the title of Deputy General Manager, people in the company would think more highly of you. Besides, this company is all mine. I can give you whatever position I want. You don't need to think so much. Chu Runting said slowly. I'm just worried that people might misunderstand and think I'm your kept man. Although Yifan said that, he accepted the position in his heart. After all, being a deputy general manager is prestigious, while being an assistant doesn't really have much prestige. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Please come in. Chu Runting called out softly. Mr. Chu, your appointment with Mr. Wang is approaching. Would you like to leave now? A secretary walked into the office and asked Chu Runting. Good. Chu Runting nodded slowly. Then I'll have the driver wait for you. The secretary agreed and then turned to leave. No need, Vice President Yi can accompany me. Chu Runting said directly. Vice President Yi. The secretary couldn't help but pause in surprise. Chu Runting then pointed to Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, This is Yifan, our group's new deputy general manager. Vice President Yi. Hello, Vice President Yi. The secretary quickly greeted Yifan, but looked at him with a very strange gaze, as if she were looking at a pretty boy. To become the deputy general manager of Runhe Group at such a young age, one must be either a gigolo or a rich second generation. Hello. Yifan naturally noticed that his secretary's gaze was a little off, but he still nodded slowly. After quickly tidying up, Chu Runting said to Yifan, Yifan, let's go. Good. Yifan agreed and then followed Chu Runting out of the office. 10 minutes later, Yifan and Chu Runting arrived at the parking lot of Runhe building. Chu Runting simply handed Yifan a Mercedes-Benz car key and sat in the passenger seat herself. After starting the car, Yifan drove straight to a very luxurious 5-star hotel in Nanyang City. However, while driving, Yifan noticed that Chu Runting's expression was very strange. Are you feeling unwell? Yifan asked Chu Runting softly. No, I'm going to meet an investor later, but this investor is a bit difficult, so I'm not in a good mood. Chu Runting said calmly. Since they are so troublesome, then I won't go see them. Yifan said, half-jokingly. This investor is very important to my company, we can't refuse to meet with him. Chu Runting reached out and rubbed her temples, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 16 Driven by Life's Necessities. Yifan could sense that Chu Runting was not in a good mood at the moment, and she had been frowning the whole time. But he didn't say much and continued driving quietly. About 10 minutes later, Yifan parked the car in the parking lot of a 5-star hotel and then followed Chu Runting directly into the hotel. My dear Miss Chu, why are you only arriving now? However, at that moment, a beautiful woman in a white short skirt and high heels walked quickly to Chu Runting's side and shouted excitedly at Chu Runting. Yifan glanced at the beautiful woman who was talking to Chu Runting. The woman was probably a few years younger than Chu Runting. Although she wasn't considered beautiful, she had an outstanding temperament and looked like someone who had been pampered. Yifan, let me introduce you. This is my business partner and also my best friend, Yu Pingping. Chu Runting turned to Yifan and said. Hello, Ms. Yu. Yifan extended his right hand to Yu Pingping. Yu Pingping simply shook hands with Yifan, then looked him up and down before saying in a coquettish voice, Ting Ting, where did you find this handsome young man? How come you've started dating younger men now? Pingping, can you please stop talking nonsense here? Chu Runting rolled her eyes at Yu Pingping, then continued, let's hurry up and go in. I heard that President Wang has a bad temper, so let's not keep people waiting too long. Kindness. Yu Pingping stopped joking with Chu Runting and led Yifan and Chu Runting into the hotel. Ting Ting, I really went to great lengths to get Mr. Wang to come out with you this time, so you absolutely have to do your best and not mess this up. Yu Pingping said softly to Chu Runting. Don't worry, I care about this meeting even more than you do. After all, he's one of the few remaining hopes for my company. Chu Runting replied calmly. I'm relieved that you're so aware of this. Yu Pingping's expression softened somewhat. Once inside the hotel, Yu Pingping seemed to mistake Yifan for Chu Runting's driver, so she had Yifan wait for them outside. Chu Runting wanted to explain, but Yifan stopped her and said with a smile, I don't understand what you're doing inside discussing business. I'll just wait for you outside. Good. Chu Runting nodded slowly, and then followed Yu Pingping into the hotel's private room. Yifan casually found a seat, took out his phone, and checked the current operating status of Chu Runting's company. Since Chu Runting has directly appointed Yifan as their vice president, he naturally has to do his best to help Chu Runting run the company well. Based on Yifan's business experience accumulated in his previous life, turning Chu Runting's company around shouldn't be too much of a problem. On the other side, after entering the private room, Chu Runting found three middle-aged men inside. The bald man sitting in the main seat was her target for the day, the CEO of an investment company. Chu Runting's company is not in a good position right now, and its cash flow is about to break down. So Chu Runting wants to bring in some investment from outside to alleviate her current predicament. The investment manager, Wang Qianfu, is a prominent figure in Nanyang City. Wang Qianfu's investment company is very large, but Wang Qianfu himself has a bad reputation. There are often rumors that some companies use their beauty to seduce Wang Qianfu in order to get investment from him. This is also why Chu Runting had been frowning before she came. She hated dealing with this kind of man the most. If it weren't for a last resort, Chu Runting would never have come to meet Wang Qianfu. Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I've kept you waiting. Although Chu Runting harbored resentment towards Wang Qianfu, she did not show it, and a charming smile graced her pretty face. When Wang Qianfu saw Chu Runting, he was completely dumbfounded, his lewd gaze sweeping unabashedly over Chu Runting's sexy and alluring figure. I've long heard that Miss Chu is a rare beauty in Nanyang City, and seeing her today, it's truly true. Wang Qianfu replied with a smile. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. I'm already quite old and my looks have faded. Chu Runting's words were clearly intended to distance her from Wang Qianfu. Wang Qianfu, however, seemed not to have grasped the meaning behind those words, and said with a smile, Miss Chu, please have a seat. Good. Chu Runting nodded, and then sat down with Yu Pingping. The waiter then began serving the dishes. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Runting spoke directly to Wang Qianfu and said, Mr. Wang, our company's representatives have already met with you, and you should be familiar with our company's situation. I wonder what your thoughts are on the investment. Miss Chu, we've only just met and you're already talking business? Let's eat first, and then we can talk. Wang Qianfu replied casually. Yu Pingping gently nudged Chu Runting, seemingly trying to tell her not to be too hasty, as it could backfire. Okay, let's eat first. Chu Runting nodded. Wang Qianfu casually picked up a bite of food, then raised his wine glass to Chu Runting and said, Miss Chu, this is our first meeting today, so I won't waste any more words. This glass is for you. Chu Runting was stunned when she heard Wang Qianfu's words, and her face turned pale. Mr. Wang, didn't I tell you before that Miss Chu can't drink alcohol? She's prone to allergies when she drinks. Yu Pingping quickly spoke up to help Chu Runting out of the predicament. Upon hearing Yu Pingping's words, Wang Qianfu's expression instantly changed. He frowned and said, Miss Chu, is it that you can't drink or that you don't want to drink with me? I really can't drink alcohol. Chu Runting explained helplessly. Since we can't drink alcohol, this meal isn't very interesting. Wang Qianfu placed his wine glass directly on the table. Yu Pingping then stood up and said, Mr. Wang, how about this? I'll drink with you in place of Miss Chu, what do you think? You'll drink it in her place. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianfu sneered and said with utter disdain, so, should I invest in your company or Miss Chu's company? Yu Pingping froze on the spot. I've always had a rule, only people who can drink with me are my friends. If they can't drink, then they're not friends, and the investment is out of the question. After saying this, Wang Qianfu got up and prepared to leave. Chu Runting took a deep breath, then raised her glass and said, Mr. Wang, I really can't drink, but since you've put it that way, I'll drink this glass. After Chu Runting finished speaking, she tilted her head back and drank the white wine in her glass in one gulp. Even the usually arrogant Chu Runting was forced to lower her head at this moment. Chapter 17 Chu Runting in a desperate situation. The strong smell of baijiu filled Chu Runting's nasal cavity, causing her to cough violently, her face contorted in pain. Wang Qianfu burst into laughter. He enjoyed watching these women appear aloof on the surface, but were forced to submit to his will. He enjoys the feeling of conquering others. Mr. Wang, did you see that? Miss Chu really can't drink alcohol. Yu Pingping said with great heartache. Practice makes perfect. There's no one in this world who can't drink alcohol. You'll get used to it. As Wang Qianfu spoke, he instructed the waiter to continue pouring wine for Chu Runting. Chu Runting looked at the white wine in her glass and completely broke down that one glass was already her limit. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? I really can't drink, but I've already had one glass out of respect for you. You're not planning to make me drink more, are you? Chu Runting seemed to be a little angry as she shouted. Miss Chu, wine is a wonderful thing. Let's drink until we drop tonight. Wang Qianfu said with a loud laugh. I can't drink anymore. Chu Runting said in an icy voice. So Miss Chu isn't planning to take the investment either? Wang Qianfu asked with a smile. Chu Runting froze on the spot. Miss Chu, I won't make things difficult for you. If you drink this glass of wine, how about we talk about cooperation? Wang Qianfu asked softly. Chu Runting took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. However, she had only drunk half of the wine when she started gagging. Mr. Wang, is that enough? Yu Pingping hurriedly called out. You can only talk about investment after you drink it. Wang Qianfu said with a smile. Chu Runting took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth and drank the wine in the glass. Mr. Wang, are you satisfied now? Can we talk about investment? Chu Runting gritted her teeth and asked Wang Qianfu in a low voice. Of course, Mr. Chu, how much money do you plan for me to invest in your company? Wang Qianfu asked with a smile. 50 million. Chu Runting clearly felt dizzy and lightheaded, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Wang Qianfu was secretly overjoyed when he saw Chu Runting's condition. Why did he keep getting Chu Runting drunk? The reason was very simple. Wang Qianfu knew that Chu Runting couldn't drink alcohol, so he deliberately chose the liquor with the highest alcohol content. A normal person would definitely pass out after drinking these 2 glasses. Chu Runting has drunk 2 glasses in a row and will probably be unable to hold on for long. At that time, Wang Qianfu can take Chu Runting directly to their hotel room upstairs and do whatever he wants with her. This was actually Wang Qianfu's true purpose. Over the years, he has used this method to seduce countless women. At this moment, he looked at Chu Runting as if she were already his. Yu Pingping seemed to realize that something was wrong, and her expression was unusually worried, but she didn't know what to do. 50 million. Wang Qianfu was taken aback for a moment, then whispered to Chu Runting, didn't your company say it was 30 million before? Mr. Wang, you must have misremembered. We've always said 50 million. Chu Runting's speech was already somewhat incoherent, and she mumbled a reply. Miss Chu, since it's 50 million, these 2 glasses of wine might not be enough. Wang Qianfu touched his chin and replied with a smile. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Chu Runting felt herself sober up a bit instantly and asked excitedly. Yes, Mr. Wang, you just said we could talk about investment after a couple of drinks. Why are you going back on your word? Yu Pingping hurriedly followed suit. 2 glasses of wine cost 30 million, but she wants 50 million now. If I let her drink 1 more glass, I can get an extra 20 million. Isn't this a good deal? Wang Qianfu said expressionlessly. It was only at this moment that Chu Runting realized that Wang Qianfu was clearly trying to get her drunk on purpose. Why did Wang Qianfu choose a hotel instead of a restaurant for his meal? And why did he keep making him drink alcohol from the moment he entered the hotel? The answer is already very obvious. Chu Runting knew that even if she drank the 3rd cup, Wang Qianfu would immediately make her drink the 4th cup, until she was completely drunk and unconscious. Mr. Wang, since you have no plans to invest in our company, then let's just forget about it. Chu Runting suppressed her anger and didn't confront him directly. She got up and prepared to leave. Mr. Wang, we'll be leaving now. Yu Pingping was also very angry, and quickly helped Chu Runting walk outside. Wang Qianfu sneered, then threw his wine glass on the ground and shouted, Chu Runting and Yu Pingping, you two really don't give me, Wang, any face. I haven't even enjoyed my meal yet, and you're already planning to leave. Chu Runting realized something was wrong and quickly quickened her pace. But it was too late. 5 or 6 bodyguards blocked the entrance to the private room. Wang Qianfu walked up to Chu Runting and looked her up and down. Mr. Wang, what are you trying to do? Chu Runting asked Wang Qianfu in a low voice. A hint of disdain flashed in Wang Qianfu's eyes. He casually picked up a bottle of baijiu and said indifferently, Miss Chu, you're not leaving here today without my permission. I'll give you 2 choices. First, sit down and continue eating with me. Second, drink this entire bottle. It was only then that Chu Runting realized that her guess was indeed correct. Wang Qinfu gave her two choices, but in reality, the outcome of both choices was the same. Wang Qinfu, aren't you being a little too disrespectful to the Yu family? Yu Pingping finally couldn't hold back any longer, stepped forward, and shouted with her big, watery eyes. Smack! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Qinfu slapped Yu Pingping across the face, then glared at her and yelled, "Yu Pingping, what is your Yu family? Even your father isn't qualified to talk to me like that. How dare you yell at me like that? Do you believe I'll have my men take you down?" Yu Pingping covered her reddened right cheek, completely dumbfounded. She originally thought she could intimidate Wang Qinfu with the Yu family's name, but who would have thought that Wang Qinfu would not take the Yu family seriously at all? Chu Runting, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. You don't have to drink if you don't want to. If you keep me company tonight, you'll get your 50 million investment back in full. But if you don't know what's good for you, you might be in for a rough time. Wang Qinfu finally revealed his true purpose. After all, things have escalated to this point, and there's no point in continuing the charade. Chu Runting looked at Wang Qinfu, whose face was also filled with despair. After all, everyone here is Wang Qinfu's man, and he can now be considered completely helpless. Chu Runting immediately thought of Yifan. However, she knew that with so many people on the other side, Yifan might know he was in danger, and he might not have the guts to rush in. After all, Yifan was just a college student. Therefore, Chu Runting even gave up the idea of asking Yifan outside for help. Wang Qinfu walked slowly toward Chu Runting, a lewd smile plastered on his face. Bang! But at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the doorway. Chu Runting suddenly turned around. Yifan stood at the doorway with a blank expression. In that instant, Chu Runting finally felt relieved and fearful, and tears streamed down her face. In her most desperate moment, the person she had been waiting for finally appeared. Chapter 18 Is that even a man? Yifan stood expressionless at the door of the private room. Although Yifan didn't know what had just happened, when he saw Chu Runting crying, he knew that Chu Runting must have been bullied. What do you do for a living, kid? Wang Qinfu glared at Yifan and shouted. Yifan completely ignored Wang Qinfu and walked directly to Chu Runting, asking, "Did this person bully you?" "Yes." Chu Runting nodded slowly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan suddenly turned around and kicked Wang Qinfu directly in the stomach. Wang Qinfu didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying backwards and slammed hard onto the table. "Yifan, don't do it." Chu Runting only realized what was happening at this moment and hurriedly shouted at Yifan. "You fucking dare hit me! Kill this kid!" Wang Qinfu felt as if he had just been hit by a car, with sharp pains shooting through his abdomen. He almost gritted his teeth as he shouted those words. The bodyguards rushed towards Yifan immediately. But to everyone's surprise, these bodyguards were no match for Yifan. In less than half a minute, all 7 or 8 bodyguards were lying on the ground. Yu Pingping was completely dumbfounded. Although she had met some impressive people, she had never seen anyone as powerful as Yifan. After dealing with the bodyguards, Yifan slowly walked up to Wang Qinfu. Wang Qinfu was also dumbfounded at this moment. He never expected that Yifan, who looked thin and weak, would be so good at fighting. You stay away." Wang Qinfu stammered as he saw Yifan getting closer. Bang! Without any hesitation, Yifan stepped directly on Wang Qinfu's head. "Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend me?" Despite the excruciating pain in his head, Wang Qinfu roared with all his might. "I don't care who you are, apologize to Runting right now." Yifan replied to Wang Qinfu in a cold voice. When Chu Runting heard Yifan's words, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Because she remembered that her first love had said the same thing to a bully who had bullied her. "Do you even have the right to ask me to apologize?" Wang Qinfu shouted at the top of his lungs. Yifan suddenly stepped on Wang Qinfu's thigh. With a snap, Wang Qinfu's thigh instantly bent into a very strange arc. R. Immediately following was Wang Qinfu's pitiful scream that echoed throughout the entire hotel. "Come on, lift your head and tell me, are you going to apologize or not?" Yifan grabbed Wang Qinfu's sparse remaining hair and asked in a cold voice. "You know." Wang Qinfu still wanted to speak. Yifan suddenly stomped down again, this time breaking Wang Qinfu's left arm. "Fine, you won't apologize. Then I'll take care of your limbs today," Yifan said coldly. Wang Qinfu was completely stunned. He knew that Yifan, this madman, could definitely do what he said, so he hurriedly shouted to Chu Runting, "Miss Chu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me go." Chu Runting only then realized what was happening and rushed to Yifan's side, grabbing him and shouting, "Yifan, stop hitting him. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him." Yifan glanced at Chu Runting indifferently, then said coldly to Wang Qinfu, "Remember, my name is Yifan. If you want revenge, I'm ready anytime. But if I find out you dare to harass Chu Runting again, I'll make sure you're dead next time." "Okay, I'll remember you," Wang Qinfu replied to Yifan in a low voice. Yifan was too lazy to waste any more words with Wang Qinfu, so he turned around, took Chu Runting's hand, and headed out of the private room. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Pingping hurriedly followed and ran out. "Congratulations, host. You've successfully shown off. You're rewarded with 3 points of show-off value." Yifan had just stepped out of the private room when he heard the system's voice. Yifan was somewhat surprised, because what he was thinking about just now wasn't showing off, but simply avenging Chu Runting. But to his surprise, the system still gave him a reward. While inside the private room, Chu Runting was still able to stand, but after leaving the room, her taut nerve snapped instantly, and her whole body went limp. Yifan knew that Chu Runting was probably drunk, so he simply picked her up and strode outside. After a brief farewell to Yu Pingping, Yifan drove Chu Runting home. Yifan had just carried Chu Runting into the living room when he saw Chu 1111 sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Yifan, you bastard, what did you do to mom?" Upon seeing that Chu Runting was unconscious, Chu 1111 rushed over excitedly and shouted angrily. "Aunt Chu had too much to drink, so I brought her back." Yifan replied in a low voice. "You're talking nonsense. You must have gotten my mom drunk and were trying to do something to her. My mom doesn't drink at all, how could she suddenly be drunk for no reason?" Chu 1111 shouted loudly at Yifan. 1111 apologized to Yifan. However, at this moment, Chu Runting slowly opened her eyes and said to Chu 1111, "Mom, you're awake." Chu 1111's expression softened slightly after she saw that Chu Runting had woken up. 1111, I'm making you apologize to Yifan." Chu Runting repeated the sentence in a low voice. "Mom, why should I apologize to Yifan?" Chu 1111 asked, somewhat puzzled. "If it weren't for Yifan, you wouldn't even be seeing me today." After saying this, Chu Runting fell into a deep sleep again. Chu 1111 frowned as she looked at Yifan, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on. Yifan was too lazy to explain to Chu 1111. After carrying Chu Runting to the bedroom, he carefully placed her on the bed and said to Chu 1111, "All right, my task is complete. The rest is up to you. What exactly happened today? Why did my mother drink so much?" Chu 1111 asked Yifan. "Go ask her yourself after she wakes up." Yifan replied casually, then left Chu Runting's bedroom. The next morning, when Yifan woke up, he found Chu Runting and Chu 1111 having breakfast in the restaurant. When Chu 1111 saw Yifan walking towards the restaurant, she casually picked up 2 slices of bread, then turned and walked away into the distance. As Chu 1111 passed by Yifan, she glared at him fiercely. Yifan was very puzzled, because he felt that if Chu 1111 knew what happened yesterday, she shouldn't be treating him this way. He had saved Chu Runting. "Yifan, I didn't tell Shishi about what happened yesterday. I was afraid she would worry about me." Chu Runting seemed to have guessed what Yifan was wondering about, so she quickly offered an explanation. "Oh, I see." Yifan nodded, then walked directly to Chu Runting's side and sat down to eat breakfast in a carefree manner. Chu Runting hesitated for a moment, then whispered to Yifan, "Yifan, ask the school for leave later. I've booked a plane ticket for you to Shizhou City. I have some friends there, so you can have a good time in Shizhou City. Shall we go together?" Yifan asked while drinking his porridge. "I have a lot of things to do at work, so I won't be going." Chu Runting replied softly. "Is it because I hit that person yesterday that you're worried I'm in danger and are planning to send me to Shizhou City to lay low for a while?" Yifan had already guessed the reason and asked Chu Runting directly. "Yes, Wang Qinfu has some connections in Nanyang City. He will definitely retaliate against you after he recovers from his injuries, so you'd better not stay in Nanyang City." Chu Runting nodded slowly. "What will you do if I leave?" Yifan looked up and asked Chu Runting. "Wang Qinfu shouldn't do anything to me, and I've already thought of a plan. Since this has already happened, you should face it with me." Otherwise, if I beat someone up and run away, leaving you here alone as a woman, would I still be considered a man? Yifan suddenly interrupted Chu Runting. Chu Runting stood there stunned, looking at Yifan with some surprise in her eyes. I've already said I'll protect you, so you don't need to try to persuade me. No matter what, I'll be by your side. Yifan looked at Chu Runting and continued speaking. He probably didn't even realize how damaging those words were to Chu Runting. If Chu 1111 hadn't been at home, Chu Runting would have had the urge to throw herself into Yifan's arms. Chapter 19. A 100-year-old Lingji. Although Chu Runting was deeply moved by Yifan's words, she still whispered to him, Yifan, things aren't as simple as you think. I know Wang Qianfu's personality very well. You beat him up like this, he will absolutely not let you off the hook. If he wants revenge on me, then I'll just wait and see. Yifan replied casually. Chu Runting looked utterly helpless. She asked Yifan softly, Yifan, is it true that no matter what I say, you won't leave Nanyang City? That's right, I hit him, I can't just walk away like this. Yifan nodded slowly and said. Since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. The only solution I can think of right now is to go to the Du family in Nanyang City. If the Du family is willing to invest in our company, Wang Qianfu might not dare to make a move against you because of the Du family's influence. Since the Du family just invested in my company, Wang Qianfu making a move against my people would be a clear provocation against the Du family. Chu Runting thought about it all night, and this was the only solution she could come up with. If the Du family is unwilling to help, then she really has no other choice but to forcibly send Yifan out of Nanyang City. Since the Du family is willing to invest in your company, why didn't you contact them in the first place? Yifan looked at Chu Runting and asked in a puzzled tone. Originally, I wanted to contact the Du family to invest in my company, but the head of the Du family has been unwell recently and hasn't had a chance to meet with me. So I could only place my hopes on Wang Qianfu, but who would have thought that Wang Qianfu would be this kind of person? Chu Runting said in an unusually helpless tone. Oh, I see. Yifan looked at Chu Runting and slowly nodded. Chu Runting took out her phone to check the time, then said to Yifan, it's almost time. Since you don't want to leave Nanyang City, then come with me to meet the head of the Du family. It would be best if you could leave a good impression on him, so that if Wang Qianfu plans to deal with you, I can plead for you. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan nodded in agreement. Just then, Chu 1111 suddenly came out of the room and shouted angrily at Yifan, Yifan, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Now you want my mother to clean up your mess. 1111, what nonsense are you talking about? This has nothing to do with Yifan. Chu Runting quickly called out to Chu 1111. Mom, it's come to this point, why are you still trying to explain for Yifan? I heard your conversation clearly, it's Yifan who got into trouble. Chu 1111 shouted, her big, watery eyes wide open. Chu Runting looked helpless, because she hadn't explained things clearly to Chu 1111 before, which was why Chu 1111 misunderstood Yifan. That's right, I'm the one who caused the trouble. Yifan spoke directly to Chu 1111. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chu 1111's expression grew even angrier. She shouted, Mom, I just don't understand why you insist on keeping Yifan in our house. What good is he besides causing trouble? Why can't you just kick this good-for-nothing out? Chu 1111, you have no right to speak to Yifan like that. You don't know the whole story at all. Apologize to Yifan right now. Chu Runting finally lost her temper and shouted coldly at Chu 1111. Chu 1111 was stunned when she saw the angry expression on Chu Runting's face, because this was the first time Chu Runting had spoken to Chu 1111 in such a stern tone. Chu 1111, did you hear me? I told you to apologize to Yifan. Chu Runting seemed genuinely angry at this moment, and she shouted at Chu 1111 with a blank expression. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Chu 1111 shouted with a choked voice, then turned and ran in her own direction. Chu 1111, you stop right there. Chu Runting seemed to be trying to stop Chu 1111, but Yifan grabbed her. She doesn't really know what happened, and you can't explain the whole story to her, so it's normal for her to misunderstand me. Yifan whispered to Chu Runting. But Chu Runting seemed to still want to speak. Forget it, she'll understand sooner or later. Let's get down to business. Yifan grabbed Chu Runting's arm and walked out of the villa. Chu Runting turned her head to look in Chu 1111's direction, sighed softly, and didn't say anything more. After leaving the villa, Chu Runting did not have Yifan drive directly to the Du residence, but instead went to the largest medicinal herb market in Nanyang City first. After entering the medicinal herb market, Chu Runting walked into a pharmacy with ease. "Manager Wang, have you prepared all the medicinal herbs I asked you to last night?" Chu Runting asked softly to an elderly man with white hair. "Miss Chu, everything is already prepared." The old man chuckled and replied, then instructed his men to fetch the medicinal herbs. A few minutes later, a young man walked up to Chu Runting with several brocade boxes in his hands. "Miss Chu, you've bought so many yang tonifying herbs in one go, you've almost emptied my little shop. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably planning to give them as a gift to old Master Du, right?" Manager Wang looked Chu Runting up and down before asking a question. "That's right." Chu Runting nodded slowly. It was common knowledge in Nanyang City that Grandpa Du was ill, so most people bought expensive yang tonifying herbs as gifts for him. "Miss Chu, I have a 300-year-old Ganoderma lucidum here. This is a really good thing for replenishing yarn energy. If you give this to Master Du, he will definitely be very happy. It is more effective than all of your medicinal herbs combined." Shopkeeper Wang blinked and then smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chu Runting seemed intrigued and quickly asked, "Manager Wang, are you sure it's a 300-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? Xiao Li, bring the Ganoderma lucidum over here so Miss Chu can take a look." Manager Wang shouted to the young man beside him. The young man quickly turned around and went into the room. A few minutes later, he came out carrying a brocade box with significantly more exquisite packaging. Manager Wang opened the brocade box himself, and a red blood Ganoderma appeared in Chu Runting's sight. "Miss Chu, this is not just a 300-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, but also a blood Ganoderma lucidum, a rare and precious item. Your arrival today is truly opportune. If you wish to buy it, I can sell it to you." Shopkeeper Wang grinned and said, "How much does this Ganoderma lucidum cost?" Chu Runting was clearly already tempted. 3 million. No bargaining." Manager Wang replied. Chu Runting frowned slightly upon hearing the price, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided to agree. If they could truly make old Master Du happy, not only would Yifan be safe, but their company would also receive a large investment, making it an extremely worthwhile deal. "Manager Wang, we've known each other for so long, could you give me a discount?" Chu Runting asked in a low voice. "For Miss Chu's sake, I can save you 200,000. If you think it's okay, take it. If not, then forget it. This thing is easy to sell." Shopkeeper Wang pretended to be very distressed. "Okay, I." Just as Chu Runting was about to agree, Yifan grabbed her and said expressionlessly, "This is just an ordinary Ganoderma lucidum that's less than 100 years old. Its market price is at most 500,000. Are you crazy to spend 3 million to buy it?" After Yifan finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Manager Wang slowly turned his head to look at Yifan, his expression extremely displeased. Chapter 22 Mansion. Inside the pharmacy. "Young man, some things can't be said lightly. I've been in the medicinal herb business for so many years, do you think I can't even tell the age of a Ganoderma lucidum?" Manager Wang shouted coldly at Yifan. "Yes, Yifan, I've known Manager Wang for many years. He would never lie to me. He has a lot of prestige in the medicinal herb industry." Chu Runting quickly echoed. Yifan glanced at Manager Wang indifferently, then asked softly, "Since you think you know a lot about medicinal herbs, then tell me, what's the simplest way to identify Ganoderma lucidum?" "Of course you look at the growth rings on the Ganoderma lucidum. Don't you even know this basic common sense?" Manager Wang replied with great disdain. "That's right, the simplest way to identify Ganoderma lucidum is to look at the growth rings on it, but didn't you notice that the growth rings on the blood Ganoderma lucidum in your hand were drawn on by someone else?" Yifan asked Manager Wang in a firm and resolute tone. Shopkeeper Wang was taken aback for a moment, then sneered and said, "Young man, do you really think I'm a fool? I've been in the medicinal herb business for so many years, do you think I can't tell whether the growth rings are drawn on by someone else? Yes, if it really was drawn on by someone else, the color would definitely come off if we touched it. Who would think of using such a stupid method?" The young people around Manager Wang also looked at him with disdain, because Manager Wang's family had been in the medicinal herb business for generations. For Yifan to show off in front of Manager Wang at this moment would be no different than showing off his axe skills in front of Guan Yu. What you can think of, others can also think of. The other party used a very special paint to paint it. It won't come off if you touch it with your hands, but it will come off immediately as soon as it gets wet. Yifan had already acquired all the medical knowledge and clinical experience in the world through the pretending to be cool and slapping faces system, so he was naturally very knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. He could tell whether this Ganoderma lucidum was 300 years old without even looking at its growth rings. Ridiculous. Your words are as good as saying nothing at all. Do you really think we'd wash such precious medicinal herbs with water just because you said that? The young man shouted, his eyes wide. I'm just telling you how to identify it. What you do with it is none of my business. Anyway, I'm not buying this Ganoderma lucidum. After saying that, Yifan turned to Chu Runting and said, let's go. Manager Wang, we'll be going now. Please don't take my friend's words to heart. Although Chu Runting said that, she actually preferred to believe Yifan more, because she knew that Yifan had no reason to lie to her. Miss Chu, wait a moment. Manager Wang shouted directly at Chu Runting. Manager Wang, is there anything else? Chu Runting turned her head and glanced at Manager Wang, then asked softly. Miss Chu, our Wang family's Bakeotan has been in business for over 100 years, always upholding the motto of honesty and integrity, and has never cheated our customers. Since your friend has some doubts about the medicinal herbs I presented, I must prove the innocence of Bakeotan today. Shopkeeper Wang shouted expressionlessly, then turned to the young man beside him and said, go and get me some water. Manager Wang, I never doubted that you would lie to me. Chu Runting explained softly. It's all right. I was actually a little curious today about whether the growth rings on this Ganoderma lucidum were actually drawn on. Manager Wang replied directly. After bringing over a basin of water, the young man whispered to Manager Wang, Master, if this Ganoderma lucidum gets wet, it will probably rot in no time. Are you really going to take such a big risk just because of what this person said? Manager Wang, don't worry. If the growth rings on this Ganoderma lucidum can't be washed off, I'm willing to buy it for 3 million. But if the growth rings can be washed off, how about you give Aunt Chu a discount on the medicinal herbs she just bought from your store? Yifan naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and spoke up directly. Miss Chu bought 800,000 worth of medicinal herbs from us. If these age marks can be removed, then young man, you will have saved the reputation of our Bakeotan. I will not charge you a penny. From now on, Miss Chu will get a 50% discount on all medicinal herbs she buys from us. How about that? Manager Wang shouted directly at Yifan. Is this really true? Yifan didn't expect this old man to have such a temper. He had only asked for a discount, but Manager Wang actually wanted to give Chu Runting a free meal. Of course it's true. Without any hesitation, Manager Wang dipped his right hand in the water basin and slowly dripped it onto the Ganoderma lucidum. In just a few seconds, the growth rings on the Ganoderma lucidum actually began to fade. The clear water slowly turned black. Shopkeeper Wang froze on the ground, then picked up the Ganoderma lucidum and placed it in the basin of water. In an instant, the once crystal clear water turned black. When Manager Wang took the Ganoderma lucidum out again, all the outermost growth rings of the Ganoderma lucidum had already disappeared. Chu Runting stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes, her expression one of utter shock. She had no idea that what Yifan said was actually true. The growth rings on this Ganoderma lucidum are really painted on. Manager Wang also stared at Yifan in utter shock. Do we still stand by what we said before? Yifan asked Manager Wang with a smile. A true master. You are the real master. Shopkeeper Wang was so excited he didn't know what to say. Since this Ganoderma lucidum was also sold to him by someone else, he was actually a victim in a way. If it weren't for the expert's reminder, our Bakeotan's century-old reputation might have been ruined in my hands. Manager Wang quickly grasped Yifan's hand and called out in a trembling voice. All right, enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and give the money to Aunt Chu. I have other things to take care of. Yifan had no interest in wasting words with an old geezer, so he shook off Manager Wang's hand and headed outside. Master, I'll have someone return the money to Miss Chu right away. Manager Wang hurriedly shouted. Chu Runting saved over 800,000 yuan just because of Yifan's words, so she was in a very good mood. I didn't expect you to be so capable, you even know how to identify medicinal herbs. Chu Runting said with a smile. I not only know about medicinal herbs, but I also know about medicine. What have you thought about what I told you last time? Yifan started the car and replied to Chu Runting. What was that we talked about last time? What was it? Chu Runting looked at Yifan's expression and seemed somewhat puzzled. It's just about finding you a boyfriend to improve your health. Yifan slowly spoke while gazing at Chu Runting's long, fair legs. Chu Runting was dressed quite formally today, wearing a black uniform, and her long, fair legs were really attractive. After realizing what Yifan meant, Chu Runting pinched Yifan's arm hard and threatened him fiercely. Yifan, did I say you can't joke like that with your aunt? No, Aunt Chu, please let go. It hurts. Yifan immediately begged for mercy. Yifan and Chu Runting chatted casually as they drove towards the Du family's manor. About 10 minutes later, Yifan parked the car at the entrance of the Du family manor. The Du family is undoubtedly one of the most prominent families in Nanyang City. You can tell just by looking at the gate of their manor how terrifying their status and position are. The two vermilion gates, nearly 3 or 4 meters high, are inlaid with copper nails, and stone lions guard the sides. The stone lions are exquisitely carved, with their whiskers and manes lifelike. A black plaque with gold lettering hangs above the lintel. The two characters, Du Mansion, were exceptionally eye-catching. At this time, the gates of the Du residence were tightly closed. Instead of knocking on the door, Chu Runting took out her phone and dialed a number. Mr. Du, I've arrived at the gate of your Du residence. Chu Runting said softly. All right, I'll have someone bring you in right now. My father just woke up, you've come at the perfect time. The other party replied with a laugh and then hung up the phone. Chapter 21, a word that will shock and shock. Yifan and Chu Runting stood at the gate of the Du residence for about 5 or 6 minutes. A burly middle-aged man slowly opened the gate of the Du residence and then softly asked Chu Runting, You must be President Chu, right? Yes. Chu Runting nodded slowly. Please come in with me. Without saying a word, the middle-aged man turned around and walked into the Du residence. Chu Runting and Yifan followed behind the middle-aged man. When Yifan entered the Du family manor, he discovered that it was a hidden world, giving him the feeling of having traveled back in time to the courtyard of a wealthy family in ancient times. The first thing that catches the eye is a turquoise lake with a few small boats floating on its surface. Behind the lake, pavilions and towers are scattered in a pleasing manner, with winding paths leading to secluded spots. The fact that the Du family was able to acquire such a large plot of land in Nanyang City, where land is incredibly valuable, to build such a manor is enough to prove just how terrifying their power is. They followed the middle-aged man directly into the manor. Inside the manor are about a dozen 2-story villas, all of which are in the Chinese style. All direct descendants of the Du family will live here, while collateral branches of the Du family will live elsewhere. Chu Runting explained softly to Yifan. Yifan nodded slowly upon hearing Chu Runting's words, without saying anything. A moment later, the middle-aged man led Chu Runting and Yifan to the hall of a villa. Their hall was decorated entirely in a traditional Chinese style, and there were already 5 or 6 people sitting in the hall, each with a brocade box containing medicinal herbs next to them, just like Chu Runting. It's obvious that these people are also here to ask Old Master Du for favors. Miss Chu is here. A middle-aged man in a white suit, with an extraordinary air about him, greeted Chu Runting with a smile. Hello, Mr. Du. Chu Runting gave the middle-aged man a faint smile. This middle-aged man is Du Zhenghao, the eldest son of the Du family patriarch and the most likely successor to the position of patriarch. Father will be here soon, Miss Chu, please wait a moment. Du Zhenghao replied softly, and then began to greet the other guests in their hall. It's quite obvious from Du Zhenghao's attitude towards Chu Runting that the Du family doesn't actually value Chu Runting much. Chu Runting slowly sat down in the chair, then said to Yifan, Yifan, sit down and wait with us. Your current position is our company's vice president, not a driver or secretary. There's no need for you to stand all the time. Okay. Yifan nodded slowly. Cough cough. However, just as Yifan sat down, a coughing sound came from outside the room. Everyone stood up and looked towards the doorway. Chu Runting and Yifan naturally stood up as well. A few minutes later, an elderly man dressed in a black tang suit slowly walked into their hall, supported by a young woman. The young woman was probably around the same age as Yifan. She had long, jet black hair, wore a white dress, and had a very pretty and charming appearance. This woman gives the impression of being like a piece of exquisite jade. She exudes an extraordinary aura, yet she is not ostentatious, perfectly embodying the image of a well-bred lady. Hello, Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du, you've arrived. The crowd then headed towards the elderly man in the tang suit and began introducing themselves to him. Chu Runting originally intended to walk over, but unfortunately there were too many people surrounding the old man, so she had to give up. "This is Du Zhaxiong, the head of the Du family," Chu Runting said softly to Yifan. Yifan nodded slowly. "Hopefully, we can persuade Patriarch Du to help us this time." Chu Runting took a deep breath and muttered to herself. After exchanging brief pleasantries with everyone, Du Zhaxiong sat down in the main seat and slowly said, "I know you all have wanted to see me for quite some time, but unfortunately, my old bones are really not up to par, so I really don't have time to meet with you all individually. I've called you all here today, so I hope you won't mind." It must be said that Du Zhaxiong is a very articulate person. One sentence was enough to dispel all the grievances in everyone's hearts. "If anyone needs anything, just let me know. If it's something I can help with, I will do my best to help." Du Zhaxiong took a sip of tea and continued. The pretty girl with a delicate appearance stood quietly beside Du Zhaxiong. After a few polite exchanges, everyone began their venting session with Du Zhaxiong. Yifan and Chu Runting sat quietly and listened. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed, and Yifan realized that almost everyone who came to the Du family was there to ask Du Zhaxiong for favors. Du Zhaxiong is a very direct person. He will agree on the spot if he can, and he will give a clear answer if he cannot agree, and tell the other party why he will not help. "Why are all these people coming to Du Zhaxiong for help?" Yifan asked Chu Runting with some curiosity. Du Zhaxiong has the greatest influence in Nanyang City. He is also known for his righteousness, generosity, and goodwill, which has earned him a good reputation. In addition, he is the president of the Nanyang City Business Association. Naturally, people would seek his help when they need it. Chu Runting explained slowly. "So that's how it is." Yifan nodded, then looked at the remaining people in the hall and said helplessly, "At the rate we were going to be, it looks like it'll be hard for us to get a turn today. Hopefully it will be my turn, otherwise I don't know how long I'll have to wait to see Patriarch Du again," Chu Runting said with a hint of helplessness. Just then, Du Zhenghao walked up to Du Zhaxiong with a bowl of Chinese medicine and said in a low voice, "Father, it's time for you to drink your medicine." "Good." Du Zhaxiong nodded and reached out to take the Chinese medicine. However, Yifan's expression changed instantly when he saw the bowl of Chinese medicine that Du Zhenghao brought over, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Wang, you can say whatever you want, I'll listen while I drink." Du Zhaxiong slowly raised the porcelain bowl in his hand, and then was about to drink the Chinese medicine. The middle-aged man standing in front of Du Zhaxiong naturally dared not speak and could only quietly wait for Du Zhaxiong to finish drinking the medicine. "Wait a moment." Just then, Yifan suddenly stood up and shouted. Chu Runting, who was sitting next to Yifan, was startled by Yifan's shout and quickly turned her head to look at him. Everyone present turned to look. Du Zhaxiong slowly put down the porcelain bowl in his hand, and then asked Yifan, "Sir, what brings you here?" "Yifan, what are you trying to do?" Chu Runting asked nervously as well. Yifan ignored Chu Runting and quickly walked up to Du Zhaxiong. He picked up the bowl of Chinese medicine, smelled it, and his expression seemed even more unpleasant. "Young man, did you discover that there's something wrong with this Chinese medicine?" Du Zhenghao also looked very nervous. "Mr. Du, how long have you been drinking this Chinese medicine?" Yifan ignored Du Zhenghao and instead asked Du Zhaxiong. "It's been 3 days already." "What happened?" Du Zhaxiong looked at Yifan with a puzzled expression. "May I take your pulse?" Yifan continued to ask. "Certainly." Du Zhaxiong showed no disdain for Yifan because of his age and proactively extended his right hand. Chu Runting knew that Yifan had some medical knowledge, so she did not choose to stop him. After a moment, Yifan removed his fingers from Du Zhaxiong's wrist and asked Du Zhaxiong, "Mr. Du, do you often feel dizzy, and sometimes even bedridden or inexplicably faint? Is that why someone gave you this Chinese medicine?" "That's right." Du Zhaxiong became interested when he saw that Yifan could accurately describe his symptoms. "After drinking this Chinese medicine, Mr. Du, your symptoms of coma should have eased a lot, but you still often cough and sometimes feel hot, right?" Yifan continued to ask. "That's right, my grandfather's cough has gotten worse these days." The pretty girl next to Du Zhaxiong nodded hurriedly. "Then everything makes sense. Mr. Du, you are very lucky to have met me today." Yifan paused for a moment, then continued, "If you continue to drink this Chinese medicine, I guarantee you will vomit blood and die within 5 days." The words had barely left his lips. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 22 Utter Nonsense. When Chu Runting heard Yifan say those words, she was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Yifan with a somewhat surprised expression, unable to understand why he would say such a thing. Although Chu Runting knew that Yifan knew some medical skills, Yifan was still just a college student. Given his age, how high could his medical skills be? The people around were also completely shocked. Du Zhaoxiong, the only one who remained relatively calm, had experienced all sorts of ups and downs over the years and was unlikely to lose his composure simply because of Yifan's words. "Kid, watch your mouth. You're clearly cursing old Master Du on purpose." A middle-aged man shouted coldly at Yifan. "Yer, what exactly do you do? How dare you spout nonsense here? To diagnose Mr. Du's illness simply by taking his pulse is utterly ridiculous." Everyone shouted at Yifan. "I'm just stating the facts. If Mr. Du believes me, please stop taking this medicine as soon as possible. If Mr. Du doesn't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Yifan replied to everyone with a nonchalant tone. Du Zhaoxiong didn't particularly believe Yifan's words at first, but his expression changed instantly after hearing them. Yifan's guess about his symptoms was completely correct, but this did not prove how amazing Yifan's medical skills were, because many people in Nanyang City knew about his condition, and Du Zhaoxiong, who was speaking just now, had also been coughing. However, Du Zhaoxiong could sense that Yifan spoke with great confidence, which made him begin to feel curious. "You'd better explain yourself clearly today, or I will definitely not let you off the hook for cursing my grandfather just now." The pretty girl next to Du Zhaoxiong stepped forward and shouted coldly at Yifan. This girl's name is Du Muqin, and she is the daughter of Du Zhaoxiong's eldest son, Du Zhenghao. Among the 3 generations of the Du family, Du Muqin and Du Zhaoxiong have the best relationship, and Du Muqin is always the one taking care of Du Zhaoxiong. When Du Muqin heard Yifan say that Du Zhaoxiong would definitely vomit blood and die in 5 days, she was naturally furious. "Mr. Du and Miss Du, I'm so sorry, Yifan was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Chu Runting was also in a state of utter despair. She couldn't understand why Yifan, who had been sitting perfectly fine, had to stand up and say those words. All the plans he had made over the years had been ruined by Yifan's words. Chu Runting felt somewhat resentful towards Yifan, but it was too late. It was already a stroke of luck that the two of them were able to leave the Du residence safely today. "What do you mean I don't care? This person said my grandfather will definitely vomit blood and die in 5 days. Do you think I can pretend I didn't hear what you said?" Du Muqin coldly questioned Chu Runting. "I'm not saying your grandfather will die in 5 days, but that if he continues to drink this Chinese medicine, he will die in 5 days. Yifan glanced at Du Muqin indifferently, and couldn't help but think to himself that this woman was quite pretty, but her brain seemed a bit off. What he said was clearly not what he meant. "Mu Cheng, there's no need to be so agitated." Du Zhaoxiong waved his hand slightly at Du Muqin, then squinted and said with a smile, "Young man, since you were able to say what you just said, it means you must be proficient in some medical skills, right?" "Fine." Yifan nodded in a slightly modest manner. "Oh, it's like this. The symptoms you just described basically match my previous situation. I've had this strange illness for quite some time now, and I've been to many hospitals both domestically and internationally, but no one could determine what was wrong with me. Later, my second son specially invited Mr. Li Guangji, a renowned doctor in Nanyang City. Mr. Li personally prepared this medicine for me, and after taking it, my condition did improve a lot, but the cough symptoms worsened." Du Zhaoxiong looked at Yifan and spoke slowly. "There are truly all sorts of strange things in this world. I've never heard of anyone daring to question Mr. Li in Nanyang City before." A middle-aged man's voice slowly rang out. Yifan turned his head and saw a middle-aged man leading an elderly man slowly into their hall. "Father!" The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted at Du Zhaoxiong. "Mr. Li, you've arrived." Upon seeing the elderly man beside the middle-aged man, Du Zhaoxiong immediately stood up and warmly welcomed him. The two people who appeared at this moment were none other than Du Zhaoxiong's second son, Du Jingnan, and the other old man in a black robe was naturally Li Guangji, the legendary doctor of Nanyang City. Li Guangji is quite well known in Nanyang City. It is said that even the mayor often seeks medical advice from Li Guangji. The stories of Li Guangji saving lives are countless. He is said to have the ability to bring the dead back to life. In recent years, Li Guangji has gotten older and rarely practices medicine anymore. For ordinary people, seeing Li Guangji is harder than climbing to heaven. Looks like this kid's really messed up today. Yes, it's true, the legendary physician Li Guangji actually came in person. Mr. Li is a big shot that ordinary people can't meet no matter how much money they spend. Now someone actually dares to question Mr. Li. What a joke! The people around seem to be waiting to see Yifan make a fool of himself. At this moment, Chu Runting's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Yifan's words instantly shattered all hope in her heart. If the Du family doesn't step in to help, Chu Runting really doesn't know how to help Yifan resolve Wang Qianfu's troubles. Yifan, do you know that your words will ruin you? Chu Runting was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Mr. Du, I had nothing to do today, so I came over to see how you've been doing lately. Li Guangji smiled and said to Du Zhaoxiong. Mr. Li, since I started taking the medicine you prescribed, my health has been improving day by day. My old ailments have not recurred, but my cough seems to have worsened. Du Zhaoxiong replied to Li Guangji in a low voice. Coughing is normal, it should lessen after drinking it for a while longer. Li Guangji said calmly. That's good, that's good. Du Zhaoxiong nodded quickly, and the tension he had felt because of Yifan's words eased considerably. Du Muchung's emotions seemed to have calmed down. After all, Li Guangji was a renowned physician who had been famous for many years, so Du Zhaoxiong naturally preferred to believe Li Guangji's words rather than Yifan's. The level of a person's medical skills can actually be judged simply by their age. Because medical skills cannot be improved simply by reading a lot of books, more importantly, they require accumulating clinical experience. Mr. Du, I'm so sorry, Yifan may have misread it just now. Chu Runting took this opportunity to try and pull Yifan back to her side, so that he wouldn't continue talking nonsense. I wasn't mistaken. What this person just said is utter nonsense. If you listen to him and continue drinking this Chinese medicine, you will surely die within 5 days. Yifan's tone was unusually firm this time. Yifan, what exactly do you want? Chu Runting was already on the verge of a breakdown and shouted loudly at Yifan. At this moment, she felt extremely regretting that she should never have brought Yifan to the Du residence. Young man, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm trying to harm Mr. Du? Li Guangji's expression instantly turned several shades darker. He had actually heard Yifan's doubts about him long ago, but as an elder, he disdained to explain anything to a young upstart like Yifan, and he didn't bring it up earlier. But to his utter surprise, Yifan said that he was talking nonsense. Li Guangji finally reached his breaking point. Chapter 23 Crazy Slap in the Face. Chu Runting looked at Yifan beside her and felt utterly devastated. She never expected that Yifan would dare to say such a thing even in front of Li Guangji. Mr. Li, Yifan didn't mean that at all. Please don't misunderstand. While pulling Yifan closer to her, Chu Runting apologized to Li Guangji in an excited tone. What did he mean when he said I was talking nonsense? Li Guangji simply snorted coldly. Chu Runting hurriedly grabbed Yifan and said, Yifan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Li. I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? Yifan replied to Chu Runting indifferently. Chu Runting looked at Yifan with disappointment in her eyes. She felt that Yifan's personality was too stubborn and he did not understand the principle of being flexible and adaptable. Okay. Li Guangji was so angry at Yifan that he trembled all over, and gritted his teeth as he said, good, 3 times in a row. I wonder where this expert came from. How dare he question Dr. Li like this? Du Jingnan seemed to be getting impatient. After all, Li Guangji was the miracle doctor he had invited, just so he could show off in front of Du Zhaoxiong. Therefore, when Yifan questions Li Guangji, he is questioning himself. I'm not some kind of expert, just an ordinary college student. Yifan replied to Du Jingnan indifferently. When Du Jingnan learned that Yifan was just a student, he couldn't help but sneer, and then said in a low voice, he really is a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He is just a medical student, yet he dares to question the top doctors in Nanyang City. Tell me, what qualifications do you have? Does treating and saving lives really require qualifications and education? Yifan asked Du Jingnan in a calm tone. You? Du Jingnan was speechless for a moment, not expecting Yifan to be so eloquent. And I'm not a medical student, I studied finance. Yifan added a sentence to Du Jingnan. Everyone around Yifan looked at him with astonishment. A finance student questioning a renowned doctor with many years of experience, isn't that deliberately causing trouble? Alright. Stop fooling around here. Du Zhenghao finally lost his temper, slammed his hand on the table, and said to Chu Runting, Miss Chu, please take your friends and leave the Du family immediately. The Du family does not welcome such ignorant people who dare to speak so arrogantly. Mr. Du, I'm so sorry, I'll leave with Yifan right now. Chu Runting quickly apologized to Du Zhenghao, then pulled Yifan outside. Yifan originally just wanted to kindly remind Du Zhaoxiong, but when he saw Du Zhenghao's attitude, he instantly lost his temper and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Du Zhaoxiong slowly opened his mouth and called out. Yifan continued walking outside as if he hadn't heard Du Zhaoxiong's words. 7 or 8 bodyguards instantly blocked Yifan and Chu Runting's path. A hint of nervousness flashed in Chu Runting's beautiful eyes. Yifan then turned to Du Zhaoxiong and asked in a low voice, What do you mean by this? Young man, I have no other intention. Since you just said that I will surely die if I continue to drink this Chinese medicine for 5 days, I would like to hear how you made that judgment. If you cannot give a reason, then admit that you are talking nonsense and apologize to Mr. Li, and I will let you leave. Du Zhaoxiong spoke slowly. What does it matter to me whether you live or die? I've already said what I needed to say. If you don't believe me, I'm too lazy to explain anymore. Yifan replied to Du Zhaoxiong with utter disdain, and then continued walking forward. After hearing Yifan's words, everyone was now 100% certain that what Yifan had said earlier was clearly nonsense, otherwise, a normal person would have explained it. You can't just come and go as you please in the Du family. Keep this person here. Du Jingnan had long disliked Yifan, so when he heard Yifan's words, he shouted out. 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed towards Yifan's location in an instant. A hint of disdain flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he immediately punched the bodyguard in front. Bang! A loud bang. Before the bodyguard could even react, he was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the bodyguards behind him. Immediately afterward, Yifan rushed over. In less than a minute, Yifan easily dealt with the 5 or 6 bodyguards in front of him. The eyes of everyone present were filled with nothing but shock. Who could have imagined that Yifan, who looked so young, would have such terrifying skills? Even Du Zhaoxiong couldn't help but take a closer look at Yifan. As for Chu Runting, she felt no joy at all. She never expected that Yifan would offend Wang Qinfu yesterday and then offend the Du family today. It was obvious that he was trying to drive Yifan and herself to a dead end. If Yifan really angers the Du family, it might not just be that he can't stay in Nanyang City anymore, she might have to leave with him as well. But things had come to this point, and Chu Runting couldn't stop Yifan or persuade the Du family. It seemed there was nothing she could do. After dealing with the bodyguards in front of him, Yifan saw that about 50 or 60 people rushed up from outside the room. Security is very well provided for a large family like the Du family. Although Yifan is a skilled fighter, he is definitely no match for so many people. These people could wear Yifan down even if they used a war of attrition. Therefore, Yifan did not choose to continue fighting. Instead, he turned to Du Zhaoxiong and said, I kindly advised you not to drink that Chinese medicine, but I didn't expect your Du family to treat me like this. Young man, as I just said, I need you to give a proper explanation. Du Zhaoxiong replied to Yifan in a deep voice. Fine, since you want an explanation, I'll give you one now. Yifan walked straight up to Du Zhaoxiong, picked up the bowl of Chinese medicine Du Zhaoxiong was holding, and asked Li Guangji, the medicine you gave Du Zhaoxiong should contain ginseng, lingzhi, deer antler, morinda root, and cordyceps, which are all highly tonifying tonics for yang energy, right? That's right. Mr. Du often falls into a coma because of insufficient yang energy and blood deficiency. Is there anything wrong with me replenishing Mr. Du's yang energy? Li Guangji was surprised that Yifan could identify the medicinal herbs in Chinese medicine just by smelling them. Coupled with the skills Yifan had just displayed, his attitude towards Yifan softened slightly. He could sense that Yifan might actually have some skill. Who told you that Du Zhaoxiong fainted because of insufficient yang energy? I just told you that you were talking nonsense, and you still won't admit it. Yifan simply gave a cold laugh. Then tell me, if it's not a lack of yang energy, then what is it? Li Guangji retorted loudly. It's because Du Zhaoxiong was poisoned. The poison is called 7 insect poison, a very rare slow-acting poison. In the early stages, the poisoned person will experience dizziness and coma. In the middle stages, the body will become stiff and the person will lose consciousness, eventually dying within a year. Yifan shouted with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chu Runting's eyes flashed with disbelief. She couldn't help but wonder if Yifan really knew something, otherwise he couldn't have spoken so eloquently. Seeing Yifan speak so confidently and with such clear thinking, everyone couldn't help but secretly wonder if Yifan had really figured something out. Even Du Muqing's gaze towards Yifan changed drastically at this moment, because every word Yifan said seemed to make perfect sense and didn't sound like it was made up at all. Li Guanji froze on the spot. He had naturally heard of the 7 insect poison. He also knew that the symptoms of the 7 insect poison were very similar to those of yang deficiency, but because this poison was so rare, Li Guanji had never considered it at all. How do you know that Mr. Du is not suffering from a deficiency of yang energy but from poisoning? What evidence can you provide? Li Guanji asked through gritted teeth. Once someone is poisoned by the 7 insects, red blood spots will appear under the skin in the middle stage of the poisoning. Du Zhaoxiong, take a look at your arm and see if you have these blood spots. Yifan asked Du Zhaoxiong. Du Zhaoxiong subconsciously rolled up his sleeves and said to Du Muqing, Muqing, Grandpa's eyesight isn't good, can you take a look for me? Du Muqing quickly examined it carefully, then said in a trembling voice, Grandpa, there do seem to be a few very small blood spots on your arm. For a moment, the expressions on the faces of everyone present seemed even more incredulous. Du Zhaoxiong did indeed have the bloodstains Yifan mentioned on his arm, but because the color was not dark and they were very small, they were very difficult to notice without careful observation. Li Guanji was starting to be dumbfounded. And since you just said that Du Zhaoxiong has a deficiency of yang energy, then go and take my pulse properly now, and then tell me whether his yang energy is deficient or excessive. Yifan shouted at Li Guanji. Li Guanji hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly walked to Du Zhaoxiong's side and began to take Du Zhaoxiong's pulse. A few seconds later, Li Guanji collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. This person is truly amazing. Li Guanji stammered out a sigh. At this point, he was unable to describe his feelings. Chapter 24: A completely different person. A few days ago, when Li Guanji examined Du Zhaoxiong's pulse, Du Zhaoxiong was indeed found to have a deficiency of yang energy. However, this was because Du Zhaoxiong was old and frail, and in recent years he had been busy with many things and had been seeking medical treatment everywhere due to poisoning, which led to a deficiency of yang energy in his pulse. Such losses can be recovered with just some normal conditioning. However, Li Guanji used the most potent tonic on Du Zhaoxiong. Li Guanji seemed completely stunned, sitting on the ground without saying a word. Those around them also sensed something was amiss from Li Guanji's reaction. Du Zhaoxiong, in particular, began to realize that what Yifan said was very likely true, otherwise Li Guanji would not have refuted Yifan. Li Guanji, the tonics you're giving Du Zhaoxiong won't cure his illness at all. On the contrary, they are accelerating his blood circulation and causing the toxins to spread throughout his body in a shorter time. So I'm telling you, if Du Zhaoxiong continues to drink the medicine you're giving him, he will definitely die within 5 days. Do you still think there's a problem? Yifan asked Li Guanji. You're a true master. You're the real master. Li Guanji quickly stood up and called out to Yifan. Du Jingnan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Master, I am truly grateful for your reminder. If it weren't for you, I might have really caused a disaster. Li Guanji shouted, his voice trembling. Chu Runting stood there dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that Yifan was actually right. At this moment, Chu Runting realized that Yifan was not joking at all. He said those words just now in order to get Du Zhaoxiong to agree to help her. Therefore, Chu Runting couldn't help but start to regret her attitude towards Yifan earlier. Mr. Li, could it be that what this young man said is true? My father is not suffering from a deficiency of yang energy, but has been poisoned. Du Zhenghao quickly asked Li Guanji. Yes, Mr. Du, it's all my fault for my poor medical skills. Luckily, this expert noticed and reminded us, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Guanji hurriedly replied. For a moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed at Yifan. They were very familiar with Li Guanji's medical skills, so if Li Guanji was able to admit his mistake, then he probably really was wrong. Congratulations, host. You've successfully shown off. You're rewarded with 2 points of showing off value. The system notification sounded slowly in Yifan's mind. At this point, Yifan already had 3 points of bragging value. Mr. Li, since my grandfather has been poisoned, how can we get an antidote? Zhu Muqing asked Li Guangji anxiously. Upon hearing this, Li Guangji slowly shook his head and said in a low voice, Miss Du, my medical skills are not proficient. Although I know of the existence of the 7 insect poison, I do not know how to detoxify it. Du Zhaxiong's expression instantly turned ugly, and his voice trembled as he asked Li Guangji, Mr. Li, if I don't get the antidote, how much longer can I live? Normally, someone poisoned should have 2 years left to live, but I've given you so many tonics, you probably only have 3 months left at most. Li Guangji replied with utter helplessness. What? Du Zhenghao, Du Jingnan, and the others all stared wide-eyed. Is there only 3 months left? Du Zhaxiong couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. Mr. Du, since that expert was able to tell that you were poisoned by the 7 insects, he must know how to cure it. Li Guangji suddenly shouted. That's right, that person definitely knows. Zhu Muqing nodded quickly, and then began searching for Yi Fan in their hall. It was only then that everyone realized that Yi Fan had left with Chu Runting after saying those words. It seems our actions just now offended that master, and he left in a huff. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go invite him back. Du Zhaxiong felt deep regret. If he had been even slightly more respectful to Yi Fan probably wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. So Du Zhaxiong got up and ran out the door. On the other side, Yi Fan and Chu Runting were walking inside the Du family's manor. Yi Fan, I'm sorry, I thought you were just messing around, so I was a little rude to you. Chu Runting said to Yi Fan with great guilt. You were in a hurry at the time, so I didn't take your words to heart. Besides, my Aunt Chu is so beautiful, so what if she scolded me a couple of times? Yi Fan replied to Chu Runting with a smile. Even at a time like this, you still have the mood to joke with me. Without the Du family's help, my company can still think of other ways, but what about Wang Qianfu's revenge on you? Chu Runting frowned and said with great concern. Don't worry, everything has been resolved. Your company has received its investment, and Wang Qianfu won't dare to retaliate against me. Yi Fan said very casually. Is it all resolved? Chu Runting was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then asked in confusion, how is it all resolved? Mr. Yi. Master Yi. However, at that moment, Du Zhaxiong and Li Guangji's voices rang out behind Chu Runting. Chu Runting subconsciously looked back and found that the entire Du family had chased after her. They'll be begging you to come with me soon, trying to get the Du family to invest in your company. Yi Fan smiled and said to Chu Runting. Soon, Du Zhaxiong and his men arrived in front of Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, thank you so much for saving my life. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have really died in 5 days. Thank you so much, you are my savior. Du Zhaxiong shouted at Yi Fan with unusual excitement. Weren't you just dismissing what I said? Yi Fan replied to Du Zhaxiong indifferently. I was short-sighted. Du Zhaxiong gave an awkward smile. All right, just say what you need me for. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words with Du Zhaxiong and asked directly. Mr. Yi, it's getting late, and it's almost dinner time. How about we eat and chat at the same time? Du Zhaxiong knew that his hope of survival lay with Yi Fan, so his attitude towards Yi Fan had become extremely polite, a complete change from his previous demeanor. Forget about the meal, just tell me what you need. Yi Fan refused. Well. Du Zhaxiong nodded, then looked up at Chu Runting. He knew that Yi Fan was brought by Chu Runting, and that Chu Runting must have come to him with a request. Miss Chu, you must have come to see me today for something, right? Since Mr. Yi is my savior, please feel free to ask if there's anything you need. I'll do my best to help. Du Zhaxiong was quite clever. He planned to agree to Chu Runting's request first, so that Yi Fan wouldn't be able to refuse when he made his own request. Mr. Du, a few days ago Yi Fan offended a man named Wang Qianfu while trying to save me. It seems that Wang Qianfu wants to take revenge on Yi Fan, so I came here today to ask if you could step in and help mediate. Chu Runting was very excited and quickly spoke to Du Zhaxiong. Zhenghao, call Wang Qianfu right now and tell him to visit Mr. Yi and apologize in person within a week. If he fails to do so, our Du family will take action and drive him out of Nanyang City. Du Zhaxiong shouted at Du Zhenghao. Okay, I'll make the call right now. Du Zhenghao nodded. Miss Chu, is there anything else? Du Zhaxiong asked Chu Runting with a smile. Chu Runting seemed somewhat hesitant. Aunt Chu's Runhe Group is currently experiencing some cash flow problems, so I'd like to ask if your Du family could invest in Runhe Group. Yifan felt that Chu Runting seemed a little embarrassed to speak, so he spoke for her. Ms. Chu, how much do you think would be a suitable investment? Du Zhaxiong asked hurriedly. 50 million. Chu Runting said softly. 50 million is too little, how about 100 million? I'll have someone transfer the money to your company account right now, and we can sign the contract when we have time. Du Zhaxiong is wealthy and powerful, 100 million is nothing to him. Chu Runting looked at Du Zhaxiong with shock in his eyes. She hadn't expected that these two matters would be resolved so smoothly. Mr. Yi, I have taken care of both things Miss Chu mentioned. Do you have some time to talk to me about it? Du Zhaxiong cautiously asked Yi Fan. Chapter 25. You haven't fallen in love with me, have you? After seeing that Du Zhaxiong's attitude towards Chu Runting's two matters was quite good, Yi Fan slowly said, You came to me in such a hurry, you must want to ask me how I can help you detoxify, right? That's right, that's right. Du Zhaxiong nodded quickly. Do you have paper and a pen? Yi Fan asked Du Zhaxiong. Quickly, send someone to get paper and a pen. Du Zhaxiong shouted excitedly to the people behind him. Du Mucheng quickly turned around and ran into the room. After finding paper and pen, she returned to Yi Fan's side and handed them to him. After receiving the paper and pen, Yi Fan wrote down the antidote formula for the 7 insect poisons. Go and get the medicine for your grandfather as I wrote above. He should drink it for 3 months straight. Yi Fan handed the paper and pen to Du Mucheng and said expressionlessly. Good. Du Mucheng looked at the recipe Yi Fan gave her and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Du Zhaxiong, however, was very cautious. He asked Yi Fan in a low voice, Mr. Yi, if I drink the medicine you prescribed for 3 consecutive months, the poison in my body will be completely eliminated, right? You're oversimplifying things. This medicine is just to stabilize the toxins in your body. I'll prescribe another medicine for you in 3 months, that's the real antidote. Yi Fan replied to Du Zhaxiong indifferently. However, Yi Fan did not tell Du Zhaxiong the truth. The medicine he prescribed was the real antidote. As long as Du Zhaxiong drank it obediently for 3 months, the poison in his body would naturally be eliminated. Yi Fan said this because he felt that the Du family was still somewhat useful to him. Once Du Zhaxiong is cured of the poison, Yi Fan will be of no use to the Du family. He planned to use this incident to control Du Zhaxiong and use him for his own purposes. Du Zhaxiong slowly raised his head and glanced at Yi Fan. Of course, he didn't dare to ask Yi Fan to write down the real antidote formula, so he quickly smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll come to see you again in 3 months. Yi Fan ignored Du Zhaxiong and walked directly out of the Du residence. Chu Runting followed closely behind Yi Fan, her feelings at this moment seemingly beyond words. When Yi Fan said that Du Zhaxiong would die within 5 days, Chu Runting even felt a little desperate. But no one could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Not only did his company secure an investment of 100 million yuan, but Yi Fan also rejected Wang Qianfu's offer. Chu Runting really didn't know what to say. Du Zhaxiong and the others then escorted Yi Fan and Chu Runting out of the Du residence. This left the bodyguard who had brought Yi Fan and Chu Runting in somewhat dumbfounded. He had worked at the Du residence for several years, and this was the first time he had ever seen Du Zhaxiong personally see guests off. This situation became even rarer after Du Zhaxiong fell ill. Could these two be some important figures? The bodyguard wondered to himself. Mr. Yi, if you need anything else, please feel free to call me anytime. I will do my best to handle anything you ask. After Du Zhaxiong escorted Yi Fan to the car, he smiled and said to Yi Fan. Mr. Du, you don't need to be so polite with me. I will definitely tell you the formula for the antidote to the 7 insect poisons 3 months from now. Yi Fan naturally understood what Du Zhaxiong was thinking, so he replied to Du Zhaxiong indifferently. That's good, that's good. Du Zhaxiong nodded hurriedly. Yi Fan opened the car door and got in. After briefly greeting the Du family, Chu Runting got into the car with them. After Yi Fan started the car and drove for nearly 500 or 600 meters, Du Zhaxiong led the Du family back to the Du residence. Grandpa, is this person a con artist? Du Mucheng asked Du Zhaxiong with some confusion. Why do you ask that? Du Zhaxiong countered with a question. If Yi Fan really knows the formula for the antidote to the 7 insect poisons, why doesn't he tell us now, instead of waiting 3 months to tell us? Could it be that he doesn't know at all and is just prescribing some random medicine to fool us? Du Mucheng's worries were not unfounded. After all, Li Guangji had said that Du Zhaxiong could still live for at least 3 months. Your worries are a bit unnecessary. Even if Yifan had the guts to lie to our Du family, Chu Runting wouldn't have the guts, unless he decides to abandon Runhe Group. Du Zhenghao said expressionlessly. That's right. And since Yifan can see things that Li Guangji can't, it means his medical skills must be extremely high. Secondly, the reason he is giving me the antidote 3 months later is probably because he still wants to use our Du family. Du Zhaoxiong continued. We've already agreed to both of Chu Runting's conditions, and he still wants to use the Du family. Isn't that going a bit too far? Du Muqing shouted excitedly. It doesn't matter. As long as Yifan can really save my life, what's wrong with me helping him a few times? But if Yifan dares to lie to me, then I'll take his life. Du Zhaoxiong replied calmly. After all, the requests Yifan made were just trivial matters in his eyes. On the other side, Chu Runting finally felt relieved after seeing Yifan drive the car far away. She let out a long sigh and gently patted her soft chest. Are you really that scared? Yifan turned to look at Chu Runting, then asked with a smile. Do you know how terrified I was when you said Du Zhaoxiong would die within 5 days? I felt like the sky was about to fall. Chu Runting replied to Yifan with a helpless expression. It's not that Chu Runting is timid, but rather that such a thing would be really hard for anyone to bear. Don't worry, I only said that because I was sure I was right. I'm not stupid, I wouldn't curse someone for no reason. Yifan smiled faintly. Yes, I originally thought you only knew a little about medicine, but I didn't expect your medical skills to be so amazing, even surpassing the #1 doctor in Nanyang City. Chu Runting couldn't help but scrutinize Yifan, wondering how many secrets he still harbored that she didn't know about. Why are you looking at me like that? You haven't fallen in love with me, have you? Yifan asked Chu Runting. After hearing Yifan's words, Chu Runting was stunned for a moment, then said softly, if you were a little older, I might really fall in love with you. Is being younger a problem? I think we're a perfect match. Yifan replied with a smile. A strange glint flashed in Chu Runting's beautiful eyes. It wasn't that she disliked Yifan, on the contrary, her affection for him might be growing stronger. But Chu 1111 will always be an insurmountable obstacle in her heart. Yifan understood what Chu Runting was thinking and what she was worried about. He understood that getting Chu Runting to truly let go of everything and be with him was a very slow process, and if he was too impatient, it would backfire. Where should we go next? Yifan broke the silence inside the car. Let's go shopping. I want to buy you some clothes, and then to celebrate my company getting investment from the Du family, I'll treat you to a big meal. Chu Runting smiled and said to Yifan. Okay, whatever you say. Yifan nodded, then turned around and drove towards the largest shopping mall in Nanyang City. Chapter 26: The Trouble of Being Blocked at the Doorstep. Because Chu Runting is usually busy with company matters, she hasn't gone shopping for a long time. Now that she finally had some time, Chu Runting naturally wanted to take a good look around. Although Chu Runting said she was buying clothes for Yifan, she couldn't resist the new clothes and bags when she got to the mall. Within 10 minutes of Yifan and Chu Runting entering the mall, Chu Runting bought more than 10 outfits for herself, and Yifan naturally became Chu Runting's free labor, doing the work of carrying her bags. The two spent about 2 hours shopping in the mall. Finally, Chu Runting remembered that she needed to buy clothes for Yifan, so she bought him a few items and called it a day. Yifan wasn't particularly concerned about the clothes themselves, all he wanted was for Chu Runting to finish shopping so he could go eat. Apart from having breakfast in the morning, he and Chu Runting hadn't eaten anything all day. It was a little after 9 o'clock at night. Chu Runting reluctantly left after the mall closed, and then took Yifan to a very famous hot pot restaurant in Nanyang City. Yifan, you know what? I've been wanting to eat hot pot here for so long, and I finally had time to come today. Looking at the steaming hot pot, Chu Runting was as happy as a little girl. Who would have thought that Chu Runting, who has always been seen as a strong woman, would have this side to her? You're the boss of your company, shouldn't you be able to manage your own time? Yifan casually ate a piece of mutton, and it tasted really good. I dare not take a break precisely because the company is my own. Chu Runting said softly. Yifan stared at Chu Runting for a moment, then smiled and said, from now on, I'll be the vice president of your company. I'll help you with some of the workload, so you'll have more time to rest. Chu Runting looked at Yifan, feeling a little touched, and then said with a smile, okay, then I'll be counting on you for my company's affairs, and I'll be relying on you from now on. Good. Yifan nodded and smiled. The hot pot meal lasted for more than an hour, and Chu Runting seemed to be in a really good mood. She felt that she hadn't been this happy in many years. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, she didn't even plan to go home. Instead, she wanted to take Yifan for a walk along the river. Yifan had no choice but to agree. Chu Runting walked slowly along the riverbank in her high heels, a gentle breeze caressing her hair. Yifan stood at a distance, watching her in a daze. Chu Runting is such a beautiful woman, so beautiful that it seems there is no flaw in her. Yifan, what are you standing there for? Come here right now. Just then, Chu Runting turned around and smiled at Yifan. Yifan felt as if he had returned to the time when he was with Chu Runting. He even had the urge to rush to Chu Runting's side, hug her, and tell her that he really was her first love. But just then, Chu Runting's phone rang. Chu Runting seemed somewhat disappointed as she took out her phone and glanced at it. If it were a call from someone in the company, Chu Runting would definitely refuse to answer without hesitation. However, Chu Runting only answered the phone after she saw that it was Chu 1111 calling. 1111, what's wrong? After answering the phone, Chu Runting asked softly. Mom, something terrible has happened. That bastard Yifan has caused trouble that has now reached our house. I just came back from my friend's house and saw a large group of people dressed in black blocking our door. I'm too scared to go over there. What should we do? Chu 1111 shouted anxiously. What? They actually found our house. Do you even know who they are? Chu Runting looked very puzzled, because logically speaking, since the Du family had already helped resolve Wang Qianfu's troubles, no one should be blocking her doorway. I'm hiding to the side right now, too scared to go over there. How am I supposed to know who that bastard Yifan has messed with? Chu 1111 replied helplessly. Okay, I got it. Just don't mess with those people right now. I'm going back right away. After saying that, Chu Runting hung up the phone and quickly walked to Yifan's side in her high heels. What's wrong? Yifan could tell at a glance that Chu Runting's mood was not right, so he frowned and asked. It seems like someone is blocking my doorway, and 1111 is too scared to go home. Chu Runting replied to Yifan in a great hurry, and then continued walking towards the parking lot. Are they Wang Qianfu's men? Yifan asked after catching up. I'm not sure about that right now, but I think that since the Du family has already taken action, Wang Qianfu wouldn't have the guts to cause trouble at my house again. Chu Runting replied quickly, then opened the car door and got in. Yifan, sitting in the passenger seat, wondered if Park Chan-woo, whom he had offended at the Taekwondo gym, would come and cause trouble. Chu Runting was in a hurry, so she drove very fast, and the journey that should have taken 20 minutes was completed in 10 minutes. Chu 1111, who had been hiding in the pavilion in the community, ran over as soon as she saw Chu Runting's car drive up. Yifan, what kind of people have you messed with? Why are these people blocking my door? After seeing Yifan, Chu 1111 began to criticize him. Chu Runting frowned as she glanced at the 7 or 8 people standing in the villa. Her expression changed slightly, and she whispered to Chu 1111, 1111, don't talk nonsense. These people aren't here to see Yifan, they're here to see me. He came looking for you. Yifan and Chu 1111 were both stunned. Chu Runting took a deep breath and then walked towards her villa. Yifan and Chu 1111 followed behind Chu Runting. Runting, you're finally back. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you here? A man in a white suit slowly walked up to Chu Runting, holding a bouquet of roses. It wasn't until Chu 1111 saw the man that she realized these people weren't there to cause trouble, but rather to confess their feelings to Chu Runting. Why is this annoying guy so persistent? He sent a bunch of people in black to stand in front of my house in the middle of the night. I thought it was his enemies coming to visit. I had to stay in the neighborhood for a whole hour. Chu 1111 pouted and muttered something to Yifan. Do you know that person in the white shirt? Yifan frowned and asked. Of course I know him. His name is Zhao Hongjun, the general manager of Zhao's group. He had some business dealings with my mother before, and then he started pursuing her relentlessly. Over the years, my mother has rejected him countless times, but he still hasn't given up. Sometimes I really admire his perseverance. Chu 1111 explained as she walked towards the villa. Zhao Hongjun then handed the flowers to Chu Runting and said with a smile, Runting, these flowers are for you. Zhao Hongjun, I've told you so many times, I don't like you at all. Can you please stop harassing me at my house in the middle of the night? Chu Runting frowned and shouted at Zhao Hongjun. I'm not bothering you, and we're both single, so I don't think there's anything wrong with me pursuing you, right? Zhao Hongjun, with a somewhat smug and unconcerned attitude, spoke to Chu Runting. My mom is no longer single. But at that moment, Chu 1111 suddenly shouted at Zhao Hongjun. Zhao Hongjun was visibly taken aback after hearing Chu 1111's words, then frowned and asked, 1111, what are you joking about with Uncle Zhao? Is your mother in love? That's right, this is my mom's boyfriend. Without any hesitation, Chu 1111 pulled Yifan directly in front of her. Is this your mother's boyfriend? Zhao Hongjun stared at Yifan with wide eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 27. Why haven't you made a move yet? After saying that Yifan was Chu Runting's boyfriend, Chu 1111 felt that she was sometimes too clever. Because both Yifan and Zhao Hongjun are people she hates very, very much. So if she were to say that Yifan was Chu Runting's boyfriend, Zhao Hongjun would definitely try every means to deal with Yifan. In that case, whether Yifan or Zhao Hongjun won, it would be a good thing for Chu 1111. Anyway, it has no impact on her. Chu Runting was full of doubt. She didn't understand why Chu 1111 would say that Yifan was her boyfriend, since Yifan was probably the person Chu 1111 hated the most. Yifan, however, saw through Chu 1111's little scheme at a glance. She simply wanted to use him as a shield. But this is exactly what he wanted. Even if Chu 1111 hadn't said those words, Yifan still intended to teach Zhao Hongjun a lesson and make him stay away from Chu Runting in the future. Although Yifan hasn't been able to establish a relationship with Chu Runting yet, he has long considered her his woman, and he would never accept any other man having designs on her. Are you Chu Runting's boyfriend? Zhao Hongjun stepped forward and asked Yifan in a cold voice. That's right, I'm Chu Runting's boyfriend. Yifan replied to Zhao Hongjun indifferently. How old are you anyway? Have you even grown your hair yet? Go home and do your homework, and stop getting in my way. Zhao Hongjun waved his hand dismissively at Yifan, as if he didn't take Yifan seriously at all. First of all, my age is none of your business. Secondly, Chu Runting is my woman now, so don't bother her anymore, or I'll be very rude to you. Do you understand what I mean? Yifan gave Zhao Hongjun a warning without any expression. Chu 1111 was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Yifan's attitude to be so firm. However, she thought again that Yifan was quite skilled, and dealing with Zhao Hongjun and his group might not be a problem for him. Even if Yifan manages to drive Zhao Hongjun away today, Zhao Hongjun will definitely try every means to teach Yifan a lesson in the future. Chu 1111 felt that her plan was simply perfect. Hey, kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't even mention you, even your dad wouldn't have the right to talk to me like that, you understand? Zhao Hongjun sneered and then asked Yifan. I don't care who you are, if you don't get out of here, you'll be in big trouble. Yifan had already started to loosen his wrists. The best solution for dealing with someone like Zhao Hongjun was to beat him up. Chu Runting knew how ruthless Yifan could be if he really went all out, and she didn't want Yifan to offend Zhao Hongjun after offending Wang Qianfu, so she rushed up to Zhao Hongjun and said, Zhao Hongjun, I really already have a boyfriend, so please don't bother us anymore. You'd better leave now. Where are you going? Zhao Hongjun shouted, then continued, I don't believe it. Do you think I, Zhao Hongjun, would be scared away by some young punk? Zhao Hongjun, I've already told you I have a boyfriend, why are you still making trouble here? Chu Runting shouted excitedly. Cripple this kid first. Zhao Hongjun completely ignored Chu Runting's words and pointed directly at Yifan, shouting loudly. Without the slightest hesitation, the bodyguards Zhao Hongjun brought rushed towards Yifan. Let's fight. Let's start fighting already, or Yifan will be in big trouble. Chu 1111, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines, was filled with excitement. However, before the bodyguards could reach Yifan, a black minivan drove straight towards him. The van blocked their way for Zhao Hongjuan's bodyguards. The car door opened. Four burly men who looked like bodyguards got out of the car. Does this kid have backup? A hint of doubt flashed in Zhao Hongjuan's eyes. However, the four bodyguards stood on either side of the van, seemingly without any intention of making a move or speaking to Yifan. Are all four of you fucking crazy? Get this guy out of here right now. However, at that moment, a roar came from inside the van. The four bodyguards only realized what was happening after hearing this. They quickly opened the car door and carried a middle-aged man out of the car on a stretcher. When Zhao Hongjun saw the middle-aged man being carried out of the car by the bodyguards, he was stunned. He quickly walked over and asked in a shocked tone, "Brother Wang, what happened to you?" Chu Runting and Yifan were also somewhat surprised, because the middle-aged man who was carried out was none other than Wang Qianfu, who had just been beaten up by Yifan. "Zhao Hongjun, what are you doing here?" Wang Qianfu turned to look at Zhao Hongjun and asked with some surprise. "I'm here to take care of something." Zhao Hongjun replied with a smile, then continued, "Brother Wang, what happened to you? How did you get beaten up like this? Who had the nerve to do that? What else could have happened? I offended someone I shouldn't have." Wang Qianfu sighed softly, then looked in Yifan's direction. "Carry me over there, quickly." Wang Qianfu directed his bodyguards to shout. After the bodyguards realized what was happening, they carried Wang Qianfu to Yifan. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I was really blind to your greatness. I didn't know you were related to the Du family. I came here specifically to apologize to you. I promise I will never dare to offend you or your girlfriend again. Please give me a chance and don't kick me out of Jiangnan province." Wang Qianfu, lying on the stretcher, shouted excitedly at Yifan. Everyone was stunned when they heard Wang Qianfu's words. Especially Chu 1111 and Zhao Hongjun. Zhao Hongjun never expected that the person Wang Qianfu said he shouldn't offend was actually Yifan. Chu Runting, on the other hand, was very clear about what was going on. Yifan glanced at Wang Qianfu indifferently and asked softly, "Have you learned your lesson?" "I've learned my lesson, this time I've really learned my lesson." Without any hesitation, Wang Qianfu nodded to Yifan. "All right, since you've learned your lesson, I'll let you off this time. Now get someone to carry this tattered stretcher and get out of here." Yifan waved to Wang Qianfu. Okay, I'll get out of here right now." Wang Qianfu nodded, then gave his bodyguard a wink. "Don't do such unethical things again, understand?" Yifan reminded Wang Qianfu again. Okay. Wang Qianfu hurriedly agreed, and then he was lifted into the van. A moment later, the van slowly drove away. Zhao Hongjun stood there, stunned. Yifan strode up to Zhao Hongjun, looked him up and down, and asked, "Didn't you just say you wanted your men to cripple me? Now do it." Zhao Hongjun swallowed hard, then blinked his innocent big eyes and asked, So you're the one who beat Brother Wang up like that?" "Yes. He's a bit immature, so I just gave him a little lesson." Yifan nodded. Zhao Hongjun stared wide-eyed at Yifan, secretly thinking, "You beat him up like that, and this is just a small lesson. Why haven't you made a move yet?" After seeing that Zhao Hongjun remained silent, Yifan continued to ask. I just heard Brother Wang say that you seem to know the Du family." After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Hongjun continued to ask. "Yes, but I don't know many people, just Du Zhaoxiong." Yifan answered slowly. "I'm leaving now, you go ahead with your work." Zhao Hongjun was almost scared to death by Yifan's words. Even if he had the guts of a million, he would never dare to provoke someone of Du Zhaoxiong's caliber. Yifan grabbed Zhao Hongjun and whispered, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, we haven't finished talking about our business yet." "I'm not talking anymore. I promise I'll never bother your girlfriend again, okay?" Zhao Hongjun shouted at Yifan in a trembling voice. "Your attitude is better than Wang Qianfu's. Are you sure you won't come again?" Yifan asked with a smile. I'm not coming. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't come." Without any hesitation, Zhao Hongjun shook his head at Yifan. Chapter 28: The Most Tough Woman in School. Zhao Hongjun stood in front of Yifan, looking completely terrified, his face filled with extreme tension. Zhao Hongjun is a rich second-generation heir who dares to be so arrogant because he has some family connections. However, the Zhao family, to which Zhao Hongjun belongs, is not a large family at all, and it is not even a second-rate family in Nanyang City. Let alone the Du family, even someone like Wang Qianfu is someone Zhao Hongjun can't afford to offend. So when Zhao Hongjun learned that Yifan had beaten Wang Qianfu to such a state, and that Yifan had connections with the Du family, he was completely terrified. "Mr. Yi, I really didn't know that Chu Runting was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to mess with you even if you gave me 1,000 lives." Zhao Hongjun looked at Yifan and said in a trembling voice. Chu 1111 stood at a distance watching Zhao Hongjun, her expression utterly speechless. She never expected that Zhao Hongjun would be such a coward. Before the two sides had even started fighting, Zhao Hongjun had already given up. She had initially thought she was about to witness a good show. Yifan glanced at Zhao Hongjun indifferently, then said expressionlessly, "Did you remember what I just said to you?" I've got it, I've got it." Zhao Hongjun didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly nodded to Yifan. "All right, since you've remembered, then get lost. If I ever find you harassing Chu Runting again, I'll break your legs. Do you understand what I mean?" Yifan said coldly to Zhao Hongjun. Okay, I understand." When Zhao Hongjun learned that Yifan was going to let him go, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed considerably. After calling to his bodyguards, he quickly drove away. Chu Runting looked in Yifan's direction and couldn't help but think to herself that this was perhaps what it felt like to be protected by someone. This sense of security was something Chu Runting had never experienced before. If it weren't for Yifan's appearance, she might never have felt this way in her life. Chu 1111 was not in a good mood. Originally, her plan was to watch Yifan and Zhao Hongjun fight and have some fun, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. "Mom, stop looking, let's go inside." Chu 1111 walked to Chu Runting's side and called out softly to her. "Good." Chu Runting nodded, then glanced at Yifan before entering the villa. In fact, Chu Runting originally planned to express her gratitude to Yifan, since Yifan had helped her get rid of a big problem. However, because Chu 1111 was still there were some things she was too embarrassed to say directly, and she could only wait for another opportunity to tell Yifan. Yifan followed behind Chu Runting with a smile. After entering the villa, Chu 1111 went straight to Chu Runting's room, so Yifan naturally didn't have a chance to communicate with Chu Runting. The two had already developed feelings for each other rapidly because of what happened today. If Yifan could take this opportunity to intensify his efforts, he might actually be able to spark some romance with Chu Runting tonight. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Chu 1111. Yifan could only return to his room alone, take a quick shower, and then lie down on the bed to rest. Lying in bed, Yifan glanced at the store of their show-off and slap-face system. At this point, Yifan had accumulated 3 more points of bragging points, but this time he didn't seem to intend to exchange them for cash. He discovered that money didn't seem to be of much use. What was truly useful were the skill books and such in the system shop. After Yifan exchanged all these items, he would not only gain more skills, but he could also use these skills to show off, and after showing off, he could continue to exchange for items. If this continued, Yifan felt he was about to become invincible. Reaching the pinnacle of life is only a matter of time. 9 o'clock the next morning. Yifan was awakened by an alarm clock. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, only to find that it was a call from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was one of the few good friends of Yifan's body's owner at school. "Hello." Yifan answered the phone casually. "Hey bro, where are you? We have English class today. If you're late, my crush will definitely fail you." Zhang Liang shouted excitedly. "I went to bed a little late last night and just got up now. I'll be right there." Yifan quickly replied, then hung up the phone, ran to the bathroom to wash up, changed his clothes, and ran out of the villa. Because Yifan got up late, Chu Runting and Chu 1111 had already left, so they didn't see the two of them. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at Nanyang University by taxi. Yifan arrived at the classroom at a little after 9:50 a.m., with less than 10 minutes left before the English class was to start. "Over here." As soon as Yifan entered the classroom, a boy with dyed yellow hair sitting in the last row waved at him. "And this person is Zhang Liang." Yifan hesitated for a moment, then sat down next to Zhang Liang. "Brother, what have you been up to lately? You know you have English class today, yet you still dare to come so late. If you're late, you're definitely going to fail." Zhang Liang spoke excitedly to Yifan. "I overslept this morning." Yifan gave a brief explanation. "Hey, I heard you're dating Chu 1111 from our school. Was it last night?" Zhang Liang gave Yifan a knowing look. "When did I start dating Chu 1111?" Yifan quickly replied, then continued, "Although Chu 1111 does seem to be pursuing me, I'm currently focusing on my studies, so I have absolutely no intention of dating." "TCH, can't you live without bragging?" Zhang Liang curled his lip and continued, "You think school beauty Chu is pursuing you? Your dream is a little too beautiful. If you don't believe me, then forget it." Yifan replied to Zhang Liang indifferently. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I borrowed a CZ bar membership card from my friend, tonight. Before Zhang Liang could finish speaking, he heard a series of urgent ringing sounds. My goddess is coming. I'll tell you after class. Zhang Liang quickly shut his mouth and then sat obediently in his seat. Based on this body's memories, Zhang Liang could be considered a second-generation rich kid. His family was in business, and although they weren't extremely wealthy, they were still quite well off compared to ordinary people. Because of his family situation, Zhang Liang usually attends most classes, and he can pay extra at the end of the semester to pay for them. However, he dares not miss a single English class. Because Yifan's English teacher is the most formidable woman in the entire school. He was already a university professor at the young age of 27. Moreover, even the principal had to treat this woman with utmost respect. There were even rumors that this English teacher was the daughter of a wealthy family in Jiangnan province. Of course, this woman has an even more important characteristic. That's a devilish figure and an angelic face. Da. Just as Yifan was wondering what this English teacher looked like, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground slowly rang out. The classroom fell silent instantly. It was completely quiet. Chapter 29, Helping Jiang solve her trouble? Da. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground grew clearer and clearer. Yifan slowly looked up towards the classroom door and saw a woman in a black business suit slowly walk into the classroom. The woman wore a pure white shirt underneath her suit, revealing her soft, high breasts. Her long, fair legs were covered in black stockings made of a very thin material, which allowed glimpses of her fair skin. She wore a pair of black high heels. Her jet black hair was pulled up high, and her pretty face was so delicate that there was no flaw to be found. What's most important is actually this woman's unique aloof and arrogant temperament. And this woman is Jiang Yang, the most formidable female teacher at Nanyang University. Jiang Yang strode into the classroom with her long, slender, and fair legs. Without any complicated or tedious procedures, she immediately said, "Turn to page 63. Class is starting now." A few scattered rustling sounds of pages turning could be heard from inside the classroom. Zhang Liang gently touched Yifan with his hand, then grinned and said, "Teacher Jiang is so beautiful. If I could find a girlfriend like her, I'd be happy to die." Yifan glanced at Zhang Liang indifferently without saying a word. System notification: a special task has been triggered. Please resolve Jiang Yang's troubles within 1 month. Completing the task will reward you with 20 bragging points. Failure to complete the task will deduct all of your bragging points. However, at that moment, the voice of the show-off and slap-in-the-face system suddenly rang in Yifan's mind. Yifan was stunned after hearing the system's words, and then asked in his mind, what trouble is Jiang Yang in now? The system cannot tell their host the answer. Their host must find it themselves. Yifan was speechless. What kind of mission was this? He asked me to solve Jiang Yang's problem, without even mentioning what kind of trouble Jiang Yang had encountered. Furthermore, it was stipulated that it needed to be completed within 1 month. Most importantly, if you fail to complete the task, you have to deduct all your bragging points. Isn't that just deliberately messing with yourself? Yifan's expression was one of utter helplessness. He realized that these so-called show-off points weren't so easy to obtain. Who knew what strange tasks the system might give Yifan when it had nothing better to do? The class ended quickly. When the bell rang, Jiang Yang packed her things and prepared to leave. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then chased after Jiang Yang. Since the system didn't tell Yifan what trouble Jiang Yang was in, Yifan had no choice but to ask her himself. A moment later, Yifan finally caught up with Jiang Yang. "Teacher Jiang, wait a minute!" Yifan shouted at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang slowly turned her head to look at Yifan, and then asked softly, "Yifan, is there something you need?" "Teacher Jiang, have you run into any trouble lately?" Yifan asked Jiang Yang very directly. Jiang Yang was visibly taken aback after hearing Yifan's words, then frowned and asked, "Why do you ask that?" "I just wanted to ask if Teacher Jiang has encountered any trouble recently." Yifan replied somewhat awkwardly. But after he said that, he realized just how foolish his actions had been. He didn't have much contact with Jiang Yang to begin with, and they rarely even spoke to each other. Now he comes up and asks her if she's been having any trouble lately. "Who's going to tell you that?" As expected, Jiang Yang said coldly, "I haven't encountered any trouble recently." After saying that, Jiang Yang walked forward. "Teacher Jiang, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask if you had any problems that I could help you with. I simply wanted to help you." Yifan hurriedly chased after Jiang Yang and said, Yifan, I'm not in any trouble right now, but if you continue to follow me, I feel you might be in trouble. Jiang Yang has always been so aloof, even the way she speaks makes people tremble. Yifan stood still, not daring to chase after her any further. He knew in his heart that asking Jiang Yang would be pointless. The best way was to get to know Jiang Yang better first, and then find out what trouble she had encountered. However, there is now a very thorny problem. So how exactly can Yifan become friends with this cold and aloof beautiful teacher? Could it be that he's going to use the same methods he used on Runting to start an online relationship with Jiang Yang? Yifan immediately dismissed the idea. Because he knew that Jiang Yang didn't have the same good temper as Runting. If Jiang Yang found out that he was flirting with her online, Yifan would be completely ruined. While pondering these questions, Yifan turned and walked back to the classroom. Zhang Liang, who had been sleeping with his head on the table, groggily opened his eyes and asked Yifan, "Get out of class is over. Everyone's gone." Yifan replied, somewhat speechless. At this moment, he had no interest in paying attention to Zhang Liang, because all he could think about was how to get in touch with Jiang Yang. "Let's go, let's grab something to eat at the cafeteria, we still have classes this afternoon." Zhang Liang stretched lightly. Yifan turned to look at Zhang Liang, then asked softly, "Haven't you always liked Teacher Jiang?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Zhang Liang nodded and asked, "Do you know how to get in touch with Teacher Jiang?" Yifan continued to ask, "Brother, are you kidding me? If I knew how to get in touch with Teacher Jiang, would I be telling you?" Zhang Liang smirked and replied, then, as if suddenly realizing something, he turned to Yifan and asked, "Yifan, you haven't lost your mind and are planning to attack Teacher Jiang, have you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. We can only admire a woman like Teacher Jiang from afar. If you dare to pursue her, you're dead. You're overthinking it. I have a girlfriend. I have no feelings for Teacher Jiang. I just need to talk to her about some things. Jiang Yang is indeed beautiful, but Yifan still likes Runting and considers her his girlfriend, so he doesn't really have any feelings for Jiang Yang. I see, then I really can't help you with anything." Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "But I have someone here who can help you." "Who is it?" Yifan asked hurriedly. "She's my girlfriend's roommate. I think she knows Teacher Jiang. I vaguely heard my girlfriend mention her. I think if I ask her, I might be able to get some information out of her." Zhang Liang replied. "That's great. Give me your girlfriend's roommate's contact information." A hint of excitement flashed in Yifan's eyes. Zhang Liang, looking helpless, frowned and said, "Brother, can you not be in such a hurry? I really have something important to discuss with Teacher Jiang." Yifan replied helplessly. "I told you this morning that I borrowed a membership card for CX Bar from a friend. You're coming with me tonight. My girlfriend will be bringing her roommate too. You can get to know each other first, and then you can ask about Teacher Jiang later." Zhang Liang said slowly. Yifan felt that Zhang Liang's words made some sense, so he nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll go with you tonight. Let's go, let's get something to eat, we're starving." Zhang Liang got up and walked straight out of the classroom. Chapter 30 Bar Party. After grabbing a quick bite in the cafeteria, Yifan and Zhang Liang returned to the classroom for their next lesson. However, Yifan's mind was not on the textbook at all at this moment. First of all, he is a reincarnated person, so the things he learns in school are really useless to him. Secondly, Yifan's mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Yang's sexy long legs and what trouble she had run into. I wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yang, in fact, we were practically unrelated. Yifan couldn't understand why the system would suddenly present such a task. Soon, the afternoon's classes finally came to an end. After class, Yifan and Zhang Liang left the school immediately and took a taxi to CZ Bar, the most famous bar in Nanyang City. My girlfriend and her roommate probably haven't arrived yet. Let's wait here for a while. Zhang Liang looked at Yifan and said, "Okay." Yifan nodded slowly, then turned around and glanced at the huge signboard of CZ Bar. This bar is definitely one of the biggest bars in Nanyang City, and it is said that the owner has a very scary background. The entire bar is members only, and only those who have a bar membership card are qualified to enter the bar and spend money. Of course, this bar also claims to be one of the safest bars. Because the bar owner's background was so terrifying, no one dared to cause trouble there. Yifan and Zhang Liang stood at the bar entrance for about 10 minutes. A taxi slowly pulled up in front of the two of them. Zhang Liang, Yifan. The two boys greeted each other after getting out of the taxi. Yifan responded with a smile. Both of these people are Zhang Liang's good friends, and Yifan had met them before. The one with a refined appearance is named Li Ping, while the other one, with a robust and muscular build, is named Wang Meng. Not long after Li Ping and Wang Meng arrived, another taxi stopped next to Zhang Liang. Four girls got out of the car. Yifan glanced briefly at the four girls who got out of the taxi. It was obvious that these four girls had been carefully dressed up, with exquisite makeup on their faces, and they were dressed like they were going to a nightclub. Among them, the one that left a deep impression on Yifan was a girl who was nearly 1.7 meters tall. The girl was very beautiful and wore a black short skirt that accentuated her sexy and alluring figure. She had long, fair legs without stockings and wore a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. This girl gives off a very pure and aloof vibe, and her looks are in no way inferior to Chu 1111's. She should be considered a school beauty in the school. There was another girl who was also quite pretty, wearing a white dress. After getting off the car, she quickly ran to Zhang Liang's side. This girl must be Zhang Liang's girlfriend. Zhang Liang pulled the girl aside and introduced Yifan and the others one by one. Zhang Liang's girlfriend then introduced the other three girls. The prettiest girl was named Zhu Ziqing, and the other two girls, who were of average appearance, were named Wang Yu and Sun Jia. As for Zhang Liang's girlfriend, her name is Li Fei. However, Yifan could tell from the girls' eyes that they were not very satisfied with Li Ping and Wang Meng. Because these two people are just too ordinary looking. Yifan was the only one who looked quite handsome. However, they felt that Yifan's personality seemed somewhat dull, and he didn't show them much enthusiasm. Yifan wasn't particularly interested in the gathering, he only attended to inquire about Jiang Yang, so his indifferent attitude was understandable. After a brief introduction, the group entered the bar under Zhang Liang's guidance. It has to be said that the bar's decor is indeed very luxurious, and you can tell from the clothes and appearance of the customers that they must be wealthy. Zhang Liang first showed the membership card he had borrowed from someone else. After the waiter confirmed that there was no problem, he led Zhang Liang, Yifan and the others to a sofa area. "Sir, all we have left is the sofa area. The minimum charge for the sofa area is 88,800? The waiter spoke softly to Zhang Liang. Several girls showed surprise upon hearing the number, but Zhu Ziqing's expression remained relatively calm. Zhang Liang couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart, but since he had already brought the person here, he couldn't just turn around and leave because the cost was too high. He had only been with Li Fei for a short time, and it would be too embarrassing for him to leave now. Furthermore, Zhang Liang's friend already had money in his card, so Zhang Liang wasn't worried about not having enough money on hand. "Okay, then let's go with the sofa area." Zhang Liang replied almost through gritted teeth. "Okay, what drinks would you like to order?" The waiter brought out the wine list. Zhang Liang handed the drink menu to the girls and said with a smile, "What would you like to drink? Order whatever you like. We have to have a great time today and drink until we drop." After a brief discussion, the group ordered a few bottles of red wine and kept the total bill under 80,000 yuan. About 10 minutes later, the drinks were served. The group then began to drink and chat. Zhang Liang and Li Fei were still deeply in love at the time, and after having a couple of drinks, they started hugging each other. Wang Meng was very interested in the sexy Sun Jia, so he took the initiative to sit next to her and the two played games and drank together. Li Ping and Wang Yu seemed to enjoy playing the same game, so they didn't drink alcohol at all, but instead sat on the sofa and played the game. At this moment, only Yifan and Zhu Ziqing remained. Yifan had just heard Zhang Liang say that Zhu Ziqing seemed to know Jiang Yang, so after hesitating for a moment, he got up and walked to Zhu Ziqing's side. Zhu Ziqing was actually in a pretty good mood after seeing Yifan walking towards her. Because she was quite bored sitting there alone, and besides, Zhu Ziqing thought Yifan was one of the better looking guys among them, she wasn't really averse to interacting with him. "Hello, beautiful lady." Yifan greeted Zhu Ziqing with a smile. "Hello." Zhu Ziqing nodded slightly. Yifan then sat down next to Zhu Ziqing and continued, "Beautiful lady, I heard you seem to know Ms. Jiang Yang from our school, is that right?" Zhu Ziqing froze on the spot after hearing Yifan's words, her expression full of confusion. She originally thought Yifan came over to chat with her, but she never expected that Yifan would not ask about her, but instead asked if she knew Jiang Yang. Zhu Ziqing naturally knew Jiang Yang, because Jiang Yang is her cousin in name only. However, Zhu Ziqing's family was just a branch of the Jiang family, and the two were not familiar with each other at all. Sorry, I don't know him. Zhu Ziqing felt that Yifan might be trying to find a common topic with her, but she didn't really like this topic, so she gently shook her head. Oh well. Yifan replied casually, and then did something that Zhu Ziqing never expected. Yifan turned around and left. And he left with exceptionally decisiveness. Zhu Ziqing sat there, her face contorted with rage. She realized that Yifan wasn't trying to find common ground with her at all. He seemed genuinely there to inquire about Jiang Yang. For a moment, Zhu Ziqing didn't know how to vent her anger, so she could only pick up the wine glass on the table and take a sip of red wine. Yifan, on the other hand, stormed off toward Zhang Liang's location. He had to get an explanation from Zhang Liang. If Zhu Ziqing really didn't know Jiang Yang, then he had just wasted his time coming here. Chapter 31: A Deadly Question. Inside CZ Bar. Yifan rushed to Zhang Liang and Li Fei's side, then pulled Zhang Liang away, frowning as he said, "Stop kissing, come here, I need to talk to you about something." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Li Fei blushed and glanced at him with a slightly shy look in her eyes. Zhang Liang wiped his mouth, frowned, and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Did you eat gunpowder? Come with me right now, I need to tell you something." Yifan urged in a low voice. A hint of helplessness flashed in Zhang Liang's eyes, then he said to Li Fei, "Honey, wait here for me a bit, I'm going to go talk to Yifan for a bit." "Okay." Li Fei looked at Zhang Liang and nodded gently. Yifan led Zhang Liang straight to the bar's restroom. "What exactly happened? Are you not satisfied with Zhu Ziqing or what? I think she's quite pretty. If Li Fei weren't here, I might have even fallen for her." Zhang Liang grinned and asked Yifan. Yifan glanced at Zhang Liang indifferently, then frowned and said, "Didn't you tell me before that Zhu Ziqing knew Jiang Yang?" "I just asked, and Zhu Ziqing doesn't know Jiang Yang at all." Zhang Liang looked at Yifan with a helpless expression, unsure of what to say. "Brother, how long have you known Zhu Ziqing?" Zhang Liang shouted at Yifan. "We just met." Yifan replied in a low voice. "Then why should they talk to you about Jiang Yang? Even if Zhu Ziqing really knows Jiang Yang, it seems like she has no reason to tell you, right? You come up here and ask people if they know Jiang Yang. They are already being very polite by not calling you crazy, you know that." Zhang Liang watched as Yifan immediately launched into a tirade of reprimands. Yifan felt that Zhang Liang's words actually made some sense. He and Zhu Ziqing didn't even know each other, so there was no need for her to talk to him about these things. "So what should I do now?" After hesitating for a moment, Yifan asked Zhang Liang in a low voice. "Brother, do I really need to teach you this step by step? There are so many drinks on the table, just have a few drinks with Zhu Ziqing, get her drunk, and she'll tell you everything, won't she?" Zhang Liang looked at Yifan and shouted helplessly. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Yifan suddenly realized what was going on and immediately strode out of the bathroom. "Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm really getting worked up right now, and I might just let loose completely tonight. I've already booked the hotel room, so don't let me down." Zhang Liang chased after Yifan, shouting excitedly. Yifan had no interest in listening to what Zhang Liang was saying. All he could think about was getting some information about Jiang Yang from Zhu Ziqing so he could find a way to contact her. The system only gave Yifan 1 month to complete this task. Once the task was completed, he would receive 20 points of bragging points, which was very tempting for Yifan. A moment later, Yifan and Zhang Liang returned to the sofa area. Zhang Liang naturally continued to linger with Li Fei, while Yifan, after hesitating for a moment, grabbed a bottle of red wine and headed towards Zhu Ziqing's location. When Zhu Ziqing saw Yifan walking over, she gave him a cold look. "If you're hoping to get anything out of me about Jiang Yang, I advise you not to waste your time. I don't know Jiang Yang." As soon as Yifan sat down next to Zhu Ziqing, her cool voice slowly rang in his ears. "I didn't come to see you about Jiang Yang. I just wanted to find something to talk about with you, that's why I brought up Jiang Yang." This time, Yifan was smarter and sat down next to Zhu Ziqing with a smile. "Then why did you turn around and leave after I told you I wasn't Jiang Yang?" Zhu Ziqing asked Yifan directly. Forehead. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Yifan's eyes, then he grinned and said, I had something to do earlier, so I left. It has nothing to do with whether you know Jiang Yang or not. Zhu Ziqing's beautiful eyes scanned Yifan, but she didn't say anything more. Since she was bored anyway, it didn't really matter whether Yifan approached her for Jiang Yang's sake or not. She had already decided that she would never reveal a single piece of information about Jiang Yang to Yifan. She just wanted to quietly watch how Yifan would put on his act. Hey beautiful, we're both pretty free and have nothing to do, how about we play some games? After hesitating for a moment, Yifan spoke to Zhu Ziqing. Zhu Ziqing rested her chin on her hand and glanced at Yifan indifferently, then said softly, okay, what game do you want to play? Let's roll the dice. Yifan took out 2 dice cups and said with a smile. He knew that if he directly asked Zhu Ziqing about Jiang Yang, Zhu Ziqing would definitely not say a word. He had to get this woman drunk first, and then try to find out something, even if it was just finding out where Jiang Yang's house was located. At least we won't be like this now, wandering around like headless flies, not knowing where to start at all. Let's begin. Zhu Ziqing picked up the dice cup and shook the dice. Yifan, on the other hand, had a big smile on his face. But more than half an hour later, the smile on Yifan's face vanished completely. You lost again, have another drink. Zhu Ziqing sat on the sofa and pushed a glass of foreign liquor in front of Yifan, saying calmly, let me catch my breath. Yifan quickly waved his hand, already feeling dizzy. In the past half hour, Zhu Ziqing hadn't lost a single game, while Yifan had been losing constantly and drinking continuously. Yifan drank the entire bottle of foreign liquor. Yifan wasn't someone who frequented bars often. He could only be considered to know how to play the dice game, but he wasn't an expert. On the contrary, Zhu Ziqing frequents nightclubs and is not only good at drinking but also at being skilled in alcohol. Yifan had initially thought it was just a game of luck, that he would drink one glass and Zhu Ziqing would drink another, and that he was confident he could get Zhu Ziqing drunk. But who would have thought that Zhu Ziqing would be so fierce? For a whole hour, I didn't get a single drop of alcohol. Can't drink anymore. Zhu Ziqing asked Yifan softly. I can't drink anymore, I really can't drink anymore. Yifan quickly waved to Zhu Ziqing. Zhu Ziqing smiled faintly and said softly, your alcohol tolerance seems pretty average. Are you trying to get me drunk? How did you know I wanted to get you drunk? Yifan paused for a moment before asking. You came to play games with me without saying a word, so it's obvious you weren't here to pick me up. If you weren't here to pick me up, then you must be trying to get me drunk and get some information about Jiang Yang out of me. Zhu Ziqing looked at Yifan calmly. It was only then that Yifan realized that the woman in front of him wasn't just all looks and no brains, she seemed to be quite intelligent. Do you really like Jiang Yang that much? She wouldn't be interested in an ordinary student. You'd better not waste your energy. Zhu Ziqing looked at Yifan coldly and said, I'm not trying to pursue Jiang Yang, I just want to ask her some questions. Yifan quickly explained. If you have something to ask, just go ask it. Why are you wasting your time here? Zhu Ziqing couldn't quite understand Yifan's thought process. Jiang Yang is even more aloof than you. I barely said a few words before she left. Yifan was extremely irritable. He couldn't understand why the system would suddenly give him such a strange task. Zhu Ziqing hesitated for a moment, then whispered to Yifan, how about this? Since you can't drink anymore, let's play truth or dare. If you win, you can ask me about Jiang Yang. I'll tell you what I know and what I can say. Really? Upon hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, a hint of excitement flashed in Yifan's eyes. Of course it's true. As long as you don't harass Jiang Yang, there are some things I can tell you. Zhu Ziqing nodded gently. Yifan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, then let's just compare sizes, otherwise I have no chance of winning. Can? Zhu Ziqing nodded readily. Yifan looked up at Zhu Ziqing and found that she was more approachable than he had imagined. At least she wasn't the kind of girl who would act aloof just because she was pretty. Yifan lost the first match. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhu Ziqing asked directly. It's something, but it's also something that's not. Yifan really couldn't define his relationship with Zhu Runting, so he gave a somewhat ambiguous answer. Okay, then there isn't one. Zhu Ziqing said calmly. Yifan didn't refute anything and continued to roll the dice. In the second round, Yifan finally won. What is your relationship with Jiang Yang? Yifan wanted to confirm whether Zhu Ziqing really knew Jiang Yang. She could be considered my cousin, but we're not particularly close. If you want to ask me anything too personal, I probably can't answer you, and it's unlikely I can. Zhu Ziqing looked at Yifan and said. Okay. Yifan nodded. But Yifan still lost the third match. Zhu Ziqing hesitated for a moment when she looked at Yifan, then smiled and asked, "Who do you think is prettier, me or your girlfriend?" Yifan was stunned when he heard Zhu Ziqing's words. Isn't this a life or death question? Chapter 32 has a powerful background. Yifan looked at Zhu Ziqing in front of him, and for a moment he was at a loss as to how to answer her question. If Yifan said that Zhu Ziqing was prettier than Chu Runting, that would obviously be a lie. However, he worried that if he told the truth, Zhu Ziqing might leave in a fit of anger. Wouldn't I have wasted all that drinking? What? Is my question difficult to answer? Seeing that Yifan hadn't spoken for a while, Zhu Ziqing asked with a smile. It's a bit difficult to answer. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and just because I think someone is pretty doesn't mean that person is actually pretty. After weighing the options, Yifan came up with a suitable answer. Then what if I insist that you give me an answer? Zhu Ziqing rested her chin on her hand as she sized up Yifan, speaking with a hint of amusement. This. Yifan scratched his head, realizing just how difficult Zhu Ziqing was to deal with. Hello, beautiful lady. Just then, a handsome young man walked up to Zhu Ziqing and greeted her with a smile. Zhu Ziqing's looks and figure are definitely outstanding in this bar, so she naturally attracts a lot of attention. However, some people are self-aware enough not to come over and chat with her, while others can't suppress their inner restlessness. Yifan glanced at the young man who had come over to chat with Zhu Ziqing. He was good-looking, and his clothes and appearance showed that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Zhu Ziqing also glanced at the young man. She seemed to be used to this kind of approach, but this young man didn't seem to meet her requirements, so she said directly, "Is there something you need?" "Actually, there's nothing else, I just wanted to buy you a drink." The young man replied with a smile. "If you want to buy me a drink, you'll have to ask my boyfriend for permission first." As Zhu Ziqing spoke, she looked directly at Yifan. Yifan wasn't stupid, he instantly understood Zhu Ziqing's intention. She was planning to use him as a shield. However, Yifan was willing to do so, since he needed their help now. "Are you this beautiful woman's boyfriend?" The young man asked Yifan directly. "That's right, so what?" Yifan replied calmly. "Judging from your appearance, you're probably not very old, probably a student." The young man continued. "That's right, I'm still in school." Yifan nodded. "Which school do you attend?" "I have friends at several universities in Nanyang City." "What does it matter to me if you have friends? Do you have anything else to do? If not, go do what you're supposed to do and don't interrupt my conversation with my girlfriend." Yifan showed no respect to the young man, frowning and shouting at him. First of all, Yifan didn't like watching this young man show off in front of him. Secondly, Yifan was genuinely anxious. He had wasted so much time on Zhu Ziqing and hadn't managed to get a single useful question out of her. Now some rich kid from who knows where is showing off in front of me. It's already a great restraint that he hasn't hit anyone. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant." A hint of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of here right now?" Yifan replied to the young man in a cold voice. What happened to Yifan? Just then, Zhang Liang and the others saw Yifan arguing with the young man and immediately stood up to ask. The young man noticed that Yifan had more people, so he sneered and pointed at Yifan, saying, "Kid, you just wait. Get lost, I'm not in the mood to waste my breath on you." Yifan waved his hand irritably. Yifan dared to deal with someone like Wang Qianfu, so he really didn't take a little rich kid seriously. The young man gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Yifan continued playing dice with Zhu Ziqing. "You were a bit too impulsive just now. If this person has some powerful connections, you could be in big trouble." Zhu Ziqing then gave Yifan a brief reminder. What big trouble could he possibly be in? Even if he has some connections, can they be as powerful as mine? Yifan said nonchalantly. Zhu Ziqing frowned slightly. She had a fairly good impression of Yifan before, but after hearing Yifan's words, all her previous good impression was swept away. She discovered that Yifan seemed no different from those boys they all loved to brag. However, Yifan wasn't bragging. The Du family now treats him like a god, so in Nanyang City, there are really few people who can compare to Yifan in terms of background. "I need to use the restroom." Zhu Ziqing slowly stood up and said. "All right, go ahead." Yifan nodded. After seeing Zhu Ziqing leave, Zhang Liang quickly ran to Yifan's side and asked with a smile, "Dude, how's it going on your end?" He drank a whole bottle of foreign liquor, but didn't get any of the key information out of me. Yifan replied to Zhang Liang with a hint of helplessness. I just don't understand, what exactly are you planning to find out about Teacher Jiang? Why are you suddenly so interested in Teacher Jiang? Zhang Liang asked Yifan with great confusion. Yifan looked at Zhang Liang, unsure how to explain the situation. However, at that moment, about a dozen people walked directly towards Yifan. Zhang Liang's expression changed instantly. The leader was a burly man with a buzz cut, while the young man who had struck up a conversation with Zhu Ziqing earlier was standing next to him. Yifan, you might be in trouble this time. Zhang Liang quickly said to Yifan. Then why didn't you run away? Yifan suddenly asked Zhang Liang with some curiosity. Why run? Your troubles are my troubles too. I have some connections in Nanyang City. I'll see who they are and try my best to settle things for you without firing a single shot. Zhang Liang said, grinning. Yifan was stunned when he heard Zhang Liang's words. He didn't expect Zhang Liang to be so loyal. Soon, the burly man with the buzz cut led the young man to Yifan and the others. Brother Wang, this is the kid. The young man pointed directly at Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, and shouted. Brother Wang glanced at Yifan indifferently, then said in a low voice, Kid, was it you who told my friend to get lost just now? Brother Wang, it's you? After recognizing the burly man, Zhang Liang quickly stood up and called out with a smile. Who are you? Brother Wang frowned and glanced at Zhang Liang, then asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. Brother Wang, I'm a friend of young Master Kui. We had drinks together last time. Your memory is really bad. At this moment, Zhang Liang was relatively calm, because the helper the young man had found was named Wang Peng, who was not a big shot, but just a henchman of a wealthy second generation with some influence. Therefore, Zhang Liang felt that he should be able to handle this matter. Brother Wang looked Zhang Liang up and down, then slapped his forehead and said, I remember now, you're that Zhang Liang, right? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Liang quickly nodded with a smile, and then continued, Brother Wang, today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Yifan is my friend. Why don't you give me face and let this matter drop? Zhang Liang's words were very polite, and he was giving Brother Wang a lot of face. Zhang Liang, it's not that I'm not giving you face, it's just that this guy offended Brother Nan's friend, and it was Brother Nan who sent me down. Brother Wang replied in a low voice. Brother Nan. Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then quickly asked, Brother Wang, which Brother Nan are you talking about? Isn't that obvious? How many Brother Nans are there in Nanyang City? Brother Wang shouted loudly. Zhang Liang was stunned for a second. After hesitating for a few seconds, he stammered, You're not talking about Brother Duchen Nan, are you? That's right. Brother Wang nodded slowly. For a moment, Zhang Liang was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the person Yifan offended would be Duchen Nan's friend. Chapter 33 Duchen Nan. In the circle of wealthy second-generation people in Nanyang City, almost everyone knows Duchen Nan. Duchen Nan is a direct descendant of the Du family, and unlike most of the third generation of the Du family, Duchen Nan does not have much ambition, nor does he care about competing for the Du family's businesses. This has led to Duchen Nan having a good reputation among the three generations of the Du family, making him one of the top figures in the circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Nanyang City. In an instant, sweat began to bead on Zhang Liang's forehead. He knew that this was not a problem he could solve on his own. Given his background, he might be able to talk to someone like Brother Wang, but he definitely wouldn't be able to talk to Duchen Nan. Brother Wang, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? Zhang Liang asked Brother Wang in a low voice. There's no room for negotiation. Brother Nan wants me to take this kid out and teach him a lesson. Brother Wang said slowly. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Wang, could you go easy on me? This is my friend. I'll treat you to drinks when we have the chance. Zhang Liang understood that since Yifan had offended Duchen Nan's people, he was basically going to get beaten up today, so he could only try his best to protect Yifan. I'll just give you a token amount out of respect for you, it's not like we have any deep-seated hatred. Brother Wang readily agreed. Zhang Liang walked over to Yifan and whispered, Brother, I'm really not capable enough to mess with someone like Duchen Nan. I'm sorry, but they won't go too far. Just bear with it. Yifan glanced at Zhang Liang indifferently, but he was actually quite touched. After all, Zhang Liang had indeed tried his best to help him. "All right, kid, come with us." Brother Wang shouted at Yifan with a blank expression. Zhu Ziqing had actually returned long ago, but she didn't say anything and just watched the commotion from the sidelines. Didn't Yifan say before that he had some connections? So she was curious about Yifan's background. However, Zhu Ziqing had no choice but to come out when she saw that Yifan seemed to be terrified and was sitting there not daring to say a word. This whole thing started because of her, so naturally she wouldn't ignore Yifan. "Wang Peng, Yifan had a conflict with this guy just now because of me, so the cause of this is me. Call Brother Nan now and ask him to give me some face." Zhu Ziqing slowly walked up to Wang Peng and said, "Oh, Miss Zhu, it's you?" Wang Peng's expression changed instantly upon seeing Zhu Ziqing, and his tone of voice softened considerably. "Make a phone call." Zhu Ziqing was very confident that Du Qiannan would definitely give her that kind of face. "Okay, I'll call Brother Nan right now." Wang Peng nodded, then took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. After a brief chat, Wang Peng hung up the phone with a smile and then said to Zhu Ziqing, "Miss Zhu, Brother Nan just said he didn't know this kid knew you. I'll give you face today and let him apologize to Brother Nan's friend, that'll be the end of it." "Kindness." Zhu Ziqing nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the outcome. She then turned to Yifan and said, "Yifan, apologize to this person, and let's consider this matter over." Yifan slowly raised his head and glanced at Zhu Ziqing, then looked at the young man he had previously scolded and chased away, and said expressionlessly, "What did I do wrong that I need to apologize to him for?" Yifan's words stunned everyone present. Zhang Liang, Li Fei, Li Ping, Wang Meng, and Sun Jia were all astonished. They couldn't understand why Yifan would suddenly say such a thing. Was it just to show off in front of Zhu Ziqing? Zhu Ziqing also frowned slightly, feeling that Yifan was being ungrateful. "Yifan, this is the best result I managed to get for you. If you don't cherish it, have you thought about how terrible your end will be?" Zhu Ziqing walked directly to Yifan's side and asked him in a low voice. "I insulted him, and I can bear the consequences of that insult. I don't care who the big shots are behind him. I didn't do anything wrong today, so I'm not wrong. Just because the people behind him have some connections, do I have to bow my head and admit my mistake?" Yifan replied to Zhu Ziqing indifferently. It was only then that he realized just how much courage a person's abilities and background could bring him. If Yifan were an ordinary person, he would apologize to that person without any hesitation. But now, Yifan doesn't care whether these people actually start fighting or the big shot behind them. He can also loudly declare that he will not apologize. "Yifan, aren't you getting a little too into this role? Do you think it's appropriate to have your arms and legs broken just to save face?" Zhu Ziqing didn't understand why Yifan was still showing off at this time. "How do you know these people can break my arms and legs?" Yifan directly countered with a question. "Apologize or not? If you don't apologize, then I'm not going to care about this anymore. Whether you live or die is none of my business." Zhu Ziqing shouted, her big, watery eyes wide open. "I won't apologize," Yifan said expressionlessly. "Ziqing, your friend has quite a temper." However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Everyone turned to look, and saw a young man in a white suit walking slowly towards them, his arm around a very sexy and beautiful second-tier female celebrity. Zhang Liang, Zhu Ziqing, and the others were stunned when they saw the young man. Because this person is Du Qiannan. If Du Qiannan had heard what Yifan just said, then this matter would probably have no way to end today. "That's it, this kid's dead today. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. An apology would have been enough, but he had to show off. Let's stay away from each other, so we don't get involved." The onlookers around began to whisper among themselves. "Brother Nan, my friend is probably drunk and confused, please don't take it to heart." Zhu Ziqing walked over quickly and said excitedly. "Ziqing, I was originally giving you face out of respect for the Jiang family, but your friend is really ungrateful, so don't blame me for not giving you face." Du Qiannan snorted coldly, then shouted at Wang Peng and the others, "Drag this guy outside and break his hands first. I want to see just how tough this kid is. I've never seen anyone who doesn't bow down in front of me, Du Qiannan." Yifan slowly raised his head and glanced at Du Qiannan, then asked with a smile, "You should be a member of the Du family, right?" "That's right." Du Qiannan nodded. "If you dare to touch me today, You might not be able to bear the consequences. Yifan slowly stood up and said to Du Qiannan. I can't afford it. Well, I'm curious why I can't afford it. Du Qiannan couldn't understand where Yifan got the courage to say those words. Zhu Ziqing couldn't understand why, even at this point, she still had the mood to act arrogantly. Splash! Wang Peng led more than 10 people and rushed straight towards Yifan's location. Yifan stretched his body briefly, then charged forward and kicked Wang Peng, who was at the front, flying away. Next, it was Yifan's turn to perform alone. One by one, Du Qiannan's men were sent flying backward. These people seemed to have no ability to resist Yifan. Everyone present was stunned. Zhu Ziqing stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes. She never expected that Yifan would be so good at fighting. Yifan, when did Yifan become so powerful? Zhang Liang looked at Yifan and couldn't help but stammer out a sigh. After dealing with Wang Peng and his men, Yifan walked directly towards Du Qiannan. Startled, Du Qiannan quickly took 2 steps back and then shouted at Yifan, Do you know who I am? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Yifan might consider fighting other families, but he could easily take on the Du family. Chapter 34 You want me to apologize to you? In less than a minute, Du Qiannan's entire army was wiped out. Everyone present stared at Yifan in utter disbelief, their faces filled with shock. They never imagined that Yifan, who looked so thin and weak, would be so terrifyingly skilled. In less than a minute, all of Du Qiannan's men were taken down by Yifan, lying on the ground groaning in pain. At this moment, Du Qiannan realized that something was wrong. He finally understood why Yifan had been so arrogant earlier and refused to apologize no matter who pleaded for him. Yifan walked towards Du Qiannan's direction. Although Zhu Ziqing was also very shocked, she quickly came to her senses. If Yifan really did hit Du Qiannan in a moment of impulse, then this matter would really escalate to an uncontrollable point. Yifan, are you crazy? Do you even know who Brother Nan is? If you beat him up today, your life will be ruined. Even a god couldn't save you, do you understand? Zhu Ziqing rushed to Yifan and shouted excitedly at him. After hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, Yifan glanced at her calmly and said, It wasn't that I wanted to attack him, but that he tried to break my arms and legs, so I fought back. Whether he struck first or you struck first, you must not retaliate. A big shot like Brother Nan is someone you can't afford to mess with. Zhu Ziqing reached out and grabbed Yifan, her face showing extreme excitement. She is now very worried that Yifan will make a big fuss about this, because if things escalate, it will not benefit anyone. Zhang Liang hurriedly walked up to Yifan, then reached out and pulled Yifan aside, whispering, Brother Fan, someone like Du Qiannan is someone we ordinary people can't afford to mess with. You absolutely mustn't lay a hand on Du Qiannan, because once you do, there'll be no turning back. After hearing Zhu Ziqing and Zhang Liang's words, Yifan hesitated for a moment. First of all, Yifan was not afraid of Du Qiannan, but he was worried that if Du Qiannan wanted to retaliate against him but failed, he would turn around and retaliate against Zhang Liang and the others, which would be troublesome. Moreover, Yifan himself is not a person who likes to cause trouble, so making things too big is actually meaningless. Brother Fan, did you even listen to what I told you? Zhang Liang asked Yifan anxiously. Zhu Ziqing also frowned as she looked at Yifan. She seemed to have made up her mind that she would absolutely not let Yifan make a move against Zhang Liang today, no matter what. Okay, I understand what you mean. Yifan spoke softly to Zhang Liang. Brother Fan, what have you figured out? Zhang Liang asked anxiously. Yifan then strode directly toward Du Qiannan. Just as Yifan was talking to Zhang Liang and Zhu Ziqing, Du Qiannan had already made several phone calls seeking help. He didn't believe that anyone in Nanyang City could possibly harm him. Yifan walked up to Du Qiannan, looked him up and down, and said calmly, I was originally planning to teach you a lesson, but my friend persuaded me, and I think they have some merit. So I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me honestly, I can pretend that nothing happened. After Yifan finished speaking, everyone present looked in his direction with nothing but shock. Du Qiannan was also stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Yifan would obediently admit his mistake after knowing his background, and he might not hold it against Yifan. However, Du Qiannan never expected that Yifan would be so arrogant, not only refusing to apologize to him but also demanding that he apologize to Yifan. Zhu Ziqing was shocked when she heard Yifan's words. She really couldn't understand what Yifan was thinking. Did Yifan really intend to kill her? If this matter escalates, Yifan might not be the only one to die. Zhu Ziqing, Zhang Liang, and the others will definitely be implicated as well. This is why Zhu Ziqing has been trying her best to stop Yifan from touching Du Qiannan. Du Qiannan smiled at Yifan, then asked him with a hint of disdain, "You just said you wanted me to apologize to you, right?" "That's right." Yifan nodded slowly. "I really didn't expect that anyone in Nanyang City would dare to make me, Du Qiannan, apologize. You are definitely the first one. I can give you this opportunity today, but can you give me some time? We can talk about the apology after my people arrive." Du Qiannan probably knew that his reinforcements were about to arrive, so he was clearly deliberately stalling for time. "Sure. All you did was call for reinforcements. I can wait for your reinforcements to arrive." Yifan was now completely fearless. Because he didn't care at all how many people Du Qiannan could call over. Even if Du Qiannan called over 10,000 people today, it wouldn't compare to a single phone call Yifan made casually. Du Qiannan frowned as he looked at Yifan, unable to understand where Yifan's confidence came from. Even Du Qiannan suspected that Yifan might have some background he didn't know about, or that he might be a rich second generation from somewhere else. However, Du Qiannan is very well informed. If Yifan really has some extraordinary background, Du Qiannan should be the first to know. Zhu Ziqing, Zhang Liang, and the others were also confused about what Yifan was trying to do. However, as long as Yifan did not make a move against Du Qiannan, their hearts, which had been pounding in their throats, were finally at ease. "Brother Fan, why don't you go and have a good talk with Du Qiannan? Maybe this matter will just be over. Why do you insist on making Du Qiannan apologize to you?" Zhang Liang walked up to Yifan, frowned, and asked Yifan with a helpless tone. Yifan glanced at Zhang Liang indifferently, then said in a low voice, "This person just tried to break my arms and legs. What's wrong with me making him apologize? Is that too much to ask? His Du Qiannan, how could he possibly apologize to you?" Zhang Liang looked at Yifan and was momentarily at a loss for words. Yifan scoffed and said indifferently, "So what if he's from the Du family?" After hearing Yifan's words, Zhang Liang and Zhu Ziqing were both speechless. After exchanging a glance, neither of them chose to continue speaking. Because they couldn't understand what Yifan was trying to do, and this was something that neither of them could control. They had already tried to persuade Yifan for so long, but to no avail, so they decided not to continue. In Zhu Ziqing's eyes, Yifan was probably just arrogant because he was good at fighting. Sometimes it would be a good thing to teach such people a lesson. "Yifan, if you find things are going wrong, run. I know you're pretty good at fighting, but don't overdo it." Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to remind Yifan. Yifan nodded slightly. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded at the entrance of the bar. A young man led more than 20 burly men and rushed in. "I'd like to see today who dares to bully young Master Du." The young man in the lead shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhu Ziqing couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the young man, because he was also the young master of a very powerful family in Nanyang City. "Yeah, they even want to fight my brother Nan. Who on earth is this guy?" Immediately afterwards, another large group of people entered the bar. They really don't know their own limitations. Don't they know whose territory this Nanyang City is? The third group of people also entered the bar. In less than 10 minutes, about 70 or 80 people came to Du Qiannan's side. Zhu Ziqing felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked at these people. Because these people are basically the top second-generation rich kids in Nanyang City. If Yifan were to actually fight these people today, even if he were to win, he would no longer be able to stay in Nanyang City. A hint of smugness flashed in Du Qiannan's eyes as he strode towards Yifan. "You wanted me to apologize to you, didn't you?" Du Qiannan asked Yifan in a cold voice. "Yes." Yifan answered calmly. Everyone present was surprised to hear Yifan's words. No one expected that Yifan would be so bold as to say such a thing even when surrounded by so many people. Zhu Ziqing also frowned as she looked at Yifan, and couldn't help but think to herself that even if Yifan had great skills, he could never be a match for so many people. So what was the source of his confidence in saying that? At the same time, inside the general manager's office on the 4th floor of CZ Bar, a beautiful woman in a light white cheongsam was checking the bar's accounts, her expression very serious. "Young miss, something terrible has happened. The 5th young master is fighting with someone downstairs, and has gathered 70 or 80 people in the bar. A middle-aged man rushed into the office, shouting excitedly. That Du Tiannan really never stops causing trouble. The woman frowned slightly, then got up and walked out of the office. Chapter 35: A resounding slap. The first floor of the bar. Du Tiannan looked at Yifan in front of him with great interest. In fact, he was also very curious as to why Yifan could remain so calm even after he had called so many people over. However, since things have already escalated to this point, if Du Tiannan doesn't teach Yifan a lesson, it will greatly affect his reputation. Kid, you do have some backbone. I hope you'll still have that same backbone when you get beaten up later. Du Tiannan reached out and touched his chin, then said coldly to Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly, then said directly, if you dare let these people touch me today, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Har har har. Du Tiannan couldn't help but burst into laughter, then waved his hand and shouted, break this guy's hands first. I've lived all these years and this is the first time I've ever seen someone so stubborn. I want to see just how powerful this kid is to dare talk to me like that. Tap tap tap. A series of rapid footsteps sounded. After hearing Du Tiannan's words, everyone headed towards Yifan's location. Yifan, what are you still standing here for? Run. Zhang Liang knew that Yifan was quite skilled, so he quickly whispered to Yifan. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, Yifan did not react at all and remained quietly sitting on the sofa. Stop it, all of you. However, just as Du Tiannan's men were about to rush in front of Yifan, a clear, cold voice rang out in the bar. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and looked over. A beautiful woman in a white cheongsam and high heels slowly walked down the stairs. When Du Tiannan saw the beautiful woman, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to be in a bar. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly went up to her with a smile and said, Second sister, what are you doing here? I came here today to check the accounts. Someone just said you were causing trouble on the first floor, so I came down to check. The beautiful woman replied to Du Tiannan in a calm tone. Second sister, what are you saying? Even if you gave me 10,000 lives, I would never cause trouble in your territory. Someone beat up my brother, and I'm going to teach that kid a lesson. Du Tiannan quickly explained with a smile. All right, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I can't control who you want to deal with, but don't cause trouble here. It's disrupting my business and it's not a good look. Take them out of here. The beautiful woman seemed to be giving Du Tiannan a lot of face, and spoke directly. Okay, second sister, I understand what you mean. I'll take everyone out now. Du Tiannan chuckled and agreed. The beautiful woman didn't even look in Yifan's direction. She turned and headed upstairs. The woman came down in person because she knew that Du Tiannan would never listen to anyone else, so she had no choice but to do it herself. Take Yifan outside the bar. Du Tiannan shouted loudly to the crowd. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, the beautiful woman who was about to go upstairs couldn't help but pause when she heard Yifan's name, and then suddenly turned her head to look at the defensive line in the middle of the crowd. Yifan was still sitting on the sofa. When the beautiful woman saw Yifan, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly walked towards him. Second sister, why haven't you left yet? After seeing the beautiful woman turn back, Du Tiannan asked her with some confusion. However, the woman did not answer Du Tiannan's question at all. Instead, she went straight to Yifan and asked in a very polite tone, Mr. Yi, what brings you to my bar? After the woman finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Du Tiannan stood there dumbfounded, his expression one of utter disbelief. Who would have thought that this beautiful woman would know Yifan? Zhu Ziqing was equally shocked. Because she recognized the beautiful woman speaking to Yifan at that moment as none other than Du Muchen, the most favored second young lady of the Du family. Yifan actually knows Du Muchen? Just who is he? Zhu Ziqing's eyes began to show a very complicated expression. She realized that her previous guess seemed to be correct. Yifan did indeed have an identity and background that none of them knew. Otherwise, given Du Muchen's personality, she would never speak to Yifan in such a tone. After hearing Du Muchen's words, Yifan slowly looked up at her and asked softly, So you own this bar? My friend and I just stopped by to have some fun today. Oh, I see. Du Muchen looked at Yifan and slowly nodded, then smiled and said, You didn't even tell me you were coming. If I had known earlier, I would have reserved the best private room for you. When everyone present heard Du Muchen's words, their expressions were beyond words, filled with shock. Who is Du Muchen? That's the real young lady of the Du family, and Du Muching's father is going to inherit the position of family head in the future. Therefore, there's no need to compare her to others. Even compared to Du Qiannan, Du Muching's status is far superior. It was only at this moment that Zhu Ziqing, Zhang Liang, and the others realized that Du Muching and Yifan might not be just acquaintances. If they were just friends, Du Muching wouldn't need to be so humble and subservient to Yifan. As for Du Qiannan and the rich kids he summoned, their expressions were extremely unpleasant. Someone who commands such respect from Du Muching must be someone they can't afford to offend. Second sister, what's going on? After hesitating for a moment, Du Qiannan walked directly to Du Muching's side. Du Muching glanced at Du Qiannan indifferently, and instantly realized what was going on. She frowned and asked Du Qiannan, the person you just said you wanted to deal with wouldn't happen to be Mr. Yi, would it? Seeing that Du Muching's expression seemed a little off, Du Qiannan stood there blankly, unsure of how to respond to her question. Du Qiannan, I'm asking you, was the person you wanted to deal with just now Mr. Yi? Du Muching stared with her big, watery eyes, her pretty face covered in frost. Second sister, this is what happened. Du Qiannan realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to explain. Du Qiannan, I'm not asking you what happened. I'm just asking you whether the person you just offended was Mr. Yi. Du Muching's expression seemed to indicate that she was extremely angry. Because no one understands better than her just how important Yifan is to the Du family right now. To put it simply, Yifan is the only person who can save Du Zhaxiong right now. Before Du Zhaxiong was cured of the poison, Yifan's status in the Du family was unmatched. Second sister, I really didn't know Yifan was your friend. If I had known, I would never have laid a hand on him. Being reprimanded by Du Muching in front of so many people, Du Qiannan felt utterly humiliated, but he still dared not refute Du Muching because he knew her status in the Du family. Mr. Yi is not my friend, he is a great benefactor to our Du family. Du Muching shouted expressionlessly. Our Du family's benefactor. Du Qiannan was stunned for a moment after hearing Du Muching's words, his expression full of confusion. Everyone around them wore expressions of disbelief. Zhu Ziqing took a deep breath. At this moment, she finally understood why Yifan had acted so confidently from beginning to end. It turns out that Yifan is also related to the Du family, and judging from Du Muching's reaction at this moment, this is no ordinary relationship. Second sister, I really don't know Yifan, I don't know what's going on. Du Qiannan stammered as he spoke to Du Muching. Du Muching took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Du Qiannan, I'll settle this score with you when we get home. You need to apologize to Mr. Yi right now. Du Qiannan stared at Du Muching, frozen in place, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said to Du Muching, second sister, you want me to apologize to him in front of so many people? That's right. Du Muching nodded directly. Second sister, there are so many people here, can't you give me some face? Du Qiannan continued in a low voice. Du Qiannan, I'm asking you, are you going to apologize or not? Du Muching didn't waste any words and asked directly. Second sister, are you not even going to give me this much face? Du Qiannan never imagined things would develop to this point. At this moment, he felt nothing but endless regret, regretting that he shouldn't have provoked Yifan. Smack! Du Muching raised her small hand and slapped Du Qiannan hard across the face. After the slap landed, everyone present was stunned. Who would have thought that Du Muching would slap Du Qiannan in front of so many people because Yifan did it? Zhu Ziqing covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. At this moment, she seemed to be unable to find the words to describe her feelings. Although she had considered that Yifan might have some background, she never imagined that Yifan's background would be so terrifying. Chapter 36 Take Me Home. After being slapped hard by Du Muching, Du Qiannan froze on the spot, his expression one of utter disbelief. Du Qiannan never expected that Du Muching would be so disrespectful to him, not only forcing him to apologize to Yifan, but also slapping him across the face. For a moment, Du Qiannan's eyes were filled with extreme anger. He gritted his teeth and looked at Du Muching, saying in a low voice, Du Muching, aren't you going a bit too far? Don't think that just because Grandpa likes you can do whatever you want. Do you think it's unreasonable for me to ask you to apologize to Yifan? Du Muching asked in a cold voice. Otherwise what? Du Qiannan roared angrily. Du Muching took a deep breath. Instead of wasting words with Du Qiannan, she took out her phone, found Du Zhaxiong's number, and dialed it. Du Xiaoxiong answered the phone very quickly. Grandpa, Du Qiannan brought his men today and tried to break Mr. Yi's arms and legs. I told him to apologize to Mr. Yi, but he refused. Du Muqing didn't explain the details or cause of the incident at all, because she felt that none of that mattered. Let Du Qiannan answer the phone for me. Du Xiaoxiong was extremely angry after hearing these words. Du Muqing handed the phone to Du Qiannan expressionlessly, then said calmly, Grandpa wants you to answer the phone. Du Qiannan hesitated for a moment, then took the phone and said in a low voice, Grandpa, this is what happened. First it was this Yi Fan. Du Qiannan, kneel down now and apologize to Mr. Yi. If Mr. Yi doesn't forgive you, you'll stay kneeling there. Do you understand what I mean? Du Xiaoxiong had no interest in listening to Du Qiannan's nonsense and spoke in an extremely cold voice. Grandpa, you. Du Qiannan was stunned when he heard Du Xiaoxiong's words. Don't you understand what I mean? Do I have to personally go over there and make you kneel down before Mr. Yi? If you can't get Mr. Yi to forgive you today, then you should never return to the Du family for the rest of your life. After saying that, Du Xiaoxiong hung up the phone immediately. Du Qiannan stood there dumbfounded, unable to describe his feelings at that moment. Second sister, who exactly is this Yi Fan? Why is Grandpa so angry? Du Qiannan finally realized the seriousness of the problem. With trembling right hand, he handed the phone to Du Muqing and then stammered as he asked her a question. Du Muqing glanced at Du Qiannan indifferently and said softly, Mr. Yi saved Grandpa's life, and he is also the only person who can cure Grandpa so far. You actually wanted to break his legs and arms. Grandpa is already giving your father a lot of face by not kicking you out of the Du family, you know. Du Qiannan looked at Du Muqing in front of him and took a deep breath. Only now did he finally understand what was going on. Without any hesitation, Du Qiannan rushed to Yi Fan and knelt down in front of him with a thud under everyone's gaze. Zhu Ziqing stood beside Yi Fan, covering her mouth. She swore she had never seen such a shocking scene in her life. Zhang Liang stared wide-eyed, unable to describe his feelings. Who could imagine that a rich second-generation heir standing at the very top of Nanyang City? At this moment, he actually knelt down in front of so many people for Yi Fan, who looked as ordinary as could be. Mr. Yi. I was blind to your greatness. I am truly sorry. I shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive me. At this moment, Du Qiannan seemed like a completely different person, shouting excitedly at Yi Fan. The rich kids that Du Qiannan had summoned were all standing there dumbfounded, their faces filled with confusion. They never imagined things would turn out this way. Yi Fan slowly raised his head and glanced at Du Qiannan, then smiled and said, Now you know you were wrong. Okay. Du Qiannan nodded quickly. I told you before that if you just apologized to me honestly, this matter would be over, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on making such a big fuss. Now look what happened. So many people are watching you kneel down and apologize to me. Yi Fan said to Du Qiannan with a helpless expression. Du Qiannan was filled with regret, regretting that he had nothing better to do than provoke Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, please, give me a chance, please forgive me. Du Qiannan knelt on the ground and whispered to Yi Fan. Du Muqing couldn't bear to see Du Qiannan kneeling like that any longer, so she walked up to Yi Fan and said softly, Mr. Yi, Qiannan really doesn't know your identity, and you and my Du family are on good terms. There's really no need to make a big fuss over this. Please let him off this time. Du Qiannan was still very grateful to Du Muqing at this moment. If Du Muqing hadn't shown up today, he might have really gotten himself into big trouble. I didn't originally intend to do anything to this person, I just wanted him to apologize, but he kept refusing to apologize, which is why things have come to this. Yi Fan replied to Du Muqing indifferently, then said to Du Qiannan, All right, get up. Remember, being more low-key in your dealings with others won't do you any harm. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Du Qiannan hurriedly called out. Although many people were watching, Du Qiannan didn't care about saving face at all. Preserving his own life was the most important thing right now. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I'll take you and your friend to the private room right now. Your bill and your friend's bill are all on the house today, and I'll also give you a diamond card from our bar. How does that sound? Du Muqing breathed a long sigh of relief when she saw Yi Fan let Du Qiannan go, as she was very worried that the matter would escalate further. If Yi Fan really does something to Du Qiannan, then this matter will be in trouble. My little conflict with Du Qiannan has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's all in the past now. I just hope he'll learn his lesson. You've learned your lesson. You've learned your lesson. Du Tiannan nodded hurriedly. My friend and I have had enough fun, so we're leaving now. We'll come back another time when we have the chance. Yifan slowly stood up and walked straight out of the bar. Meng Liang, Zhu Ziqing, and the others quickly followed Yifan's footsteps. Zhu Muqing also had someone bring Yifan a diamond membership card. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan felt that the card was not very useful, but if he did not accept it, Zhu Muqing might think that he was still angry about what happened today, so he accepted it. Zhu Muqing and Du Tiannan escorted Yifan and his group to the outside of the bar before returning home. Yifan, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. What exactly is your relationship with the Du family? Zhang Liang looked at Yifan with great admiration. How many people in the entire Nanyang city could make Du Tiannan kneel down and apologize? I was just lucky to save the Du family patriarch's life. Yifan gave a brief explanation. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Do you know how worried I was about you just now? Zhang Liang quickly continued. Zhu Ziqing also looked Yifan up and down. Originally, Zhu Ziqing didn't have any strong feelings for Yifan. She just thought that Yifan was good looking, but his family background might be a little worse. Therefore, Zhu Ziqing never imagined that anything would happen between her and Yifan. But now the situation is different. After learning that Yifan was the savior of the Du family patriarch, Zhu Ziqing's attitude towards Yifan has undergone a complete change. She felt that if she could be with Yifan, it would greatly enhance her family's status within the Jiang family. Zhu Ziqing is a smart and realistic woman. She has always been very clear about how to make good use of her body and looks. Yifan, please take me home. Zhu Ziqing took the initiative to speak to Yifan. Chapter 37 The Key Clue. Yifan's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard Zhu Ziqing offer to let him take her home. He didn't expect Zhu Ziqing to make this request on her own initiative. Yifan, what are you standing there for? The beautiful Zhu wants you to take her home. Zhang Liang quickly reached out and pushed Yifan. Yeah, Yifan, the beautiful Zhu has already invited you out, don't just stand there. Li Fei quickly echoed this. Yifan only realized what was happening after hearing what the two people were saying, and immediately hailed a taxi. After the taxi came to a stop, Zhu Ziqing opened the door and stepped into the car. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan chose to sit in the passenger seat instead of sitting in the back with Zhu Ziqing. Why don't you sit in the back with me? Zhu Ziqing asked Yifan, somewhat puzzled. We're not that close, so I think it's better for me to sit in the front. Yifan turned his head and replied with a smile. Zhu Ziqing smiled faintly, unable to suppress her great curiosity about this boy who seemed to have a close relationship with the Du family. Zhu Ziqing comes from a large family like the Jiang family, so she developed the ability to read people's expressions from a young age. When she first met Yifan, she thought he was just an ordinary person, so she had no intention of getting to know him better, because an ordinary college student was of no value to her. However, after experiencing the series of events in the bar, Zhu Ziqing realized that Yifan's background might not be as simple as she had imagined, which is why Zhu Ziqing had the idea of getting to know Yifan better. They've made contact, but that doesn't mean Zhu Ziqing really intends to be with Yifan or anything like that. Even if they become just ordinary friends, Yifan will still be a very important connection for Zhu Ziqing in the future. Zhu Ziqing is perhaps what people often call a social butterfly. These kinds of girls know how to use their beauty to expand their social circle and then gain benefits from it. Most people might think that socialites are very easy to win over, but in reality, the ones who are truly easy to win over are often the lower level socialites. A socialite like Zhu Ziqing would never easily give up her body. That was her last trump card. Master, to Hua Mingyue's residence. After Zhu Ziqing told the taxi driver the location of her residential area, the taxi driver started the car immediately. Although Zhu Ziqing is a student at Nanyang University, she doesn't live at the university much because her family owns a house in Nanyang City. She usually chooses to go home to live. Yifan hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should take this opportunity to talk to Zhu Ziqing about Jiangyang. Although Zhu Ziqing is beautiful, Yifan actually has no feelings for her at all. He only approaches her to get information about Jiangyang. Just ask whatever you want to ask, don't hold back. Zhu Ziqing was very clever. She knew what Yifan was thinking, so she spoke calmly to him. Hey, do you know where Ms. Jiangyang lives? After hesitating for a moment, Yifan directly asked Zhu Ziqing. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Zhu Ziqing's expression was one of utter speechlessness. She frowned and said, "Big brother, can't you ask me a normal question? Even if I knew where Jiang Yang lives, do you think I would tell you? What if you went to Jiang Yang's house and did something? How am I supposed to explain that to her then?" Yifan looked up at Zhu Ziqing and felt that what Zhu Ziqing said made some sense. His question had indeed been a bit abrupt. "Do you know what hobbies or interests teacher Jiang has?" Yifan hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask. "Hobby?" Jiang Yang paused for a moment, then said softly, "Jiang Yang loves the piano very much, and she often goes to a piano club to play." Upon hearing Jiang Yang's words, Yifan's eyes flashed with excitement. After working all night, he had finally managed to extract some useful information from Zhu Ziqing. "Besides playing the piano, do you have any other hobbies?" Since Yifan knew nothing about the piano, he decided to see if there was anything else he was good at. "Other hobbies?" Zhu Ziqing hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Jiang Yang is a very self-disciplined person. She goes to the gym next to our school every Wednesday and Friday. I don't know much else about her, since I'm not very familiar with her." Looking at Jiang Yang's delicate and pretty face, Yifan couldn't help but want to kiss her, because this news was just too important. Yifan knew absolutely nothing about the piano, but anyone could go to the gym, and Zhu Ziqing had told him the time and place, which would save him a lot of trouble. "Hey, driver, stop the car!" Yifan shouted directly at the taxi driver. The taxi driver and Zhu Ziqing were both stunned after hearing Yifan's words. Zhu Ziqing, in particular, was extremely angry. She never expected Yifan to be so pragmatic, wanting to get off the bus as soon as he got some information from her. "Yifan, I'm not home yet," Zhu Ziqing said to Yifan with a dark face. Yifan turned to look at Zhu Ziqing, then smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I forgot about that. Please continue driving, master." Zhu Ziqing sat in the back row, looking in Yifan's direction, her pretty face cold, not wanting to say a word. Yifan, of course, had no interest in paying attention to Zhu Ziqing. That's just how pragmatic he is. He uses you and then you're done. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a luxury residential area. Zhu Ziqing opened the car door and got out, and Yifan followed her out. He then said with a smile, "Beautiful Zhu, how about we add each other on WeChat?" Zhu Ziqing's cold expression softened slightly upon hearing Yifan's words, and she secretly thought that Yifan had finally come to his senses. Yifan took out his phone and added Zhu Ziqing as a WeChat friend. "If there's nothing else, I'll head home now," Zhu Ziqing said softly to Yifan. "Wait a minute, if it's convenient, could you give me Ms. Jiang's WeChat? I'd like to add her." Yifan grinned and asked Zhu Ziqing. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Zhu Ziqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only then did she realize that Yifan had added her as a friend because he intended for her to pass on Jiang Yang's WeChat contact information. Zhu Ziqing was speechless. Without turning her head, she walked straight into the residential area. "Why are you leaving? Aren't you even going to say goodbye?" Yifan muttered something under his breath as he watched Zhu Ziqing's retreating figure, then turned and got into a taxi, asking the driver to take him back to Chu Runting's home. Yifan returned to Chu Runting's villa at around 10 p.m. At this moment, Chu Runting's door was open, and Yifan walked straight over. Chu Runting was wearing a pink lace nightgown and was bending over to pack her suitcase. The thin nightgown could not cover Chu Runting's graceful figure at all, and 80% of her long, beautiful legs were exposed to the air. Her high breasts outlined an amazing curve. "Yifan, you're back." Chu Runting saw Yifan standing at the door and quickly got up to ask him. "Kindness." Yifan nodded, then stepped into Chu Runting's room and asked softly, "Aunt Chu, are you planning to go out?" "Yes, I'm going to 1111's maternal grandfather's house with him tomorrow. We might not be back for 2 or 3 days." Chu Runting replied softly. "Oh, okay? Then let me help you tidy up." As Yifan spoke, he reached out and picked up the clothes that Chu Runting had placed on the bed. But when Yifan picked up that thin dress, he froze on the spot. Because underneath the skirt was Chu Runting's incredibly sexy lingerie. Chapter 38, Kidnapped. After Yifan saw Chu Runting's underwear, he felt his blood boil. Because these lingerie pieces are just too sexy. Chu Runting naturally noticed the clothes on the bed, her pretty face instantly flushed, and she hurriedly ran to the bedside to put away the underwear. However, perhaps because she was running in a hurry, she accidentally lost her balance and fell towards Yifan. Yifan reacted quickly, grabbing Chu Runting's slender and soft waist in one arm. At that moment, Chu Runting felt as if she had been electrocuted. The atmosphere in the bedroom began to become somewhat ambiguous. The warm yellow light shone on Chu Runting's face, and Yifan felt his body starting to lose control. He wanted to pin this sexy beauty to their bed. Chu Runting, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. She clutched her pajamas tightly with both hands and gently bit her lip. "Mom, have you seen my face wash?" However, at that moment, Chu 1111's voice broke the silence in the room. "Yifan, I'm almost done packing up here, I don't need your help." Chu Runting instantly regained her senses and whispered to Yifan. Yifan quickly helped Chu Runting up and said softly, "Aunt Chu, I'll head out now." "Kindness." Chu Runting nodded gently. Yifan strode out of Chu Runting's room. Chu Runting felt her body go weak and sat down on the edge of the bed. She didn't know why her heart was beating so fast when Yifan hugged her, and she felt as if she was expecting something to happen. This feeling was so strange that Chu Runting didn't understand what was going on. As soon as Yifan stepped out of Chu Runting's room, he saw Chu 1111 coming downstairs in a cute pajama outfit. "Yifan, why do you keep running into my mom's room when you have nothing better to do?" Chu 1111 shouted loudly, her big, watery eyes wide open. "Why would I run to your room instead of your mom's?" Yifan replied casually, then turned and walked into his room. Bang bang bang. The next second, a loud knocking sounded on the door. "Yifan, you bastard, get out here right now. Get out here right now." Yifan ignored Chu 1111's shouts from outside the door, but showed no intention of opening it. A few minutes later, Chu 1111 finally left. After washing up, Yifan lay in bed thinking about how to help Jiang Yang. Tomorrow, Chu Runting and Chu 1111 will both leave Nanyang City, which is a good thing for Yifan, at least he can devote most of his time and energy to Jiang Yang. 9 o'clock the next morning. When Yifan woke up, he found that Chu Runting and Chu 1111 had already left. Chu Runting then told Yifan about her schedule on WeChat, and told him that if he had time, he could visit the company and familiarize himself with its affairs. And she even thoughtfully left the car keys with Yifan. Yifan replied with, "I'll miss you," and then went to wash up. Since Yifan didn't have any classes today, he asked Zhang Liang to find out Jiang Yang's class schedule for the day. After learning that Jiang Yang also had no classes today, Yifan drove Chu Runting's Mercedes-Benz directly to the gym next to Nanyang University, intending to wait for her to come to him. After arriving at the gym, Yifan gritted his teeth and bought a gym membership worth over 800 yuan before he could enter the fitness area. After wandering around the fitness area for a while, Yifan couldn't find Jiang Yang, so he took out his phone and started chatting with Chu Runting. Although in reality Yifan was worried about being discovered by Chu 1111, he dared not act too outrageously. However, Yifan is very open online, and he will talk about everything that is acceptable and unacceptable, which makes Chu Runting a little unsure how to respond to Yifan. Before the two revealed their identities, Chu Runting might have responded slightly to Yifan's jokes, but now she just pretends not to see them. Yifan didn't care about any of that and just kept talking. More than half an hour later, Yifan glanced casually at the entrance of the gym and then quickly put down his phone. His goal has finally appeared. However, Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a second when he saw Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang's outfit was so sexy and beautiful that not only Yifan, but it seemed that all the men in the gym were completely captivated by her. Jiang Yang's jet black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her delicate face was simply flawless. She wore a black, tight-fitting sports t-shirt, revealing her soft, high breasts and slender, alluring waist. Her lower body was clad in yoga pants that no man could resist, and she wore white sneakers. Jiang Yang has an excellent figure, and this outfit can expose her perfect figure to the greatest extent. At this moment, Yifan finally understood why so many men like to work out. Just as Yifan was in a daze, Jiang Yang walked right past him and went straight into the women's yoga room. Yifan quickly got up and followed, but when he saw the sign outside the yoga room that said, "No men allowed," he had no choice but to stop and wait outside for Jiang Yang to come out. Heaven rewards those who persevere. More than half an hour later, Jiang Yang really came out of the yoga room. "Teacher Jiang, what a coincidence. I never thought I'd run into you here." When Yifan saw Jiang Yang come out, he hurriedly went up to her and said with a smile, "Yifan? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yang turned to look at Yifan and asked in a somewhat surprised tone. I come here to work out all the time. Yifan replied with a smile. Oh oh. Jiang Yang nodded slowly, then turned and walked towards the women's restroom without giving Yifan a chance to continue speaking. Yifan stood at the bathroom door and completely broke down. He really couldn't understand why the system would suddenly give him such a task, especially one involving Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang could be considered the most aloof woman Yifan had ever met. However, Yifan had no other choice at this moment but to stand outside the bathroom and wait. But in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Yifan realized that Jiang Yang had not come out yet, so he could only continue to wait. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yang still hadn't come out. Yifan realized something was wrong, so he called out into the bathroom, Teacher Jiang, are you still in there? Teacher Jiang, are you in some kind of trouble? Teacher Jiang. Yifan called out several times into the room. However, there was no response from inside the bathroom. On the contrary, passers-by looked at Yifan as if he were a fool. Yifan sensed that something was wrong, so he gritted his teeth and rushed in. R. Immediately following was a middle-aged woman's piercing scream. Pervert. Help. The middle-aged woman, presumably a cleaner at the gym, swung her broom at Yifan. Auntie, stop hitting me. I'm not a pervert. My friend came in just now, but hasn't come out yet. Let me see what's going on. Yifan explained helplessly. Nonsense, there's no one in this bathroom. The middle-aged woman calmed down a bit. When did you come in? Are you sure there was no one there when you came in? Yifan noticed the middle-aged woman's expression change and asked excitedly. The woman hesitated for a moment, sensing that Yifan might not be lying, so she said softly, I came in 5 minutes ago. Impossible. I've been waiting outside the whole time, I didn't see you come in. Besides the outside entrance, there's also a fire escape leading to this restroom. We usually use the fire escape to avoid getting the floor dirty. The woman offered an explanation to Yifan. Yifan suddenly turned his head and discovered that there really was a fire escape outside the bathroom. From where Yifan was just now, he couldn't see this passage. Did you see a woman wearing yoga pants walking out of the fire escape when you came up? Yifan asked the woman. It looked like there were 2 men leading a woman down the stairs, but I didn't get a good look at what they looked like. Before the woman could finish speaking, Yifan rushed towards the fire escape. 1 minute later, Yifan rushed out of the building where the gym was located. When Yifan came out, he saw 2 men in black holding Jiang Yang hostage and walking into a white van. Kidnapping. Upon seeing this scene, Yifan immediately realized what was going on. However, because Yifan was a little slow getting off, the van started up and drove straight ahead. Without any hesitation, Yifan first memorized the van's license plate number and the direction it was traveling, then turned around, ran back to where he had just parked, started his car, and chased after the van. Yifan was quite lucky. The van drove a few hundred meters before stopping in the middle of the road to wait for the traffic light, and Yifan deliberately drove his car next to the van. However, because the van was covered with black tint, it was impossible to see what was inside. Chapter 39: A ransom of tens of millions. Yifan had not yet figured out why these people kidnapped Jiang Yang, and he did not choose to call the police directly. Because he wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yang's network of connections, and Yifan wasn't even very close to Jiang Yang herself, he felt that if he chose to call the police, he might not be able to explain himself clearly. Yifan deliberately maintained a relatively safe distance from the van in front of him, because there were many cars on the street, making it difficult for the other party to realize that Yifan was following them. About half an hour later, the van drove directly to the front of a hotel in the city that wasn't considered high-end, and then parked the vehicle. Yifan didn't drive over instead, he parked on the side of the road and stood at a distance, observing Jiang Yang's situation. Ms. Jiang, I hope you can cooperate. That way, we can both save some effort. A middle-aged man pressed a knife against Jiang Yang's waist and whispered something to her. Jiang Yang remained silent, tacitly agreeing with what the middle-aged man had just said. The middle-aged man and 2 other kidnappers took Jiang Yang directly to their hotel. Yifan took out his phone and glanced at the time. Feeling it was about time, he walked into the hotel. Hello sir, are you planning to book a room? The receptionist asked Yifan softly. Were 3 men bringing a woman in just now? Yifan asked the receptionist in a low voice. What are you trying to do? A hint of wariness flashed in the receptionist's eyes. That woman is my girlfriend. Tell me, which room are they in right now? Yifan asked with a very angry expression. This. A hint of hesitation flashed in the receptionist's eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll go knocking on every door in the room right now to find you. Yifan shouted and started walking forward. Sir, they are in room 302. The receptionist had encountered this situation before, and she was worried that Yifan might cause trouble in the hotel, so she had no choice but to give him the room number. Yifan didn't waste any words and strode upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang had already been led into a room. After entering the room, the kidnappers took out ropes and tied Jiang Yang's hands and feet before throwing her onto the bed. Big brother, it's finally finished. We did a fantastic job. The blonde-haired man looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile. I'll call the employer in a bit and have them come pick him up. Then our job will be done. The middle-aged man reached out, lit a cigarette, and said in a low voice. Brother, how much money are we going to get for this job? The blonde-haired youth blinked and asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, then held up 5 fingers directly at the blonde-haired man. 500,000. I'm a little surprised, said the blonde-haired man. 5 million. The middle-aged man exhaled a smoke ring and said casually. For a moment, everyone in the room wore an expression of disbelief. This wasn't the first time these people had done something like this, but they had never received so much money before. Brother, this woman is so beautiful, what's her identity? Why is she so valuable? The blonde-haired man blinked and asked the middle-aged man. I don't know who this woman is, but she's paid us this much money, so we're just doing our job for the money. As for anything else, let's not ask any questions. The middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette. The blonde-haired man turned to look at Jiang Yang, then rubbed his hands together and said, Rich people's women are just different. They are so beautiful, with that figure and that face, they are just so attractive. Yes, if I could sleep with a woman like that, I'd be happy to die. A fat man gave a lewd smile. After looking at Jiang Yang's sexy figure, Wang Mao seemed unable to resist and took a step towards her. Bang! The middle-aged man kicked the blonde-haired guy right in the butt, then glared at him and yelled, Can't you just behave yourself? After we finish this job, what kind of woman can't you find? Why do you have to cause trouble now? Brother, I just went to see her, I didn't mean anything by it. The blonde-haired man grinned and said to the middle-aged man. Don't I know perfectly well whether you have ulterior motives or not? Hurry up and get on with what you're supposed to be doing. The middle-aged man cursed at the blonde-haired man in great annoyance. A hint of embarrassment flashed in the blonde-haired man's eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, he sat down on the sofa. Although Jiang Yang's hands and feet were bound, she remained remarkably calm, unlike the panicked ordinary people. Over the years, Jiang Yang had been kidnapped countless times, and she had long since become accustomed to such things. Jiang Yang knew that although the other party had kidnapped her, they probably wouldn't hurt her, they were just doing their job for money. Can we talk? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yang directly asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was visibly taken aback after hearing Jiang Yang's words, then chuckled and said, What would you like to talk about, young lady? I know you probably don't know me or who I am. Someone is using you. Jiang Yang spoke calmly to the middle-aged man. It wouldn't really be considered exploitation, since they gave us money and we were just doing things for them. The middle-aged man smiled and replied to Jiang Yang. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Aren't you all just in it for the money? I overheard them say they offered you 5 million to kidnap me. I'm willing to pay double that, as long as you release me and tell me who wanted to kidnap me. Jiang Yang looked at the middle-aged man very generously and said. The kidnappers in the room were all stunned after hearing Jiang Yang's words. After all, that's 10 million. In the eyes of these people, it's an astronomical figure. Are you really willing to pay double the price? The blonde-haired youth seemed interested and hurriedly asked Jiang Yang. Yes, can you come up with that much money? The fat man also asked. Since the other party can pay 5 million to have me kidnapped, do you think I can't come up with 10 million? Jiang Yang replied very calmly. Brother, this is great. We can get 10 million without doing anything. The blonde-haired man shouted innocently at the middle-aged man. Get lost. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, then whispered, Are you all brainless? The employer knows our home addresses and such. If we really betray the employer, our whole family will be in trouble. Do you think 10 million is so easy to get? The excitement on the faces of the blonde-haired man and the fat man vanished instantly after hearing the middle-aged man's words. Jiang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Young lady, I don't know your identity, nor do I know who wants to kidnap you. All I can do is ensure your safety and have your employer pick you up. That will be the end of it. No matter how much money you offer me now, I will not let you go. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yang with a very serious expression and said. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, realizing that the matter might not be as simple as she had imagined. Chapter 40: Jiang Yang's Unusual Fetish. Inside the hotel room. After seeing the middle-aged man's seemingly resolute attitude, Jiang Yang hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing. I am a member of the Jiang family from Jiangnan province. If you are worried about the safety of your family members, I can guarantee that as long as you cooperate with me, I have the ability to protect your family members. Young lady, stop trying to brainwash us. If we really let you go, what good will that do us? The middle-aged man sneered and continued, I don't know about the grudges and feuds between you big shots. I'm just going to do my job well. No matter what conditions you offer me now, I will absolutely not agree to them. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiang Yang instantly fell into despair. She knew that it was virtually impossible for her to persuade him to let her go. At that moment, Yifan was standing at the door of the room. He heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and Jiang Yang and knew that Jiang Yang had indeed been kidnapped. Yifan now has two choices. The first is to rush in and save people. The second option is to call the police. The system's task for Yifan was to resolve the trouble Jiang Yang was facing. Yifan was unsure whether calling the police would count as resolving Jiang Yang's problem. Furthermore, Yifan didn't know if he could successfully rescue Jiang Yang if the police actually came. If he really angered the kidnappers and they killed Jiang Yang, things would get complicated. After thinking it over, Yifan felt it would be safer for him to just rush in. However, Yifan knew that if he forced his way in, it might attract the attention of the kidnappers, so he gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, a flicker of nervousness crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. He then whispered, could it be the employer's people? That's possible. The blonde-haired man nodded. Go and take a look. The middle-aged man spoke to the blonde-haired man. Wang Mao took out a dagger and strode towards the door. Yifan stood outside the door, listening intently to the footsteps inside the room. Who is it? After reaching the door, Wang Mao shouted something to the outside. What do you think? Yifan replied calmly. After hearing Yifan's words, Wang Mao seemed to assume that it must be the employer's people who had arrived. Splash! The sound of the door opening rang out. The moment Yifan saw the door open, he immediately raised his right leg and kicked the door. Because Yifan's body has been enhanced by the system, both his speed and strength are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Before Wang Mao could even figure out what was happening, his head was slammed hard against the door, and he passed out. What's wrong? The middle-aged man and the fat driver at the far end of the room also heard the noise at the door, and they both stood up almost at the same time. The middle-aged man even reached for his waist, seemingly preparing to draw his gun. Yifan instantly rushed towards the middle-aged man's position, then grabbed the man's wrist to prevent him from drawing his gun. The fat man then picked up a dagger and stabbed it towards Yifan's neck. These three men were professional kidnappers, so they were extremely ruthless. Yifan grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist with one hand, then turned around and suddenly kicked out. Bang! A loud bang. Yifan kicked the fat man directly in the stomach, and the fat man's body slammed heavily onto the television in the room. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Yifan stomped hard on the fat man's head. The fat man fainted instantly. Yifan had only been in the room for less than a minute when he entered, and he had already killed two vicious kidnappers. This alone is enough to show just how terrifying Yifan's strength is. When Jiang Yang, who was on the bed, saw that the person who rushed in was Yifan, her expression seemed even more incredulous. She didn't know why Yifan was here, nor did she expect that Yifan's skills would be so good. Because Yifan was holding one hand firmly down, the middle-aged man couldn't pull out the pistol from his waist. He could only use his other hand to pick up a dagger and stab it towards Yifan's neck. Yifan, watch out! Jiang Yang saw this and quickly shouted. Yifan reacted extremely quickly, kicking the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man's body slammed heavily against the wall. Immediately afterward, Yifan rushed in front of him and grabbed his hair, slamming him against the wall repeatedly. After kowtowing 7 or 8 times, the middle-aged man finally went limp and fainted completely. Yifan remained vigilant, circling the room to make sure there were no other kidnappers before approaching Jiang Yang and using a dagger on the ground to untie all the ropes binding her. After being untied, Jiang Yang simply moved her hands and feet a few times. Yifan wasn't idle either. He tied up the middle-aged man and the other 2 kidnappers with ropes. How did you get here? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yang asked Yifan. I saw these people kidnapping you at the gym earlier, so I followed them here. Yifan replied to Jiang Yang indifferently. A hint of hesitation flashed in Jiang Yang's beautiful eyes, and she asked in a low voice, since you knew I had been kidnapped, why didn't you choose to call the police? At the time, I wasn't sure if you were being kidnapped or if you had some other fetish, so I was worried that calling the police might damage your reputation, so I didn't choose to call the police. Yifan made up an excuse. Do you have any other quirks? Jiang Yang frowned slightly, then continued, no matter what, I'm still very grateful to you today. If you hadn't shown up in time, I really don't know what I would have done. After tying up the 3 kidnappers, Yifan looked up at Jiang Yang. However, he was somewhat puzzled at this moment because he had not heard the system tell him that the task had been completed. Isn't this considered helping Jiang Yang get out of trouble? Yifan couldn't help but ask himself. Jiang Yang's troubles are not completely resolved. Please continue to complete the mission. The system's voice slowly sounded. Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression was one of utter helplessness. He simply couldn't understand what trouble Jiang Yang had gotten into. Yifan, can you do me a favor? However, at that moment, Jiang Yang's voice suddenly rang in Yifan's ear. Sure. Yifan nodded without any hesitation. After all, he came to Jiang Yang to resolve his troubles. Go to the bathroom and get me some water. I need to wake this guy up and get something out of him. Jiang Yang looked at Yifan and said. Okay. Yifan nodded, then turned and went into the bathroom, where he filled a large glass with tap water. Just pour it directly on his face. Jiang Yang sat on the bed, seemingly reverting to her previous aloof and sophisticated demeanor. However, it must be said that Yifan was very impressed with Jiang Yang for being able to remain so calm and even manage her facial expressions at this moment. Yifan poured the water from the cup directly onto the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man woke up instantly and stared at Jiang Yang with wide eyes. Can we talk now? Jiang Yang asked the middle-aged man in a cold voice. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yang without saying a word. Chapter 41. You are my benefactor. Inside the hotel room. After seeing that the middle-aged man did not speak, Jiang Yang smiled faintly and said expressionlessly, if you don't know my identity, I can briefly introduce myself to you. My name is Jiang Yang, and I am the granddaughter of Jiang Cheng'an of the Jiang Group in Jiangnan Province. After Jiang Yang finished speaking, the middle-aged man froze on the spot, and Yifan was also dumbfounded. Looking across the entire Jiangnan Province, there is no one who doesn't know the Jiang Group. Even if you don't know the Jiang Group, you've definitely heard of the name Jiang Cheng'an. Back then, Jiang Cheng'an was definitely one of the top big shots in Jiangnan Province, a figure with connections and influence that reached far and wide. Even now, many stories about Jiang Cheng'an are still circulating. However, in recent years, Jiang Cheng'an has cleaned up his act and become a well-known philanthropist in the business community of Jiangnan Province. Yifan never expected that Jiang Yang would have such a terrifying background. The middle-aged man couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'll tell you my identity. My purpose is actually very simple. I have the ability to kill you, and I also have the ability to make you wish you were dead. I also know that you are not the mastermind behind this. If you can tell me who ordered you to kidnap me, I can consider letting you go, and I can even give you some money. Jiang Yang is not only proficient in economics, but also in psychology, so she knows exactly how to negotiate with middle-aged people. The middle-aged man hesitated for 2 seconds, then whispered to Jiang Yang, Miss Jiang, I really don't know who the employer is. After all, they wouldn't be stupid enough to tell us people their identity information. But I do know 2 important pieces of information. After I tell you, can you let the 3 of us go? Speak up. If what you say is helpful, I might consider letting you go. Jiang Yang replied to the middle-aged man expressionlessly. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and then said to Jiang Yang, "The first thing is that I overheard the employer talking to someone by chance. This employer sounded young. He kidnapped you not to kill you, but to get some kind of project in the development zone. Is it the renovation project of Yuxing Plaza?" Jiang Yang asked directly. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. Jiang Yang squinted and remained silent. The second thing is that this employer seems to like you a bit, because he kept emphasizing that you must not be hurt under any circumstances, and even said something about drugging you, but because we were far away, I didn't hear it very clearly. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment, then said to Yifan, untie them and let them go. Yifan glanced at Jiang Yang indifferently, but didn't say anything. He directly used his dagger to untie the ropes binding the middle-aged man and the other two people. Miss Jiang, you really intend to let us go? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yang with an incredulous expression and asked. What use are you guys? You're just doing things for money. If the other party retaliates against you, or if you can provide me with some more important clues, feel free to contact me anytime. Here's my business card. Jiang Yang didn't seem like someone who had been kidnapped at all. She was far too calm and composed. The middle-aged man quickly reached out and took the business card. After saying thank you several times, he turned around and left with his back to the other two people. After watching the middle-aged man leave, Yifan walked over to Jiang Yang and said softly, I didn't expect you to have so many identities, Teacher Jiang. If you hadn't told me yourself, I wouldn't have believed it. My dream is to be a teacher, but I have a lot of family business to handle, so I can only teach at a university, which gives me more free time. Jiang Yang glanced at Yifan indifferently before explaining. So, can you guess who wants to harm you now? Yifan felt that the system's task for him was to solve the problem that Jiang Yang was currently facing. Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment, then said softly, actually, at first I suspected it was you. You hired these people to kidnap me, and then you played the hero to save me, making me grateful to you. What? Yifan was stunned when he heard Jiang Yang's words. Don't you think some of your actions are suspicious? When I was at school, you asked me if I had any trouble, then you followed me at the gym, and when you found out I had been kidnapped, you didn't choose to call the police. Doesn't all of this point to you? Jiang Yang analyzed the situation very calmly. Yifan was speechless for a moment when he looked at Jiang Yang. He didn't know how to refute Jiang Yang's words. Tell me, why have you been following me lately? Jiang Yang looked up at Yifan and asked him expressionlessly. If I told you I've had a crush on you for a long time and now I want to pursue you, would you believe me? Yifan hesitated for a moment, feeling that this was perhaps the most appropriate reason. He couldn't very well tell Jiang Yang that it was because of their show-off and slap-in-the-face system that had given him the task. If word gets out, wouldn't Jiang Yang think I'm crazy? Do you think I'd believe that nonsense you're spouting? Jiang Yang squinted and replied. Actually, here's what happened. A few days ago, I met a fortune teller who said I was destined to face a calamity. If I wanted to overcome it, I needed to find a benefactor surnamed Jiang to help me. After thinking it over, I realized I knew someone surnamed Jiang. Yifan quickly came up with another excuse. Jiang Yang shook her head speechlessly. She knew Yifan was definitely not telling the truth, but she didn't want to ask any further. Teacher Jiang, have you guessed who attacked you? Yifan, not wanting to continue the conversation, quickly asked Jiang Yang. I can't guess. Jiang Yang replied to Yifan expressionlessly, then said calmly, there are about a dozen corporate families vying for the Yuxing Plaza project right now, and at least 4 or 5 of the core figures in these families have designs on me. So it's really hard for me to figure out who wants to kidnap me right now, unless they can provide me with some other information. You're so charming. Yifan looked at Jiang Yang with some surprise. It's all right. Jiang Yang gave Yifan a curt reply, then got up and headed out of the room. Yifan followed behind Jiang Yang. A few minutes later, Jiang Yang and Yifan walked out of the hotel. Jiang Yang turned to look at Yifan, then said softly, no matter what, I still want to thank you for saving me today. It's all right, you're my savior, I'll save you. Before Yifan could finish speaking, he saw a black sedan hurtling towards Jiang Yang's location at an incredibly terrifying speed. Careful! Yifan shouted, then pulled Jiang Yang into his arms and threw himself to the ground. Just as Yifan and Jiang fell to the ground, the black sedan sped straight past the spot where Jiang had been standing. However, what neither Yifan nor Jiang expected was, just as he fell to the ground, Yifan's lips landed perfectly on Jiang sexy, soft lips. An unprecedented fragrance filled Yifan's nose. The two of them froze on the spot. Chapter 42. How about we stay tonight? Jiang body is very soft and smells very good. The moment their lips touched, Jiang stared wide-eyed at Yifan on top of her. Yifan, however, was not in the mood to enjoy any of this. He picked up Jiang and rolled over to the flower bed next to him. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, several bullets were fired directly at them. If Yifan had been even a second slower, Jiang would have been doomed. She might have been hit by a car or shot. After seeing Yifan and Jiang hiding behind the flower bed, the other party did not get out of the car, but drove away. Yifan observed the other person's situation with great anxiety. He only breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing the other person drive away. Then he asked Jiang in a low voice, "Teacher Jiang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang replied to Yifan in a low voice. "Come on, let's get in the car first, it's too dangerous here." As Yifan spoke, he grabbed Jiang's hand and ran towards where he had parked his car. I can't walk anymore. I twisted my ankle when you tackled me," Jiang said to Yifan with a helpless expression. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang's ankle and found that it didn't seem to be a sprain, but rather a fracture. So Yifan didn't waste any words, he picked Jiang up by the waist and ran quickly to the side of the road where the car was parked. "You?" After Jiang was picked up by Yifan, she instinctively tried to speak. But she realized she couldn't walk at all, so she didn't say what she was going to say next. Jiang had her first kiss stolen by Yifan for no apparent reason, and then she was being held so intimately by him. She suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. When Yifan saw Jiang's somewhat shy appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who could have imagined that the usually aloof and superior Jiang would be so shy? A minute later, Yifan placed Jiang in the passenger seat and then sat in the driver's seat himself. At this moment, Yifan knew that the two of them were finally safe. "I didn't kiss you on purpose just now, so don't go and get your grandpa to take revenge on me." After hesitating for a moment, Yifan asked Jiang in a low voice. Jiang was speechless upon hearing Yifan's words, and gritted her teeth as she said, "Who asked if you did it on purpose?" "I just wanted to explain to you how your leg feels now," Yifan continued. "I don't know, I just feel a lot of pain and I can't move," Jiang replied in a low voice. Yifan examined Jiang's ankle and calf. Having studied medicine and possessing expertise in it, he could naturally tell that Jiang had a fracture. "I need to take you to the hospital to get checked out first," Yifan said to Jiang. "Why go to the hospital? I think I just sprained my ankle," Jiang quickly replied. Yifan didn't explain anything to Jiang, started the car and drove towards the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Yifan carried Jiang to register first, then to see the doctor, and finally to have an X-ray taken. Yifan's guess was correct. Jiang had a fractured shin bone, not a sprained ankle. The doctor put a thick cast on Jiang's leg and left after instructing her to rest for a while. After the doctor left, only Yifan and Jiang remained in the ward. Jiang lay on the hospital bed, her face contorted with frustration. She frowned and said to Yifan, "It's all your fault. Why did you use so much force? Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Big sister, can't you be reasonable? How can you blame me for this? I was just in a hurry," Yifan replied to Jiang with utter speechlessness. The nurse who had just walked in blushed instantly after hearing Yifan and Jiang's conversation, and then turned and ran out of the ward. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Jiang's beautiful eyes after she saw the nurse run away. Yifan took out his phone and checked the time. He realized it was almost 8 p.m., so he said to Jiang, "You should be safe here now. Call your family or friends and have them come pick you up. I'm going home now." Yifan felt that with the Jiang family's considerable influence, finding a few skilled bodyguards to protect Jiang shouldn't be difficult. "Don't go yet," Jiang hurriedly called out to Yifan. Yifan was taken aback after hearing Jiang's words, then frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't tell my grandfather about what happened today," otherwise he'll definitely send a bunch of people around me again. I feel like I'm being watched. Jiang Yang hurriedly said to Yifan. Yifan was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "So what do you mean now? Take me home." Jiang Yang spoke directly to Yifan. "Shall I take you home?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Yifan's eyes. "If you hadn't tackled me, my leg wouldn't be broken." Jiang Yang shouted unreasonably. "Big sister, if I hadn't saved you back then, you would be dead by now, do you know that?" Yifan replied with a helpless expression. "You have to take me home. If you don't even think about contacting me again for the rest of your life." Jiang Yang continued to threaten Yifan. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with a strange light. After all, the system's mission was not yet complete, and if Jiang Yang got angry about this, his mission would definitely fail. So after hesitating for a moment, he simply picked Jiang Yang up by the waist and walked out of the hospital. Jiang Yang seemed to have gotten used to being held by Yifan, so her expression showed not only no dislike, but even a hint of smugness. About half an hour later, Yifan drove Jiang Yang to a luxury villa community. It has to be said that Jiang Yang is really rich. She lives alone in a villa of about 500 square meters, and the interior decoration is very luxurious and cozy. You can tell at a glance that this is definitely a girl's house. After entering the villa, Yifan led Jiang Yang into her bedroom. Yifan was probably the first man of the opposite sex to enter Jiang Yang's boudoir. Yifan carefully placed Jiang Yang on the bed, then said to her, "Is my mission complete now?" "Yes, it's done." Jiang Yang finally relaxed after returning home and nodded with satisfaction. Yifan stretched lightly and said casually, "All right, if there's nothing else, you should get some rest." "I'm going home too." Jiang Yang was stunned for a moment when she saw Yifan about to leave, then quickly called out, "Yifan, can you do me another favor?" "What kind of help?" Yifan couldn't understand why Jiang Yang had so many problems. "Don't leave tonight, stay at my house." Jiang Yang spoke softly to Yifan. Yifan froze on the spot after hearing Jiang Yang's words. Chapter 43: A true man can bend and stretch. "Teacher Jiang, what do you mean? What kind of person do you take me for, Yifan?" After hearing Jiang Yang's words, Yifan shouted angrily at her. In Yifan's eyes, Jiang Yang's actions were a blatant test of the carders. Could he withstand the test? "If Zhu Runting finds out, I'll be ruined." Jiang Yang looked at Yifan with a speechless expression, frowned and asked, "Why are you so agitated?" "I'm just asking you to stay for one night, is there any other reason? Isn't your meaning obvious enough? If I stay here today, you'll definitely try something funny." Yifan spoke to Jiang Yang in a very serious tone. Jiang Yang looked at Yifan and was at a loss for words. She felt that she could no longer communicate with the man in front of her. "My leg is injured, and I can't move at all right now. My best friend is away on a business trip and won't be back until tomorrow, so I hope you can stay tonight. What if the people who kidnapped me and want to kill me come to my house tonight?" Jiang Yang tried her best to calm herself down and spoke to Yifan with a blank expression. Yifan was taken aback after hearing Jiang Yang's words, then said calmly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you had feelings for me." "What are my thoughts about you?" Jiang Yang was left speechless, unsure of what to say. Yifan didn't waste any words with Jiang Yang and plopped down on her bed. Jiang Yang was stunned when she saw this scene, and immediately shouted at Yifan, "What are you doing sitting on my bed? Didn't you ask me to stay and keep you company?" As he spoke, Yifan lay down next to Jiang Yang. Seeing that Yifan was completely broken down, Jiang Yang gritted her teeth and said, "I said you can stay at my house tonight, not sleep in my bed. Go sleep in the guest room." "Okay, you said it, so don't go back on your word." Yifan got up and prepared to leave, saying as he walked, "I'm a good sleeper. Once I'm asleep, I probably wouldn't even know if the sky were falling outside. So if there are kidnappers or something in your house, don't blame me if I don't find out." Jiang Yang trembled with anger after hearing Yifan's words, and gritted her teeth as she shouted, "If someone breaks into my house and you don't even know, what's the point of me letting you stay here? Either you have your family send a bodyguard over right now to serve you, or you let me stay in your room. It's up to you." Yifan said to Jiang Yang with a blank expression. Jiang Yang almost gritted her teeth to pieces looking at the shameless Yifan. After a few seconds of silence, she could only choose to compromise with Yifan in the end. "You can stay in my room, but you must sleep on the sofa or the floor." Jiang Yang said in a low voice. Then I can't sleep. I have a bad back. What if I develop some kind of problem while sleeping? Who will be responsible? Yifan saw that Jiang Yang didn't hesitate at all and turned to leave. Fine, I'll let you sleep in the bed, okay. Jiang Yan was completely driven to the brink of collapse by Yifan, and she shouted at him. After hearing Jiang Yang's words, Yifan smiled contentedly, then lay down comfortably next to her, inhaling her unique fragrance. I must say, the taste is indeed very tempting. Jiang Yang frowned and glanced at Yifan lying next to her. She really couldn't imagine that one day she would be lying in the same bed with her student. If the people at the school found out, where would she put her face? You can't tell anyone about anything that happened today, understand? Jiang Yang threatened Yifan. Why would I tell anyone? What good would it do me if it got out? Yifan countered with a question. Jiang Yang took a deep breath in exasperation, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. But she quickly opened her eyes again and said to Yifan, and if I fall asleep, don't you dare touch me, or I'll definitely have my grandfather kill you. I told you, I'm not interested in you. You should go to sleep. Yifan replied, utterly speechless. Jiang Yang took a deep breath and then closed her eyes again. Yifan seemed a bit tired after a day of running around, so he decided to rest. 10 minutes later. Yifan, are you asleep? Jiang Yang's voice suddenly rang in Yifan's ear. Can you please stop talking to me? I'm trying to fall asleep right now. You don't have to go to class tomorrow, but I do. Yifan looked at Jiang Yang speechlessly, unsure of what to say. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm really hungry right now. How about you go get me something to eat? Jiang Yang felt a little embarrassed, but she was indeed too hungry to sleep. Upon hearing this, Yifan sat up abruptly, frowned, and looked at Jiang Yang, saying, Teacher Jiang, you need to understand that I'm here to protect you, not as your hired nanny, okay? Then could you go get me a glass of water? I'm a little thirsty. Jiang Yang said cautiously. Yifan glanced helplessly at Jiang Yang, then got up and poured her a glass of warm water, handing it to her. Jiang Yang stared at Yifan for a moment, then slowly said, I won't ask you for help for nothing. You can skip this course as much as you want, I won't fail you. Really? Upon hearing Jiang Yang's words, Yifan's expression instantly changed from impatience to excitement. Jiang Yang was at a loss for words. She hadn't expected this man to change his expression so quickly. What if I could make it so that no matter whose class you skip, no teacher would fail you? Jiang Yang seemed to have found a remote control to control Yifan, and asked with a smile. Teacher Jiang, didn't you just say you were hungry? Shall we order takeout, or should I just make you something? Yifan asked Jiang Yang with a fawning expression. Jiang Yang burst out laughing when she saw the expression on Yifan's face, and then whispered to Yifan, aren't you being a little too realistic? This isn't reality, this is a true man's ability to bend and stretch. Yifan replied with a smile. The takeout takes a long time to arrive, and the food isn't very clean. Just make me something simple to eat. Jiang Yang thought for a moment and then said. Okay, please wait a moment. Yifan happily ran towards the kitchen. Jiang Yang looked at Yifan's back and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she felt that Yifan was not as annoying as she had imagined. Chapter 44 Shall I help you undress? After arriving at Jiang Yang's kitchen, Yifan began rummaging through drawers and cupboards, searching for anything edible. However, he discovered that Jiang Yang didn't seem to cook much, and there was nothing in her house except for a few packets of instant noodles, the expiration date of which was unknown. At this point, Yifan couldn't think about anything else. He immediately started boiling water and then put the instant noodles into the pot. About 10 minutes later, Yifan returned to the bedroom carrying 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles. There's so little food in your kitchen, I only found a few packets of instant noodles, I guess I'll have to make do with that. Yifan said to Jiang Yang on the bed. Jiang Yang looked at Yifan and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Her parents went abroad when she was very young, and she lived with her grandfather. Her grandfather was busy managing the company's business, which meant that Jiang Yang had never been taken care of like this before. At least after she became an adult, no one took care of her. She prefers to live alone, so she doesn't even have a nanny at home. This was the first time someone had ever made food for Yifan so late at night. Jiang Yang had a feeling she couldn't quite describe. What? You don't like instant noodles? Seeing that Jiang Yang hadn't spoken for a long time and was staring straight at him, Yifan asked softly. No, I really love instant noodles. Jiang Yang gently shook her head. Seeing that Jiang Yang had difficulty moving around, Yifan casually found a small coffee table and placed it on the bed, then put the noodles on the coffee table. Jiang Yang picked up her chopsticks, took a casual bite of noodles, and then turned to Yifan, saying, "The noodles you made taste pretty good." "It's alright, don't they all taste the same? I just boiled it in water for a bit." Yifan replied casually. "You can shut your mouth now." Jiang Yang was utterly speechless looking at Yifan. She regretted saying that earlier. However, Yifan felt a little wronged because he really hadn't done anything. The instant noodles just tasted the same. Perhaps because she didn't want to chat with Yifan, or perhaps because she found the meal a bit boring, Jiang Yang turned on the TV and started watching the news intently. Jiang Yang is not only a teacher at Nanyang University, but also the general manager of Jiang's group, so she has a habit of watching the news to understand market trends. What's the point of watching the news? How about we go see a movie instead? After hesitating for a moment, Yifan made a suggestion to Jiang Yang. Do you have any good movie recommendations? Jiang Yang blinked and asked. Yifan simply took the remote control and started searching. Jiang Yang originally thought that Yifan would watch some comedies or romance movies to try and get closer to her at this time. However, after searching for more than 10 minutes, Yifan finally found a movie he liked. It's a foreign horror movie. Moreover, this horror movie isn't a ghost movie, it's just a simple horror movie about a psychopathic killer. For a moment, Jiang Yang's expression was one of utter despair. Having just experienced a kidnapping and assassination attempt, Jiang Yang was so angry that she wanted to smash the noodles in her hand onto Yifan's head. Can I get another one? Jiang Yang gritted her teeth and asked Yifan in a low voice. This is quite interesting, I really enjoy watching it. Yifan replied to Jiang Yang indifferently. You like watching it, but I don't. Jiang Yang was almost driven crazy by Yifan. However, Yifan had no intention of changing his mind. Half an hour later, Yifan and Jiang Yang had almost finished eating, and Yifan, realizing that Jiang Yang was too scared to watch the movie, turned off the TV. After tidying up briefly, Yifan and Jiang Yang lay down on the bed again. All right, you've eaten and drunk your fill, can you finally go to sleep in peace now? Yifan turned to look at Jiang Yang beside him and asked softly. The movie you just showed was really scary. Why don't you chat with me for a bit, and I'll go to sleep after I've forgotten about it? Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Big sister, why do you have so many things to do? Yifan looked at Jiang Yang and really didn't know what to say. Do you still want to skip class and avoid failing? Jiang Yang asked Yifan. What would you like to talk about? Yifan's expression changed instantly, and he quickly asked Jiang Yang with a smile. Yifan, are you really following me just because someone told your fortune? Isn't there some other reason? Jiang Yang has always been very curious about this matter. There really is no other reason. The fortune teller said you are my benefactor. Yifan was talking nonsense with a straight face. Jiang Yang frowned and said, I didn't expect you to believe in these things at such a young age. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Ms. Jiang, do you have a boyfriend? Yifan turned around and asked. No. Have you ever been in a relationship before? Yifan continued to ask. No. Jiang Yang still chose to shake her head. A hint of surprise flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he said in an incredulous tone, You're almost 30 years old, and you've never been in a relationship even once. Doesn't that mean you're? Yifan glanced at Jiang Yang's legs subconsciously. At that moment, Jiang Yang had an urge to kill Yifan. Why don't you date? Yifan continued to ask. Because I haven't met anyone I like. Jiang Yang said coldly. Oh, so if you never meet someone you like in your life, are you planning to stay single forever? Go to sleep. I'm not in the mood to talk about such boring things with you. I'm so rich, what's wrong with being single my whole life? You should be thinking about whether you'll end up a bachelor. Jiang Yang said, sounding very annoyed. No, what do you mean by that? With my looks, do you think I have trouble finding a girlfriend? Yifan hurriedly shouted. Jiang Yang slowly turned her head to look at Yifan, her expression seemingly a little unpleasant, her pretty face slightly flushed, as if she wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to speak. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Yifan noticed that Jiang Yang's expression was a little off, so he asked her directly. I? Jiang Yang looked at Yifan, unsure of what to say. What's wrong? Just say what's on your mind. Yifan replied casually. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Yang said softly. I thought it was something serious, but it's just going to the bathroom. I'll carry you there. Without saying a word, Yifan picked Jiang Yang up by the waist and strode towards the bathroom. Jiang Yang wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, then frowned and sighed inwardly. This guy seems to be used to hugging me. Shouldn't he have discussed it with me first? Soon, Yifan led Jiang Yang to the bathroom. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, leaned against the wall with one hand and slowly moved toward the toilet. Why aren't you going out yet? Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to be leaving, Jiang Yang couldn't help but frown and ask. Ms. Jiang, you probably can't take your pants off by yourself, right? How about I help you? Yifan looked at Jiang Yang's yoga pants and said with a smile. Chapter 45 Beautiful Class Monitor Lin Shuer. Jiang Yang stared at Yifan in the bathroom for a few seconds in silence, then suddenly burst into a very piercing and sharp scream. Helpless, Yifan could only quickly run out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Yang's shouts rang out. Helpless, Yifan went back into the bathroom and carried Jiang Yang back to the bed. After all that trouble, it was almost midnight. Jiang Yang finally calmed down and lay down on the bed to go to sleep. Yifan turned to look at Jiang Yang, then asked softly, Teacher Jiang, can I ask you about someone? Who is it? Jiang Yang turned to look at Yifan and asked, puzzled. A man named Lin Beixiao. Yifan spoke slowly. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Yang paused for a moment, her expression showing surprise, and asked in a low voice, Why are you asking me about this person? It's nothing, I was just asking to see if you know him. Yifan replied calmly. I don't know him, but I've heard of this Lin Beixiao. He's not a good person. Jiang Yang pouted and said. Explain in detail. Yifan was reborn into this body, but he never forgot that he was killed by Lin Beixiao. Therefore, he wanted to learn some information about Lin Beixiao in order to prepare for his future revenge. Lin Beixiao should now be considered the richest man in Xining Province, and his Lin Group is the largest group in Xining Province. But many people don't know that he seized the Lin Group from his brother. It was previously called the Yi Group. Jiang Yang said slowly. I can't believe anyone actually knows about this. After hearing Jiang Yang's words, Yifan couldn't help but sigh softly. What did you say? Jiang Yang stared at Yifan for a moment, stunned. Nothing. Yifan quickly shook his head. Because Lin Beixiao isn't from our Jiangnan province, I don't know much about him. Jiang Yang added a sentence. Then tell me, between your Jiang family and Lin Beixiao, who is more powerful? Yifan asked with some curiosity. Now the entire Xining province belongs to Lin Beixiao, while our Jiang group can only be considered one of the top groups in Jiangnan province. Do you understand now? Jiang Yang said calmly. Understood. Yifan nodded, then didn't continue the conversation with Jiang Yang. Instead, he said, I think the people who kidnapped you will continue to try to harm you, so if you have any leads, you can call me directly, and I'll come and help you. Yifan wanted to help Jiang Yang not because he had any romantic feelings for her, but because the system's mission was not yet complete. Those 10 points of show-off value were quite important to Yifan. Okay, I understand. Jiang Yang nodded gently. Yifan didn't continue speaking, but instead prepared to go to sleep. Did you help me just because I'm your benefactor? Jiang Yang suddenly asked Yifan with some curiosity. No, we're friends, isn't it normal for us to help each other out? Yifan said calmly. Jiang Yang smiled happily upon hearing Yifan's words, then closed her eyes and began to rest. Perhaps because she was too tired today, Jiang Yang fell asleep quickly. Yifan, meanwhile, lay on the bed and began to think about how he should deal with Lin Beixiao next. The simplest and most direct way is to find Lin Beixiao and kill him. However, Yifan felt that doing so was meaningless. Even if he killed Lin Beixiao, he would not be able to take back his Yi group. What he wanted was to leave Lin Beixiao with nothing. He wanted him to pay the price. Yifan is currently the deputy general manager of Chu Runting's company, but the development scale of Chu Runting's Runhe group is relatively limited. Yifan is not a suitable starting point for dealing with Lin Beixiao. Therefore, Yifan must establish a company that is entirely his own and be able to expand to a point where he can compete with Lin Beixiao in a short period of time. This task is actually extremely difficult. Yifan thought about it for a long time before lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. The next morning at 8 a.m., Yifan, who was still asleep, was woken up by Jiang Yang. "What are you doing?" Yifan stretched lightly and then frowned as he asked Jiang Yang. "My best friend will be at my house in half an hour. You'd better get up and leave right now, or I won't be able to explain myself if she sees you." Jiang Yang shouted anxiously at Yifan. "Big sister, aren't you being a bit too materialistic? You used me and then just dumped me." Yifan shouted at Jiang Yang, utterly speechless. "Get up right now." Jiang Yang wasn't in the mood to waste words with Yifan, so she simply dragged him out of bed. Yifan went straight into Jiang Yang's bathroom, took his time washing up, and then left Jiang Yang's house. Because he had classes at school in the morning, Yifan drove directly to Nanyang University after leaving Jiang Yang's house. However, to keep a low profile, Yifan did not choose to drive Chu Runting's Mercedes into the school, but instead randomly found a nearby parking lot. Perhaps because Jiang Yang didn't have a class, Zhang Liang didn't come to class. The morning classes ended quickly, and Yifan went to the school cafeteria alone for lunch. "May I sit here?" Yifan had just finished getting his food and found a quiet spot to sit down when a melodious voice rang in his ears. Yifan subconsciously looked up and saw a very beautiful girl standing in front of him. This girl is the class monitor of Yifan's class, and her name is Lin Shuer. In Yifan's memory, Lin Shuer and he had a pretty good relationship, and she usually took good care of him at school. Although Lin Shuer's looks aren't as stunning as Jiang Yang or Chu Runting, she's definitely outstanding compared to the other girls in the school. Today, Lin Shuer wore a light blue tight-fitting t-shirt, which perfectly outlined her high, soft breasts and slender waist. She wore black denim shorts on her lower body, which exposed her fair and slender legs. She was wearing a pair of high-heeled sandals. This kind of outfit is actually very common on campus, but for some reason, it looks so fashionable and sexy on Lin Shuer. "Of course, beautiful class monitor." Yifan smiled and said to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer smiled and then sat down opposite Yifan. Yifan probably didn't see that when Lin Shuer sat down opposite him, the expression on a boy's face not far away changed instantly. "Who is that boy opposite Shuer?" the boy asked his friend next to him. "I don't recognize you. I've never seen you before." My friend slowly shook his head. "Didn't I tell you to keep a close eye on Shuer while I was gone? What's their relationship?" The boy's tone seemed somewhat angry as he questioned him. "They are probably just ordinary friends." The young man replied nervously. Chapter 46: Exploiting Freebies. Inside the cafeteria of Nanyang University, Lin Shuer ate her meal elegantly while observing Yifan. For some reason, Lin Shuer felt that Yifan had changed a lot recently. But Lin Shuer seemed unable to recall exactly where the changes had occurred. Previously, Yifan would always be very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Shuer, but these days Yifan has treated Lin Shuer as if she were a stranger, which is why Lin Shuer took the initiative to come and find Yifan now. She originally thought that since she took the initiative to come to Yifan, Yifan would say something to her. However, Yifan was busy flirting with his Aunt Chu at the moment, so he had no time to pay attention to Lin Shuer. "Yifan, has anything been going on with you lately?" Helpless, Lin Shuer could only take the initiative to ask Yifan. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, I'm perfectly fine." Yifan paused for a moment before answering. "Oh, so you're dating Chu 1111? Lin Shuer hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask. "No." Yifan was aware of the many rumors circulating at school about him and Chu 1111, but he didn't really care. Oh. Lin Shuer nodded, then didn't know what else to talk about with Yifan. Just then, a boy wearing a Givenchy jacket walked over with a smile and said to Lin Shuer, "Shuer, what a coincidence. I run into you in the cafeteria. Senior Wang, when did you come back to school?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Shuer's eyes after she saw the boy. "I went back to school this morning." As the boy spoke, he glanced at Yifan, who was engrossed in eating, and then asked with a smile, "Is this your friend?" "That's right." Lin Shuer nodded. "Hello, classmate, my name is Wang Wenxuan." The boy took the initiative to extend his right hand to Yifan. Yifan glanced at the boy indifferently and said softly, "My name is Yifan. I'm eating right now and don't have time to shake your hand." In fact, Yifan had already noticed that Wang Wenxuan had been observing him and Lin Shuer. He was probably one of Lin Shuer's suitors, so Yifan was too lazy to waste words with Wang Wenxuan. Furthermore, Yifan remembered that the original owner of this body had some past grievances with Wang Wenxuan, so Yifan's attitude towards Wang Wenxuan became even worse. Wang Wenxuan looked at Yifan with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, then sat down next to Lin Shuer. Yifan, are you and Shuer classmates? Wang Wenxuan took the initiative to ask Yifan. Yes. Yifan nodded slowly. Since you're Shuer's friend, you can contact me if you ever need my help. I work at our school. I don't need your help with anything. Yifan interrupted Wang Wenxuan before he could finish speaking. Wang Wenxuan saw the extremely awkward expression on Yifan's face. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he said to Lin Shuer, Shuer, I have some things to take care of, so I'll go first. You guys enjoy your meal. Good. Lin Shuer nodded slowly. After Wang Wenxuan left, Lin Shuer hurriedly said to Yifan, Yifan, Wang Wenxuan is the student council president of our school, and the Wang family has a very powerful background in Nanyang City. Why did you treat him like that? If you offend him, do you still want to stay in our school? Class monitor, in my first semester at Nanyang University, I ranked first in our department, but I didn't receive a scholarship that semester. Do you know why? Yifan suddenly asked Lin Shuer. I have no idea. Lin Shuer shook her head directly at Yifan. It's because of this that Wang Wenxuan gave my scholarship to a girl. Yifan replied calmly. The original owner of this body actually knew the truth, but he couldn't afford to offend someone like Wang Wenxuan, so he could only swallow his anger in the end. But Yifan is different now. He doesn't care about the scholarship money, but he also won't give Wang Wenxuan a friendly look. To put it bluntly, Yifan doesn't need to curry favor with any student council president right now. If Yifan were to make a phone call to Du Zhaoxiong, he could remove Wang Wenxuan from his position as student council president in no time. However, Yifan wouldn't do that, because he didn't need to waste his time on these people. I can't believe such a thing happened. Why didn't I know? Why didn't you tell me back then? Lin Shuer asked Yifan in great surprise. There's no point in talking to you about this. What can you possibly change? Because this happened to the previous owner of this body, Yifan didn't particularly care. Then I will definitely help you get justice. Lin Shuer said in a very serious tone. Yifan couldn't help but smile when he heard Lin Shuer's words. He hadn't expected Lin Shuer to be so righteous. Forget it, it's all in the past. Yifan chuckled and replied, then asked Lin Shuer, have you finished eating? I'm done eating. Lin Shuer nodded quickly. Okay, let's go back to the classroom then. As Yifan spoke, he took the initiative to help Lin Shuer tidy up the tableware, and then followed Lin Shuer towards the classroom. After a brief interaction, Yifan found that Lin Shuer was indeed a pretty good girl. Although she came from a very wealthy family, she didn't have the temperament of a spoiled princess at all. Back in the classroom, Yifan took out his phone to continue chatting with Chu Runting. But just then, a phone call came in. Yifan answered the phone after seeing that it was Du Mucheng's number. Hello, Mr. Yi. Du Mucheng was still very polite to Yifan. Miss Du, is there anything I can help you with? Yifan replied with a smile. Mr. Yi, it's like this, our Du family is holding a banquet in Nanyang City tonight. The main purpose of this banquet is to celebrate my grandfather's recovery, because you cured him. So I was wondering if you would have time to attend this banquet. Du Mucheng said slowly. What time in the evening? Yifan hesitated for a moment before asking. 7 o'clock in the evening, if that's inconvenient for you, I can change the time. Du Mucheng quickly said. No need, just send me the address, I'll come over. Yifan said calmly. Should I send a driver to pick you up? Du Mucheng asked happily after seeing that Yifan had agreed. No need, I can go by myself. Yifan refused. Okay, see you tonight. Du Mucheng didn't want to bother Yifan any further, so she hung up the phone after saying those words. Yifan himself was not interested in this kind of cocktail party. However, he knew that if he attended the party, Du Zhaoxiong would definitely introduce him to some wealthy people. These people all know how amazing Yifan's medical skills are, and they are probably all waiting to seek his medical advice and treatment. To Yifan, these people were like lambs to the slaughter. Yifan already had the idea of starting his own company, but where would he get the money to start it? It's impossible for the Du family to foot the entire bill even if Du Zhaoxiong is incredibly wealthy, he can't afford it. Therefore, Yifan could only choose to fleece these rich people. And Yifan felt that these people would be very willing to pay this money. Chapter 47 High-End Cocktail Party. The afternoon classes ended quickly. After the bell rang, Yifan left the classroom and ate something at the school cafeteria. After checking the time on his phone, Yifan felt it was about time, so he left the school and took a taxi directly to the location Du Muchen had sent him. The venue for this cocktail party was a private club that the Du family had built a few years ago. It is said that the prices at this club are extremely high, and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. Yifan was also amazed by the club's decor after getting out of the car. This clubhouse feels like a palace, with every corner seemingly crafted with ingenuity. Furthermore, there were many luxury cars parked in the club's parking lot at that time, each of which could easily cost several million. And all of their license plate numbers are also auspicious numbers. Yifan understood that Du Zhaoxiong's recovery was a major event in Nanyang City, so basically all the prominent figures in Nanyang City would attend the party. The more wealthy people who came, the happier Yifan naturally became. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan strode into the clubhouse. Since there was still more than an hour before the party started, Yifan didn't rush to the party hall. Instead, he wandered around the club by himself. The club's decor is entirely based on the style of ancient gardens, making you feel as if you've truly traveled back in time when you walk inside. It has everything: artificial hills, ponds, pavilions, and towers. However, what surprised Yifan the most were the waiters in this club. These waitresses were all dressed in kapows, and their figures, temperaments, and looks were absolutely top-notch. After wandering around for a while, Yifan felt that it was about time, so he went directly into the hall where the banquet was being held through the back door. The decor of this hall is different from the outside. It's in a Western style. The hall is at least 500 or 600 square meters in size, and is very spacious. In the middle of the hall stood a piano, and a beautiful woman was playing it. By this time, quite a few people had arrived in the hall, all dressed in expensive custom-made formal wear, while there were almost no people like Yifan who came in casual clothes. Yifan also noticed that there were quite a few young people in the hall, who were probably all rich second-generation heirs from some powerful family. Everyone seemed to have their own little circle, chatting in groups of 3 or 5 to expand their network of contacts. Feeling a bit bored, Yifan hesitated for a moment before heading straight for the buffet area in the lobby. Although Yifan had already eaten dinner, he had nothing to do, so he might as well eat something. "Yifan, what are you doing here?" But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Yifan's ear. Yifan subconsciously turned his head and saw that Lin Shuer was standing next to him. At this moment, Lin Shuer was wearing a black evening dress and high heels. Her black hair was piled up high, and her pretty face was lightly made up. She looked much more sexy and refined, but she had lost some of the innocent and sunny side she had at school. "Squad leader, what are you doing here?" Yifan was also somewhat surprised. "My father said that the head of the Du family has recovered, so he brought me to today's party. I never expected to run into you here," Lin Shuer explained to Yifan with great joy. Oh. Yifan nodded slowly, then casually picked up a piece of pastry and asked Lin Shuer, "This pastry tastes good, would you like to try some?" "Okay." As Lin Shuer spoke, she leaned her little head closer. Yifan put the pastry directly into Lin Shuer's mouth. This scene was witnessed by many people in the hall. "Who is that boy? I've never seen him before. He seems to have a very close relationship with Lin Shuer. Could he be Lin Shuer's boyfriend?" "Don't talk nonsense. Wang Wenxuan has been pursuing Lin Shuer all along. Who would dare to steal Wang Wenxuan's girlfriend? That would be courting death." Several girls huddled together and couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Within the small circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Nanyang City, it's an open secret that Wang Wenxuan likes Lin Shuer. It seems that everyone except Lin Shuer herself is aware of it. This is why very few other rich kids dare to make a move on Lin Shuer. Normally, if a rich second-generation heir from a certain family takes a fancy to a girl, he will choose to tell his friends and acquaintances and spread the news. This can prevent 2 rich second-generation heirs from fighting to the death over a woman. However, this situation does exist, but most rich kids aren't that devoted. If the other person has a stronger background than them, they'll simply choose to let go. They would never let a woman ruin their relationship. Yifan and Lin Shuer chatted and ate pastries, looking like a couple in a very ambiguous way. A boy frowned slightly after seeing this scene, then took his phone and walked out of the hall. Young Master Wang, I just saw Lin Shuer and a boy having an unusual relationship. They were being all lovey-dovey and hugging at the Du family's party. What's going on? The boy said it in a very exaggerated way. What did you say? After hearing this, Wang Wenxuan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He was annoyed by Yifan at school today and was thinking of finding a chance to teach Yifan a lesson, but unexpectedly, something else happened tonight. For a moment, Wang Wenxuan couldn't understand how Lin Shuer, who was introverted and didn't like socializing, had so many male friends after only being away from school for a few months. I saw it with my own eyes, it can't be wrong, otherwise, young Master Wang, why don't you come and see for yourself? The boy replied helplessly. Okay, I was just about to attend the Du family's banquet anyway, I'll head over now. Wang Wenxuan took a deep breath and then hung up the phone immediately. The Wang family, to which Wang Wenxuan belongs, wasn't exactly a large family before, but after choosing to follow the Du family, they have benefited greatly from the Du family in recent years, which is why they have gradually grown stronger. The Wang family can definitely be considered a second-rate family in Nanyang City. They can't compare to the Du family, but they are still very powerful compared to other small families. Less than half an hour later, Wang Wenxuan drove straight to the club and stormed into the lobby. Chapter 48. The show is about to begin? When Wang Wenxuan appeared in the hall, almost everyone turned to look in his direction. Because these people know very well that a good show is about to begin. The boy who had tipped off Wang Wenxuan earlier quickly went to greet him after seeing him enter the hall. Young Master Wang, you've arrived. The boy smiled and said to Wang Wenxuan. Wang Wenxuan gave the boy a cold look, then asked him in a low voice, where is he? Without any hesitation, the boy pointed directly in the direction where Yifan and Lin Shuer were. Wang Wenxuan immediately turned his head to look over. However, when Wang Wenxuan saw Yifan, he froze on the spot, his expression one of utter disbelief. Because he never expected Yifan to appear here. Previously at school, Wang Wenxuan didn't bother with Yifan because he was too proud to admit it, but instead planned to take revenge on Yifan later. But to his utter surprise, Yifan actually came to him of his own accord. Wang Wenxuan took a deep breath and then strode towards where Lin Shuer and Yifan were. At this moment, Yifan and Lin Shuer were completely unaware that Wang Wenxuan was still chatting and laughing. Shuer, what a coincidence, you're here for the Du family's party too. Wang Wenxuan suddenly shouted at Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was clearly taken aback when she saw Wang Wenxuan, then quickly smiled and said, Senior Wang, I didn't expect to run into you here. It really is quite a coincidence. Wang Wenxuan smiled faintly, then glanced at Yifan and said in a low voice, I didn't expect we'd meet again. Yifan glanced at Wang Wenxuan, then said softly, I really didn't expect that. Yifan had absolutely no liking for Wang Wenxuan, but he didn't know why he kept running into him no matter where he went. Shuer, I have a few friends I'd like to introduce you to. Wang Wenxuan ignored Yifan and turned to Lin Shuer. Clearly, he didn't want to make a big fuss at this moment. As long as he took Lin Shuer away from Yifan, it would be enough to assert his dominance and let the people in their hall know what was going on. After all, this was the Du family's banquet, and Wang Wenxuan was still thinking that he shouldn't make a move against Yifan here. If he really wanted to deal with Yifan, he would have plenty of opportunities. No need, Senior Wang. I'm quite content chatting with Yifan here. Lin Shuer's words instantly enraged Wang Wenxuan. He had previously thought that Yifan and Lin Shuer were just friends, but now Lin Shuer had rejected him directly because of Yifan. For a moment, Wang Wenxuan's expression was extremely angry, but he still chose to suppress his anger and said, Shuer, several of my friends really want to get to know you. No. Lin Shuer shook her head again. Because she was somewhat introverted, she had no interest in Wang Wenxuan's friends at all. Faced with Lin Shuer's 2 consecutive rejections, Wang Wenxuan finally lost his temper and reached out to grab Lin Shuer and leave. After all, there were many people watching in their hall. If Wang Wenxuan were to leave alone now, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in their eyes? Senior Wang, what are you doing? Lin Shuer shouted somewhat angrily. Yifan grabbed Wang Wenxuan's wrist and said expressionlessly, Can't you understand? She already said she doesn't want to go with you, so why are you still holding on to her? This has nothing to do with you, let go of me. Wang Wenxuan glared at Yifan and shouted. Lin Shuer is my friend. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Yifan replied coldly. Yifan, do you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend me? Wang Wenshuan gritted his teeth and asked Yifan in a low voice. Who you are is none of my business, but you'd better let Lin Shuai go. As Yifan spoke, he continuously increased the force of his wrist. After feeling the pain, Wang Wenshuan had no choice but to let Lin Shuai go. Yifan then released his wrist. Wang Wenshuan sized Yifan up and down, then said coldly, "You will definitely regret what you just did. Squad leader, let's go over there." Yifan had no interest in wasting words with someone like Wang Wenshuan, so he turned around and walked forward. Lin Shuai glanced helplessly at Wang Wenshuan, and then left with Yifan. Wang Wenshuan stood there dumbfounded, his expression incredibly awkward. Because everyone around him was staring at him. Who is this kid? He's got some nerve. Not only did he steal Wang Wenshuan's girlfriend, but he also dares to talk back to Wang Wenshuan here. Yes, I've never seen you before. I know Wang Wenshuan's personality too well. This is definitely not over. So what if it's not over yet? This is the Du family's party. The Wang family is just a dog of the Du family. Do you think he would dare to lay a hand on that kid here? The people around them began to whisper among themselves. Wang Wenshuan's face turned very ugly after hearing what these people said, but he really didn't dare to make a move against Yifan here. If this matter gets blown up, he won't be able to explain it to his family. Young Master Wang, let's deal with this brat after the party. Just then, a young man walked up to Wang Wenshuan and whispered something to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenshuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said, I must kill this Yifan. Just who is this Yifan? How dare he even steal your woman, young Master Wang? Yeah, they are incredibly bold. The other two young men chimed in. He's just a poor student who has to rely on scholarships to pay his tuition. What kind of background could he possibly have? Wang Wenshuan said through gritted teeth. That's not right. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, Young Master Wang, if this kid is really just a poor student, how did he get in? That's right, this is the Du family's banquet. So many people would kill to get in. Maybe Lin Shuai brought it in. That's impossible. The invitation has a limit on the number of people allowed in. Lin Shuai was brought by her father. How could she possibly be qualified to bring that kid in? Upon hearing these words, Wang Wenshuan's anger vanished instantly, and he strode away. Chapter 49. He's a thief. After seeing Wang Wenshuan leave, Yifan and Lin Shuai casually found a place to sit down. Yifan, I'm sorry, you offended Senior Wang again because of me. Lin Shuai said softly to Yifan. It's alright, what difference does it make if we offend someone like that? Yifan didn't take Wang Wenshuan seriously at all. But Lin Shuai seemed to want to say something. It's okay, don't worry about me, he won't do anything to me. Yifan looked at Lin Shuai with a faint smile, and then continued, I think this Lin Wenshuan probably likes you, but is not a good person, so you'd better stay away from him. I can sense that too, but I don't like Senior Wang, I still think. Before Lin Shuai could finish speaking, her pretty face instantly turned red, as if she realized she had said something wrong. What do you think? Yifan asked Lin Shuai with some curiosity. And nothing, it's nothing anyway, I already have someone I like. Lin Shuai replied softly. Who do you like? Is it someone in our class? Yifan asked casually. Yes. Lin Shuai nodded slightly. Who's from our class? It can't be Zhang Liang, can it? Let me tell you, Zhang Liang isn't a good guy. Yifan asked Lin Shuai with a hint of gossip. Lin Shuai looked at Yifan with a helpless expression, seemingly unsure of what to say. But at that moment, Wang Wenshuan, accompanied by a middle-aged man and several security guards, headed straight for Yifan and Lin Shuai. Everyone showed strange expressions after seeing the middle-aged man next to Wang Wenshuan. Because this middle-aged man is the manager of this club. Wang Wenshuan actually called manager Gao here. Yeah, that kid's in for a world of trouble now. Not necessarily. If that kid is a guest invited by the Du family, manager Gao can't do anything to him. Are you stupid? Wang Wenshuan was able to get manager Gao to come, which means he must be confident in dealing with that kid. Otherwise, would manager Gao have come? The hall, which had just returned to calm, became lively again after manager Gao appeared, and everyone looked in Yifan's direction. Some people even began to sympathize with Yifan, because Yifan could have offended anyone but this petty and narrow-minded Wang Wenxuan. Manager GAO, it's this man. I suspect he's the one who stole my wallet. Wang Wenxuan walked up to Yifan, pointed at Yifan, and shouted. Your wallet was stolen by me. Yifan was speechless at the expression on Wang Wenxuan's face. He couldn't understand why anyone would still use a wallet in this day and age. Sir, please come with us. We need to investigate whether you stole Mr. Wang's wallet. Manager GAO said to Yifan with a blank expression. Yifan glanced at Manager GAO indifferently and asked coldly, there are so many people here, why don't you investigate others instead of me? And what evidence do you have to prove that I stole his wallet? Manager GAO was stunned when he heard Yifan's words, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. All these guests are VIPs invited by the Du family. They are all important figures and it's impossible for them to steal young Master Wang's wallet. But you are just a poor student who sneaked in, so you are the prime suspect. The young man next to Wang Wenxuan reacted very quickly, shouting at the top of his lungs. Manager Gao's expression changed instantly after hearing what the young man said. If Yifan really did sneak in and steal the guests' things, then it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. If Du Xiaoxiong found out, then he would lose his job as general manager. Sir, please show me your invitation letter first. Manager GAO said to Yifan in a low voice. Lin Shuai looked at Yifan with eyes full of nervousness. In fact, she was somewhat surprised from the first moment she saw Yifan. It was impossible for the Du family to invite a student to their party, and she couldn't figure out how Yifan got in. An invitation. Yifan was taken aback by Manager Gao's words, then frowned and said, do I need an invitation to attend your party? Yifan wasn't pretending to be stupid, he genuinely didn't know an invitation was required. Zhu Muqing never mentioned this to him. Upon hearing Yifan's words, everyone around him wore helpless smiles. Wang Wenxuan, on the other hand, had a very smug expression on his face. He secretly thought to himself that Yifan was definitely going to die today. Because anyone who can enter this hall needs an invitation. Yifan had just walked in through the employee entrance at the back, so he skipped the security check. Sir, this reception is by invitation only, meaning every guest has an invitation. If you don't have an invitation, then I'd like to ask how you got in and what your purpose is. Manager GAO was extremely grateful to Wang Wenxuan. If it weren't for Wang Wenxuan's reminder, he might not have been able to discover that Yifan had sneaked in. If something had really happened then, he would have been completely ruined. Someone called me to invite me, so I had no idea there was any invitation. Yifan replied to Manager GAO calmly. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of everyone present seemed to widen even further. Even Wang Wenxuan couldn't help but smile. Who called you? Who has such power that they can summon you over with just one phone call? The young man standing next to Wang Wenxuan made a sarcastic remark. Manager GAO was aware that some important guests were indeed personally notified by phone from the Du family. However, no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't see that Yifan was the kind of distinguished guest. Lin Shuai hesitated for a moment, then stood directly in front of Yifan and shouted excitedly, I brought Yifan in here. If you want to deal with Yifan, deal with me first. Yifan stared at Lin Shuai for a moment, surprised that she would be so loyal and speak up for him at this time. Chapter 50 The Du family arrives. Lin Shuai's idea was very simple. She actually believed that Yifan had sneaked in. So she wanted to deliberately take all the blame upon herself, hoping that the Du family would not do anything to her because of her father. Shuai, what nonsense are you doing here? But at that moment, Lin Shuai's father, Lin Yiping, walked directly up to Lin Shuai and whispered a reprimand. Mr. Lin, what exactly is going on? Manager GAO slowly looked up at Lin Yiping and asked. Manager GAO, I don't know this kid. I brought Shuai in, but this kid has nothing to do with us. Lin Shuai's father, Lin Yiping, didn't know Yifan at all, so there was absolutely no way he would risk offending the Du family to protect Yifan. Dad, Yifan really is. Lin Shuai opened her mouth to speak. Don't say anything, just come with me. Lin Yiping angrily pulled Lin Shuai aside. Wang Wenxuan looked at Yifan with a hint of smugness in his eyes, and asked Yifan with a smile, do you have anything else to say now? You like Lin Shuai, don't you? Yifan suddenly asked Wang Wenxuan. Wang Wenxuan was stunned. He couldn't quite understand why Yifan would suddenly ask that question. Have you ever thought about whether Lin Shuai would be willing to stand up for you if the same thing happened to you? Yifan's next words pierced Wen Wenshuan's heart. Isn't it because you saw me getting a little close to Lin Shuer that you went to great lengths to frame me? Even if I'm kicked out of here today, or even if I get beaten up badly, so what? Does that change the fact that Lin Shuer doesn't like you at all? Yifan mocked Wen Wenshuan without any mercy. Wen Wenshuan looked at Yifan with red eyes, unable to find any words to refute him. The people around him seemed to be looking at Wen Wenshuan as if he were a clown. Besides, you can't do anything to me today. On the contrary, you will be kicked out of here by the Du family. And from the moment you offended me, the Du family and your Wang family will no longer have any cooperation. Your foolish behavior has ruined your whole family. Yifan looked at Wen Wenshuan and continued speaking. You're bragging. I don't believe you have such ability. If you really do, Wen Wenshuan, will kneel down before you in front of all these people today. Wen Wenshuan looked at Yifan and shouted excitedly. Sir, please show me your invitation letter immediately. Manager Gao frowned and said to Yifan. As I just said, I didn't have an invitation, someone called me to invite me. Yifan replied to Manager Gao with some impatience. Who invited you here? Manager Gao continued to ask. Du Muchen. Yifan said calmly. Everyone was surprised again after hearing Yifan's answer, but most people thought Yifan was definitely bragging. How could a poor student like him possibly know Du Muchen? Alright, since you say you were invited by Miss Du, then please call Miss Du now to verify it. Manager Gao responded to Yifan with a cold laugh. At this point, he was 100% certain that Yifan had sneaked in, because Du Muchen had not invited any guests at all. Some of the more distinguished guests were invited by Du Zhenghao and Du Jingnan by phone. If Yifan had been able to say those two names just now, Manager Gao might have doubted whether he had really made a mistake. But since Yifan said it was Du Muchen, he completely dispelled his doubts. I think your job as manager is pretty much done. Yifan looked at Manager Gao in front of him and muttered something to himself, then took out his phone to call Du Muchen. Just a second ago, Yifan was very confident. But when he heard the words, the other party's phone is switched off, his expression changed instantly. He didn't expect things to happen so coincidentally. Du Muchen's phone just happened to be switched off at that exact moment. Lin Shuer, standing to the side, was also very anxious and shouted to Lin Yiping, Dad, please help Yifan. Shuer, how could you be so foolish? He has offended the Du family, and our Lin family cannot afford to offend the Du family. Lin Yiping replied with a helpless expression. Are you going to tell me that Miss Du's phone is off? Manager Gao asked Yifan with a cold smile. It's definitely switched off. Why don't you call him? Yifan replied helplessly. Since Miss Du's phone is switched off, you can call Mr. Du. A hint of disdain flashed in Manager Gao's eyes. Yifan's phone only contained Du Muchen's number, there were no other Du family members' numbers in it. Alright, the party's about to start. I'm not in the mood to waste time on you. Get this person away from me now. Manager Gao shouted directly at the security guard behind him. The security guard strode toward Yifan. What are you all doing gathered here? However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out at the door. Upon hearing this sound, everyone turned to look. Du Zhenghao strode over directly. Manager Gao's expression changed instantly upon seeing Du Zhenghao, and he quickly walked over with a smile, saying, Mr. Du, you've arrived. We just discovered a thief who sneaked in and stole Mr. Wang's wallet. We're dealing with it here. What's the point of dealing with this? Since he's a thief, just drag him out and teach him a lesson. Why waste so much time here on this little thing? Du Zhenghao replied somewhat impatiently, then turned to leave. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure and hurriedly ran to Yifan with a smile. Mr. Yi. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call before you came? Mu Cheng is still waiting for you outside. Du Zhenghao spoke to Yifan in a very polite tone. When everyone present heard what Du Zhenghao said to Yifan, they were all stunned. In that instant, it was as if the air itself had frozen. The hall, which could hold hundreds of people, was completely silent. Everyone was frozen in place, staring blankly in Yifan's direction. Manager Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if he were dreaming, as if it were all unreal. Are you satisfied with this handling of Chapter 51? When everyone present heard what Du Zhenghao said to Yifan, their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shuer and her father, Lin Yiping, stood there dumbfounded, as if they didn't quite know how to describe their feelings at that moment. No one expected that Yifan would actually know Du Zhenghao from the Du family. However, the person with the worst expression at this moment was probably Wan Wenshuan. Even with all his calculations, Wan Wenshuan never expected things to turn out this way. When Du Zhenghao noticed that everyone's expression seemed a bit off, he quickly asked Yifan, "Mr. Yi, has something happened?" "Actually, nothing much happened. Someone said their wallet was stolen and accused me of being a thief. Also, the manager of your party thought I snuck in and insisted I show some kind of invitation. When I couldn't produce an invitation, they threatened to throw me out." Yifan replied to Du Zhenghao indifferently. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Du Zhenghao's expression instantly changed, because Du Zhenghao was very clear about how important Yifan was to the Du family. Yifan hasn't given him the real antidote yet, so Du Zhaoxiong's life is in Yifan's hands. Offending Yifan at this time would be tantamount to taking Du Zhaoxiong's life. Such a thing actually happened. After taking a deep breath, Du Zhenghao turned to look at Manager Gao beside him. Manager Gao was clearly terrified. He stammered, "President Du, I'm so sorry. I didn't know this had anything to do with you. I didn't know Mr. Yi was a VIP you invited. If I had known earlier, I would never have." Clearly, Manager Gao was now so frightened that he was incoherent. Wang Wenshuan stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. "Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry. It was our Du family's mistake that led to this situation. But please rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter properly." Du Zhenghao apologized to Yifan very sincerely in front of everyone present. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically. They might have thought that Yifan only knew Du Zhenghao, but now they could tell from the tone of Yifan's voice when he spoke to Du Zhenghao that the two of them seemed to know each other much more than that. When have these people ever seen Du Zhenghao speak to a young man in such an attitude? Even Lin Shui's father, Lin Yiping, couldn't help but whisper to Lin Shui, "Shui, who exactly is this friend of yours?" "I'm not really sure either." Lin Shui shook her head helplessly. Lin Yiping was filled with regret. He regretted that he hadn't stood firmly on Yifan's side earlier, otherwise he would have had the opportunity to get close to the Du family. However, it's not too late to understand now, since he knows that Yifan and Lin Shui have a very special relationship. She could use Lin Shui's connection to find a way to get closer to Yifan. Du Zhenghao glanced at Manager Gao expressionlessly, then said calmly, "You need to bear 50% of the responsibility for what happened. Luckily, I discovered it in time today, otherwise, if you had really kicked Mr. Yi out of this party, your life would be in danger. Do you understand what I mean?" "Mr. Du, please let me explain." Manager Gao was on the verge of losing his mind. His expression was extremely ugly. "I don't want to hear any of your explanations. You're fired now. Get out of here immediately and never let me see you in any of the Du family's businesses again, understand?" Du Zhenghao said in an icy voice. Manager Gao stood there dumbfounded, his expression as ugly as could be. He never expected that after working so hard for the Du family for so many years, he would be fired for such a small mistake. "Mr. Du, Mr. Yi, could you please give me another chance?" Manager Gao suddenly knelt down on the ground and shouted at Yifan and Du Zhenghao. Yifan's eyes flashed with disdain. He knew very well that Wan Wenshuan must have given Manager Gao some benefits, otherwise Manager Gao would not have come to deal with him. Therefore, he naturally did not need to be soft-hearted towards such a person. "Young Master Wang, please plead for me." After seeing that Yifan didn't react, Manager Gao turned around and shouted at Wang Wenshuan. Wang Wenshuan's expression was also very unpleasant at this moment. After all, he knew that he was already in a precarious situation and had no mood to care about Manager Gao's affairs. As expected, Du Zhenghao slowly turned his head to look at Wang Wenshuan, and then asked expressionlessly, "If I remember correctly, your father is Wang Pinghai, right?" "Right." Wang Wenshuan nodded slowly. "You previously claimed that you stole your wallet and falsely accused Mr. Yi of being a thief. I can now pull up the surveillance video. If Mr. Yi really did steal your wallet, our Du family can apologize to you and provide compensation. Is that acceptable?" Du Zhenghao asked in a low voice. "No. No need." Wang Wenshuan quickly shook his head. "Why not? Didn't you lose your wallet? Let's go check the security footage to see who had the audacity to steal it." Yifan asked Wang Wenshuan with a smile. Wang Wenshuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I've already found my wallet." "Did you find it, or was your wallet never actually lost?" Du Zhenghao's expression changed and he directly asked Wan Wenshuan. A hint of nervousness flashed in Wan Wenshuan's eyes, and then he stammered, it was my mistake. My wallet isn't lost. I made a mistake. So that means you're framing Mr. Yi? Du Zhenghao stepped forward and asked. Wan Wenshuan stood there dumbfounded, unsure how to answer Du Zhenghao's question. Go back and tell your father that from now on, our Du family will not have any business cooperation with your Wang family. All existing cooperative projects will be suspended. Do you understand what I mean? Without any further words, Du Zhenghao coldly addressed Wan Wenshuan. Upon hearing Du Zhenghao's words, Wan Wenshuan was instantly dumbfounded, standing there in a daze with an expression of utter disbelief on his face. Where is chapter 52 too small? After Du Zhenghao finished speaking, not only Wan Wenshuan felt incredulous, but almost everyone present had the same expression. Although the Wang family is a second-rate family, they have followed the Du family in doing many projects over the years. But who could have imagined that Wan Wenshuan would cause the Du family to cancel all cooperation with the Wang family simply because he offended Yi Fan? It should be understood that Du Zhenghao's words were tantamount to announcing the death sentence for the Wang family. If the Du family unilaterally announces that they will no longer cooperate with the Wang family, then who in the entire Nanyang city would dare to cooperate with the Wang family? Uncle Du, isn't your decision a bit too hasty? Wan Wenshuan asked Du Zhenghao excitedly. Du Zhenghao couldn't help but sneer, then said calmly, whether my decision was hasty or not is none of your business to remind me. You just need to convey what I just said to your father. After hearing Du Zhenghao's words, Wan Wenshuan's face turned ashen. At this moment, he may have realized that he might have really offended someone he shouldn't have. He never imagined that Yi Fan would have such a terrifying influence in the Du family. Du Zhenghao slowly turned his head to look at Yi Fan, then asked with a smile, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with how I handled this? It's all right, I'm quite satisfied. Yi Fan nodded slowly. As long as you're satisfied. Du Zhenghao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Fan's attitude towards him was not bad. At this moment, his biggest worry was that he would not handle this matter well and anger Yi Fan. The people around were all secretly memeizing Yi Fan's appearance and features, because they all knew very well that since Du Zhenghao could treat Yi Fan with such an attitude, it meant that Yi Fan's identity and background were definitely something they couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, these people secretly thought that they must try their best to curry favor with Yi Fan in the future. Mr. Yi, my father and the others are waiting for you in the private room. How about I take you there to see them now? After hesitating for a moment, Du Zhenghao continued to ask Yi Fan. Good. Yi Fan nodded immediately after hearing Du Zhenghao's words. Du Zhenghao then led Yi Fan up to the second floor. A moment later, Yi Fan followed Du Zhenghao directly into a private room. There weren't many people in the private room at the time, about 7 or 8. These people are all well-known figures in Nanyang City, and their status is definitely no less than that of Du Zhaoxiong. Otherwise, Du Zhaoxiong would not have entertained them in this private room instead of personally going downstairs to greet Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, you've finally arrived. We have some old friends here in the private room whom we haven't seen in a long time, so we didn't come down to greet you. We hope you don't mind. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Du Zhaoxiong hurriedly walked up to him and spoke excitedly. It's all right. Yi Fan simply replied to Du Zhaoxiong with a nonchalant tone. Du Zhaoxiong hurriedly introduced Yi Fan to the people in the private room. The people in the private room were naturally very curious about Yi Fan. After a brief introduction, they regarded Yi Fan as a miracle doctor and began to seek his medical advice based on their own conditions. Yi Fan came here specifically to see these people, so he patiently answered their questions. However, after Yi Fan had been chatting with these people for about 10 minutes, Du Zhenghao suddenly walked up to Yi Fan and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, could you come over here for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Okay. Yi Fan nodded slowly, then got up and followed Du Zhenghao to the side. What is it? Yi Fan asked Du Zhenghao in a soft voice. Mr. Yi, here's the thing. A friend of mine has been wanting to meet with you for a while now. He seems to have something very important to discuss with you, so I was wondering if you could spare some time to come over. Du Zhenghao said to Yi Fan with a smile. Upon hearing Du Zhenghao's words, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before asking softly, what is your relationship with this friend of yours? Our relationship is all right, but this person probably needs your help. If you can help her, I think the terms she offers you will definitely satisfy you. Du Zhenghao looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile. Fine, since you've already said that, even if I don't give the other person face, I still have to give you face. Yi Fan smiled at Du Zhenghao and readily agreed. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Yi, for giving me this face. Du Zhenghao smiled at Yi Fan, then led Yi Fan out of the private room. A moment later, Yi Fan strode into a private room. At this moment, there were only two people in the private room. One was a burly man in a black suit who stood quietly next to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa was a beautiful woman with an outstanding figure, temperament, and appearance. The woman wore a pure white shirt on top and a short skirt on the bottom. Her long, fair legs were covered with black stockings made of a very thin material, which looked particularly charming under the lights of the private room. She wore a pair of red high heels. Long, fair legs, high breasts, and a charming face. This woman's looks and figure are simply impeccable. The woman's age should be similar to Chu Runting's, around 30 years old. Women of this age possess a captivating charm that defies description, and this woman seems to embody it even more vividly. Miss Ju, I brought Mr. Yi over for you. Du Zhenghao chuckled and called out to the woman on the sofa. Yi Fan could tell from Du Zhenghao's attitude towards this woman that her background was definitely not simple. The woman slowly stood up, then extended her fair and smooth hand to Yi Fan, smiling as she said, Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Ju Ruobing. Hello, Ms. Ju. Yi Fan simply shook hands with Ju Ruobing. Ju Ruobing looked Yi Fan up and down, then chuckled softly, I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. Small? Where is it small? Yi Fan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, his expression full of confusion. He thought to himself, I just shook hands with this woman, how could she say I'm too young? Chapter 53 I need to check you out first. After noticing a change in Yi Fan's expression, Ju Ruobing smiled faintly and said softly, Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand me. I meant you're young? Yi Fan stared blankly at Ju Ruobing in front of him for a moment. If these words had come from an ordinary-looking woman, Yi Fan might not have felt anything. However, coming from Ju Ruobing, a woman whose figure, looks, and temperament are all absolutely top-notch, it takes on a different flavor. This feeling is probably indescribable. It's like some women can make you have all sorts of fantasies just by smiling at you. Miss Ju, I'm young, and I might not be able to handle it if you joke with me like that. Yi Fan calmly replied to Ju Ruobing. Ju Ruobing glanced at Yi Fan indifferently, and her impression of Yi Fan underwent some changes. She was initially disappointed because Yi Fan seemed young, feeling that he might not be able to solve her current problems. However, after just a few words, she felt that Yi Fan's speaking style seemed somewhat inconsistent with his age. Mr. Yi, Ms. Ju, please continue your conversation. I have some other matters to attend to. Du Zhenghao said to the two of them with a smile. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Du, for the introduction. Ju Ruobing looked at Du Zhenghao and smiled faintly. Du Zhenghao turned around and left the private room. Yi Fan sat down on the sofa and asked Ju Ruobing softly, Ms. Ju, Mr. Du just told me that you must have something you want to tell me. I don't like beating around the bush, so please just tell me what it is. Mr. Yi, before we discuss the matter, I'd like to check first to see if you can truly be of help to me. Ju Ruobing replied to Yi Fan softly. Yi Fan looked at Ju Ruobing in front of him with a puzzled expression. He really couldn't understand what this woman was trying to do. First she said she was young, then she said she needed to check herself. It makes it seem like she's here seeking a child for a fortune. However, Yi Fan also knew that a beautiful woman like Ju Ruobing probably didn't need to spend a lot of money to have a child. After all, countless men would come to her with just a glance, so she didn't need to go to such great lengths to come and find him. Ms. Ju, what kind of examination are you referring to? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Fan asked Ju Ruobing very cautiously. Ju Ruobing smiled faintly at Yi Fan, then made a gesture to the bodyguard standing to the side. Without the slightest hesitation, the bodyguard strode towards Yi Fan. Before Yi Fan could figure out what was going on, the bodyguard raised his leg and kicked towards Yi Fan. The bodyguard's kick was powerful and fast. An ordinary person would probably have no chance to react and would be sent flying by the kick. Yi Fan reacted relatively quickly. He stood up abruptly, narrowly avoiding the bodyguard's kick. Miss Ju, what do you mean by this? Yi Fan quickly asked Ju Ruobing. Mr. Yi, didn't I just say that I need to check if you are capable of helping me? Ju Ruobing looked at Yi Fan and smiled faintly. If you're going to do an inspection, why did you have people hit me? Yifan shouted excitedly. Ignoring what Yifan said, the bodyguard raised his hand and threw a punch at Yifan's location. If you keep doing this, I might have to fight back. Yifan called out to Zhu Ruobing in a low voice. If Mr. Yi can't even beat my bodyguard today, then I think there's no point in me continuing this conversation with you. Zhu Ruobing ate her fruit quietly while speaking calmly. After hearing Zhu Ruobing's words, Yifan understood what the woman meant. Bang! Just then, Yifan grabbed the bodyguard's fist. Keep in mind that his physical abilities have increased 20-fold. This means that Yifan's speed and strength are 20 times that of a normal person. Although the bodyguard in front of him was professionally trained, he was still insignificant in front of Yifan. When the bodyguard saw Yifan clench his fist, he seemed to want to pull it back, but Yifan's strength was too great, and no matter how hard he tried, he had no effect. Miss Zhu, your bodyguard is no match for me. I advise you not to let him waste his energy here. If I were to intervene, I might injure him. Yifan turned his head and shouted at Zhu Ruobing. Mr. Yi, please feel free to make your move. I'm genuinely curious whether you can defeat my bodyguard. Zhu Ruobing picked up a cherry and put it in her mouth, then replied to Yifan indifferently. Upon hearing Zhu Ruobing's words, Yifan didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw a punch at the bodyguard's chest. Yifan's punch was extremely fast, giving the bodyguard no time to react at all. Bang! Another loud bang. The bodyguard practically took the brunt of Yifan's punch with his own body, then flew backward and slammed hard against the wall of the private room. Phut! The bodyguard coughed up a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground. Zhu Ruobing, who was sitting on the sofa, was shocked when she saw this scene. Her pink and alluring cherry lips were slightly open, as if she wanted to speak but did not know how to describe her feelings. Because this bodyguard had been with Zhu Ruobing for several years, Zhu Ruobing was very clear about his skills. But to her utter surprise, Yifan killed the bodyguard with just one punch. Yifan slowly turned his head to look in Zhu Ruobing's direction, then said expressionlessly, I told you long ago that I don't know my own strength. You insisted on sending your bodyguard to spar with me. Now look what happened. You're not planning to extort me, are you? I never expected Mr. Yi to be so skilled. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhu Ruobing stammered to Yifan. Miss Zhu, I really don't understand what you're trying to do. You just said you wanted to examine me, is this how you're going to examine me? Yifan frowned and asked, puzzled. Chapter 54. They came to me willingly. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. Let me explain in detail what I need you to do. After witnessing Yifan instantly kill her bodyguard with a single punch, Zhu Ruobing's attitude towards Yifan underwent a complete transformation. Zhu Ruobing initially thought Yifan wasn't very old, so she assumed he wasn't the person she was looking for. But it was only at this moment that she realized that Yifan was the person she was looking for. Miss Zhu, what exactly do you want to see me about? After hesitating for a moment, Yifan sat down next to Zhu Ruobing and asked her in a low voice. Mr. Yi, here's the thing, Jiangnan province has had a martial arts tournament for many years. Originally, this tournament was simply a competition between martial arts practitioners, but it gradually evolved into a contest between us who do business on the ground. Zhu Ruobing spoke slowly. Business on the ground. Yifan looked at Zhu Ruobing's expression with some confusion. To put it simply, it involves running entertainment venues, maintaining the security of those stores, and handling shady matters. We collectively call this kind of business ground-level business, do you understand what I mean? Zhu Ruobing said softly. What is your relationship with Zhu Linghai? Yifan's expression changed slightly, and he directly asked Zhu Ruobing. Zhu Linghai is my grandfather. Zhu Ruobing said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yifan gasped in shock. Because Zhu Linghai was the most famous underworld boss in Nanyang City decades ago, and could even be considered the #1 figure in the Nanyang underworld. Yifan never expected that Zhu Ruobing would be Zhu Linghai's granddaughter. He naturally understood what the so-called ground business was all about. It's normal for those of us who do business on the ground to have some friction and conflict when we fight for territory. But this era no longer allows us to use the methods of the older generation to deal with problems. The main reason is that doing so would result in too many casualties and too much impact. So we've changed to the current method of dealing with problems through martial arts tournaments. Zhu Ruobing looked at Yifan and continued to explain. I understand what you mean. Yifan nodded slowly. Half a month ago, an enemy of our Jew family extended an invitation to us, wanting us to resolve the issue of ownership of the old city area at this martial arts tournament. Our Jew family had no choice but to agree, and both parties signed a contract. If our Jew family loses this martial arts tournament, the old town area will belong to them. But if we win, we can not only continue to operate in that area, but they will also give us 10 million in cash. Zhu Ruobing looked at Yifan and continued speaking. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, "So you're planning to have me represent your Jew family in this martial arts tournament, is that right?" "Yes, that's why I had my bodyguard test your skills just now. If you couldn't even beat my bodyguard, there would be no need for me to chat with you. But I was very satisfied with your skills just now." Zhu Ruobing nodded. "Ms. Zhu, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you," Yifan suddenly said. "Speaking? First of all, if I were to represent your Jew family in this martial arts tournament, would I be in any danger?" Yifan asked with a smile. "There is definitely danger, because all the contestants participating in the martial arts tournament will sign a life or death waiver. Once they step onto the stage, it's not just a matter of who wins, but also a matter of life and death." Zhu Ruobing didn't hide anything and spoke directly to Yifan. "Is it that dangerous?" Yifan frowned slightly upon hearing Zhu Ruobing's words. "But Mr. Yi, your skills are still not a big problem. Moreover, each family can choose to bring 2 people to participate in this martial arts tournament. You will be our Jew family's substitute. If our Jew family's fighters can defeat the opponent, then you won't even need to take action." Zhu Ruobing looked at Yifan and added a sentence. "So I was just a substitute after all." Yifan couldn't help but smile after hearing this, and then asked, "So what benefits can I expect?" Yifan asked very directly. "Since you're a substitute, I'll give you a 1 million appearance fee upfront. Whether you actually play or not, that 1 million is yours. If our Jew family's thugs lose to the other side, and you are able to defeat them, we will not take a single penny of the 10 million in cash that the other side lost to us, it will all be yours." Zhu Ruobing spoke to Yifan very readily. "Your offer is indeed very tempting, but I feel that since I've already signed a waiver of life and death, isn't 10 million a bit too little?" Yifan asked Zhu Ruobing with a smile. At this moment, what Yifan needed most was probably a contract, so he was very interested in helping the Jew family participate in this martial arts tournament. "If I could actually defeat the other person, I could directly get 10 million. 10 million is no small sum for Yifan right now." "You still think 10 million isn't enough?" Zhu Ruobing said with a frown. "This 10 million isn't something you can just get easily. I'm gambling with my life, you know." Yifan replied calmly. "So, how much do you think is appropriate?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Ruobing asked Yifan in a low voice. 30 million. Without a second thought, Yifan stated his desired price. His biggest worry right now is how to get some money out of these rich people. Now that someone is actually offering him money, Yifan is naturally very happy. "We can't give that much. How much profit do venues in the old city make in a year?" Zhu Ruobing shook her head slightly, then continued, "I can only give you a maximum of 15 million. 20 million. But I have a condition." Yifan didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Zhu Ruobing looked Yifan up and down. She had only come to find Yifan to find a substitute for her own henchman. She hadn't even thought that Yifan would actually have a chance to play. So after hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, then it's 20 million. Mr. Yi, what are your requirements?" "I haven't thought of any requests yet. I'll let you know if I remember them later, okay?" Yifan smiled and said to Zhu Ruobing. "No problem." Zhu Ruobing knew that Yifan probably wouldn't make any unreasonable demands, so she nodded in agreement. Chapter 55: A beautiful woman with a sickness. Yifan never expected that Zhu Ruobing would come to give him money, so he readily agreed to help her. For Yifan right now, the most important thing is to get money as quickly as possible. He could earn 20 million yuan just by helping Zhu Ruobing participate in some martial arts tournament, and he might not even have to participate himself. This was an incredibly good thing for Yifan. After a brief chat about the martial arts tournament, Yifan left the private room. After Yifan left the private room, he did not choose to return to the private room where Du Zhenghao and Du Zhaoxiong were. He had already achieved his goal of attending the party today. As long as he could successfully obtain Zhu Ruobing's 20 million, he would have startup capital, so there was no need to waste time with those rich people in Nanyang City. He took out his phone and sent a message to Du Mucheng, then walked out of the hall. However, just as Yifan stepped out of the hall, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked his way. Yifan couldn't help but pause for a moment, then looked up at the person blocking his way. When Yifan saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, he was instantly stunned. Because the person blocking his way was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. The woman was wearing a black, tight-fitting, bodycon mini skirt. The fabric clung to her body, outlining her sexy, curvaceous figure. Her breasts seemed ready to burst out, her slender, supple waist was delicately encircled, and her long, fair legs were exposed to the air. The woman was already very tall, and at this moment she was also wearing a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. It has to be said that this woman's figure is absolutely the best of the best. However, this woman was also very beautiful. Her jet black hair was piled high, and her delicate oval face was flawless. In particular, her sexy and alluring peach blossom eyes added a touch of charm and allure to her. Yifan didn't know what kind of luck he had with women lately, as it seemed like he could run into beautiful women no matter where he was. The woman who appeared at this moment could definitely be considered the best of the best. Yifan even felt that her looks and figure were in no way inferior to Jiang Yang's. Of course, she still falls a little short compared to Chu Runting, Yifan's ideal woman. This might be because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Objectively speaking, this woman is definitely the most beautiful woman Yifan has ever seen. He simply couldn't understand why such a perfect woman existed in this world. She has a beautiful and delicate appearance, with high breasts, a slender waist, and a pair of long, straight legs of moderate thickness. It seemed that any man would feel his heart flutter upon seeing this woman, and Yifan was no exception. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yifan hesitated for a moment as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, then asked softly. "You're Yifan?" The beautiful woman looked Yifan up and down and asked softly. "That's right." Yifan nodded. "Did you cure Grandpa Du's illness?" The beautiful woman continued to ask. "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" Yifan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. "Come with me for a moment, I need to tell you something." The beautiful woman didn't stand on ceremony at all and directly pulled Yifan forward. "No, what is it you want? Can't you just say it here?" Yifan had no idea what the woman wanted to do, so he called out in confusion. The beautiful woman didn't answer Yifan's question at all, and pulled him forward quickly. Yifan even suspected that this woman might have feelings for him. If this woman were to actually do something to him, Yifan was still conflicted about whether or not he should choose to resist. After all, this woman is so beautiful, Yifan felt that it wouldn't be a bad thing if he had to compromise a little. A few minutes later, Yifan was dragged by the beautiful woman to a pink Maserati, and she said to him, "Get in." "No, what exactly do you want?" Yifan stood by the car door and asked the woman in a helpless tone. "Let's talk after we get in the car." The woman didn't explain anything at all, she simply opened the car door and pushed Yifan into the car. Yifan had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. The woman, with her long, slender, and fair legs, sat in the driver's seat and handed Yifan a business card. Yifan took the business card and glanced at it briefly. "Zhao Juer, General Manager of the Zhao Group." "Miss Zhao, what's the matter with you pulling me into your car?" After putting down the business card, Yifan asked Zhao Juer in a low voice. Zhao Juer looked Yifan up and down before slowly saying, "I came to this party today because of you. You have a crush on me?" Yifan asked, quite puzzled. "No, Mu Cheng and I are good friends. I heard from her that your medical skills are amazing. You cured Grandpa Du's illness, so I came to you to ask you to treat me." Zhao Juer spoke to Yifan in a very serious tone. "So you came to see me for a medical consultation?" Upon hearing this, Yifan let out a long sigh of relief and then said with a smile, "You're being so mysterious, I thought you were up to no good." Zhao Juer glanced at Yifan helplessly. At this moment, she began to doubt whether the boy in front of her, who was about the same age as her, was really as amazing as Du Mucheng had said. "Miss Zhao, since you've come to see me for treatment, let me make this clear first, I don't treat patients for free, I charge a fee." Yifan reminded Zhao Juer of something. "I'll pay any price as long as you can cure my illness." Zhao Juer said very readily. "I never knew you were a rich woman. Tell me, what disease do you have?" Yifan glanced at Zhao Juer briefly and felt that her complexion was perfectly normal. She didn't look like a patient at all. I? Zhao Juer noticed that Yifan seemed hesitant. There's no one else here, so just tell me what's wrong with you. I'm not going to tell anyone. Yifan felt that Zhao Juer must have some unspeakable difficulties, so he gently offered a word of advice. You promise you won't tell anyone what I told you today, right? Zhao Juer asked Yifan very seriously. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone. Without any hesitation, Yifan nodded directly to Zhao Juer. Chapter 56. Let me touch your leg. Looking at the sexy and beautiful Zhao Juer in front of him, Yifan was actually very curious about what kind of illness Zhao Juer had, which made it so mysterious. Can you swear an oath? Zhao Juer asked Yifan. Sister, what exactly is wrong with you? We don't even know each other. Even if I knew what's wrong with you, who would I tell? Yifan shouted at Zhao Juer, somewhat speechless. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan and felt that there was some truth to what he said. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered a threat to Yifan. If you dare to tell anyone else about my affairs, I guarantee I will cut off your tongue. Then you'd better stop talking, okay? I'm not listening anymore. Without a second thought, Yifan reached out to pull open the car door and get out. Zhao Juer reacted very quickly, actually locking the car door. What exactly do you want? Are you here to see me for a medical consultation or are you just messing with me? Yifan turned to look at Zhao Juer and asked in a very distressed tone. I have a very strange illness. Zhao Juer said slowly. Indeed, I also feel that you are a bit strange. Yifan nodded slightly. When I was 18, I discovered that I really hated men, and even felt disgusted by being around them. On the contrary, I found that I seemed to like women a little. Before, this feeling was not very strong, but now it is becoming more and more obvious. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan and said in a very serious tone. Upon hearing Zhao Juer's words, Yifan froze on the spot, his expression one of utter disbelief. You mean you're gay? Yifan blinked and asked Zhao Juer. Yes, I've seen many psychologists, and that's what they all say. Zhao Juer nodded slowly, her expression very serious. Yifan's expression at this moment was quite varied. He stared wide-eyed, unsure how to describe his feelings. Who could have imagined that such a perfect woman as Zhao Juer would be a lesbian? This is such a waste. Yifan couldn't even imagine how the men who liked Zhao Juer would react if they knew the truth. Could you please stop looking at me like that? Zhao Juer said to Yifan, utterly speechless. Oh, sorry, I was just a little too surprised. Yifan gave an awkward smile, then continued, well, I basically understand your situation now. Do you have any other symptoms besides not liking men? There is none left. Zhao Juer shook her head directly. Ms. Zhao, actually, your situation is quite normal. Many people are like you these days. I don't think you're sick, you might just be naturally averse to men, which isn't strange at all. Yifan spoke to Zhao Juer in a serious tone. Since you don't find anything strange about it, why did you look at me like that just now? Zhao Juer responded to Yifan with a cold laugh. Yifan looked at Zhao Juer and was at a loss for how to explain. I don't really think it's a big deal, but my parents have been urging me to get married lately and they keep introducing me to potential partners. I really can't take it anymore. I'm an only child, and I can't live my whole life without getting married, otherwise there will be no one to inherit my family's business. So I have to get this disease cured. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan with great distress and said. I understand what you mean, but I can't cure your illness. Yifan replied to Zhao Juer with a somewhat speechless expression. The system's basic medical skills training didn't include any instructions on how to treat Zhao Juer's condition. Mu Cheng said you can cure any illness, so why can't you cure mine? Are you unwilling to help me? Zhao Juer asked Yifan in a cold voice. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I really can't help you much. I think this kind of thing needs to be taken care of by yourself slowly. It's not even an illness. Yifan looked at Zhao Juer, whose eyes were filled with despair. Zhao Juer took a deep breath, took out a check from the armrest box, and threw it in front of Yifan, saying, write down any amount you like. I only have one request, you must cure my illness. Yifan was instantly tempted when he saw the check Zhao Juer threw at him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, are you sure I should just fill it in randomly? That's right, but if your illness is incurable, I'll pay someone to chop off your hand. Zhao Juer replied to Yifan coldly. Then you should find someone else. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan threw the banknotes to Zhao Juer and prepared to get off the bus. Unfortunately, Zhao Juer had already locked the car door. I really can't cure your illness. Can't you go find someone else? Yifan said to Zhao Juer with a helpless expression. Then tell me who can cure my illness. Or you can call your master over. Zhao Juer said calmly. I don't have a driver, so please let me out of the car. If you don't cure my illness today, don't even think about getting off the bus. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan and said something rather unreasonable. Sister, what does your illness have to do with me? Why are you so persistent in bothering me? Yifan was on the verge of a breakdown. Anyway, I don't care. Mu Cheng said your medical skills are amazing, you must have a way. Zhao Juer crossed her arms and coldly replied to Yifan. Yifan took a deep breath, his gaze inadvertently falling on Zhao Juer's long, fair legs, and then said calmly, Fine, you want me to cure your illness, right? Yes. Zhao Juer nodded. Then can you cooperate with me in treating you? Yifan continued to ask. Certainly. Zhao Juer continued to nod. Okay, now I need to test just how much you hate men. Yifan said slowly. How do we test it? Zhao Juer blinked her big, watery eyes and asked. Let me touch your thigh first. Yifan said in a low voice. You're a complete scoundrel. Zhao Juer trembled slightly from Yifan's words and pounced on him. Can you please stop hitting me? Weren't you the one who insisted I see a doctor? If you don't want me to touch your thigh, then let me kiss you. Yifan shouted loudly as he stopped Zhao Juer from throwing herself at him. Zhao Juer took a deep breath to calm herself down, then stared intently at Yifan with a murderous look and whispered, You want to touch my thigh, right? Chapter 57 Zhao Juer's Temptation. Yifan was stunned after hearing Zhao Juer's words. He didn't quite understand what Zhao Juer meant. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you just say you wanted to touch my thigh? Zhao Juer frowned and asked after seeing that Yifan did not speak. Yes, I did want to touch your thigh, but I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to test just how much you hate men right now. Yifan spoke to Zhao Juer in a serious tone. In fact, Yifan was clearly making things difficult for Zhao Juer on purpose, because he really didn't know how to cure Zhao Juer's illness, and Yifan really didn't think it could be considered an illness. That's why he made this seemingly unreasonable request, wanting Zhao Juer to let him leave as soon as possible. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhao Juer said coldly to Yifan, Fine, then touch it. What did you say? Yifan was stunned when he heard Zhao Juer's words. What kind of reaction is this? Didn't you say you wanted to test how much I hate men now? Go ahead and touch me. Zhao Juer replied in a low voice, then continued to Yifan, You'll do anything to cure my illness, but if you can't cure it, you're dead. Forehead. Yifan hesitated for a moment as he looked at Zhao Juer's long, fair legs. He slowly raised his right hand and whispered to Zhao Juer, You agreed to let me touch your thigh, so don't turn your back on me after I've done it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just touch me when I tell you to. Zhao Juer stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes and shouted. Yifan slowly raised his right hand and reached out to touch Zhao Juer's sexy legs. When Zhao Juer saw Yifan extend his hand, her expression instantly tensed up, and her body began to stiffen. Her small hands uncontrollably gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and an unprecedented feeling swept over her mind. Yifan looked up at Zhao Juer and could clearly sense that she was extremely nervous, as he could even hear her rapid breathing. Can you hurry up a bit? Zhao Juer gritted her teeth and asked Yifan in a trembling voice. Yifan glanced at Zhao Juer indifferently, but ultimately chose to withdraw his hand. What do you mean by this? After seeing Yifan withdraw his hand, Zhao Juer frowned and asked Yifan with a puzzled expression. It doesn't mean anything. Actually, I can tell from your reaction just now how much you hate men. I think that given your current situation, you should try to interact with more men. Maybe your condition will improve after you do that. Yifan didn't dare to actually touch Zhao Juer's beautiful legs, because he knew very well that if he did, things would get complicated. Zhao Juer looked Yifan up and down, then said softly, Interact more with the opposite sex. How do I need to do that? Yifan looked at Zhao Juer's helpless expression, because he felt that Zhao Juer was too naive, so naive that it was unbelievable. Sister, how else can a man and a woman interact? If you really don't know how, why don't you just watch some idle dramas? Yifan shouted at Zhao Juer, utterly speechless. Zhao Juer blinked her beautiful big eyes and then whispered to Yifan, but I don't have any male friends at all. Apart from my suitors, I haven't had any contact with any men. Then why don't you just go and meet a few men yourself? There are so many chat apps these days. With your looks, finding a man shouldn't be difficult at all. Yifan replied casually, then continued, could you open the car door first? I have other things to do. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan very seriously, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, I really don't want to have contact with those strange men. I feel disgusted whenever I see them. How about I get to know you? You can help me get better. How can I approach you? Yifan paused for a moment before asking Zhao Juer. Didn't you just say that we should interact the way they do in idle dramas? Zhao Juer said slowly. Are you suggesting I pretend to be your boyfriend? After Yifan realized what was happening, he asked Zhao Juer. Yes, as long as you accompany me to do the things that couples do, it's fine. But you can't do anything that crosses the line. I can't accept any physical contact with you. Apart from that, I can try my best to overcome my mental obstacles to other things. Zhao Juer said softly. Then why did you come to me? Couldn't you have just asked anyone? Yifan frowned as he spoke. I think you have good character. Zhao Juer replied. How did you come to the conclusion that I have a good character? Yifan looked at Zhao Juer and suddenly asked with some curiosity. First of all, I just asked you to treat my illness, and I even gave you the check, but you didn't accept it. This shows that you're not a greedy person. Also, I just asked you to touch my thigh, and you didn't choose to. This shows that you're not lustful. Plus, you're quite good looking, at least much better than my suitors. I think it should be much easier to get along with you than with others. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan and analyzed very seriously. Yifan felt quite pleased with himself after hearing Zhao Juer's words. After all, who wouldn't like to be praised by a member of the opposite sex, especially such a sexy and beautiful one? Even if you praise me, it won't make a difference. I already have someone I like, and I can't be around you. Otherwise, if the person I like sees us, they might misunderstand. Yifan refused Zhao Juer very seriously. That would be even better. You have someone you like, and I could never like you back. There's no chance of feelings developing between us. Zhao Juer said hurriedly. That won't work either. You should find someone else. I definitely can't help you with this. Without a second thought, Yifan waved to Zhao Juer. He rejected Zhao Juer for two reasons. First, he didn't want to have contact with other women behind Chu Runting's back. Second, Zhao Juer was too beautiful, and she must have had many suitors. Yifan didn't want to cause himself any unnecessary trouble because of this. We're just pretending to be a couple, what can't you help me with? Zhao Juer frowned and asked Yifan with a puzzled tone. What if you suddenly fall in love with me while we're pretending? Yifan shook his head and refused again. You? Zhao Juer was so angry at Yifan's words that she didn't know what to say. She gritted her teeth and said, do you know how many people in the entire Jiangnan province want to marry me, Zhao Juer? And you're worried that I'll fall in love with you. If I really did fall in love with you, you'd be laughing in your sleep, okay? It's their business if others like you, it has nothing to do with me. Yifan replied to Zhao Juer indifferently. Zhao Juer took a deep breath and whispered to Yifan, name your price. Big sister, can you please stop bringing up money in everything? Money can't solve everything in this world. Yifan quickly replied. 1 million, you pretend to be my boyfriend for 3 months. If my illness isn't cured after 3 months, I'll extend the contract for another 3 months. Zhao Juer didn't waste any words and directly raised a finger at Yifan. Yifan blinked at Zhao Juer, his expression one of utter disbelief. He never expected this woman to be so rich, asking for 1 million right off the bat. Yifan suddenly felt a pang of attraction when he looked at Zhao Juer, because what he needed most right now was money. Just by dating a beautiful woman like Zhao Juer and pretending to be in a relationship for 3 months, one can earn 1 million. That's really hard to refuse. If Zhao Juer were extremely ugly, Yifan might have hesitated, but unfortunately, Zhao Juer is so beautiful. After hesitating for a very long time, Yifan finally gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, I still can't help you. Yifan was still unwilling to do anything to betray Chu Runting, because he would be in trouble if Chu Runting found out about it. So Yifan ultimately chose to resist the tempting offer Zhao Juer made to him, and whispered to Zhao Juer. Zhao Juer looked at Yifan with a hint of surprise in her eyes, because she did not expect Yifan to reject her. Just being her boyfriend for 3 months would get her $1 million. That's an incredible deal for an ordinary person. Zhao Juer couldn't think of any reason why Yifan would refuse her. 2 million. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Juer whispered to Yifan. Upon hearing Zhao Juer's words, Yifan's expression changed once again. He never expected that Zhao Juer would be so wealthy, spending millions with a single gesture. System notification: a special task has been triggered. Please help Zhao Juer complete her treatment. Successful treatment will complete the mission. The reward for this mission is 20 points of coolness points. However, at that moment, the system notification sounded suddenly. Chapter 58: The Real Rich Woman. When Yifan heard the system notification, he froze on the spot. Because he only then realized that the system seemed to have a tendency to meddle in other people's business. Previously, a task to help Jiang Yang had appeared out of nowhere, and now he is asked to help Zhao Juer with her treatment. However, considering that this task would reward him with 20 points of bragging points, Yifan's thoughts changed. The 2 million that Zhao Juer took out might not be very important to Yifan, because 1 or 2 million wouldn't change anything at all. However, the 20 points of show-off value were still very tempting to Yifan. Because Yifan knew very well that this bragging points could be exchanged for skill books in the shop, and these skill books were priceless in Yifan's eyes. Yifan took a deep breath, then whispered to Zhao Juer, "Are you sure you want me to help you?" "Sure." Zhao Juer nodded very seriously at Yifan. "Alright, since you've already said so, I won't waste any more words with you. It's a flat price of 5 million, and you need to pay me 2 million upfront. I don't need 3 months or anything. As long as you take this money, I'll treat you to the end. Whenever you don't want treatment anymore, or when you feel that your condition is almost cured, I won't continue to help you. What do you think? Aren't you being a little too greedy?" Zhao Juer frowned and said to Yifan. She never expected Yifan to be so outrageous, asking her for 5 million right off the bat. "Sister, it's not that I'm greedy, it's just that I'm worth this price. If you think I'm not worth this money, you can always find someone else. I think with your looks, you might not even need to pay anyone else, and I even think there might be people willing to pay you." Yifan replied to Zhao Juer with a smile. Zhao Juer noticed a strange glint in her eyes as she looked at Yifan. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said, "Okay, 5 million it is, but we must sign a contract." "Sign a contract?" Yifan was stunned for a moment. "That's right. What if you take my money and run away, or I can't find you at all, if we don't sign a contract?" Zhao Juer said very cautiously. "Okay, let's sign the contract then." Yifan nodded slowly. Zhao Juer didn't waste any words. She took out her phone and called Du Mucheng, asking Du Mucheng to prepare a contract for her. About half an hour later, Du Mucheng found Yifan and Zhao Juer with 2 contracts. "Mr. Yi." Du Mucheng first greeted Yifan, and then handed the contract to Zhao Juer. Zhao Juer glanced at the contract briefly. Since she couldn't let Du Mucheng know too many details, this contract was just a simple treatment contract. The requirements are very simple. Yifan must cooperate with Zhao Juer's treatment at any time, and if Yifan fails to cooperate, he must compensate Zhao Juer with 10 times the amount of the breach of contract penalty, which is 50 million. Yifan felt that it was just a matter of pretending to be Zhao Juer's boyfriend, and that this matter shouldn't be too difficult, so he readily signed the contract. Zhao Juer also signed her name. After signing the contract, Zhao Juer directly asked Yifan for his bank account number and then had her company transfer 2 million yuan to him. Yifan's feelings were still very complicated after seeing the 2 million that Zhao Juer had transferred. He discovered that Zhao Juer was incredibly wealthy, beautiful, and had a sexy figure. The only regret was that she didn't like men, which was a real waste. "Give me your phone." Zhao Juer stretched out her fair and alluring little hand towards Yifan. Yifan quickly handed over his phone. Zhao Juer then entered a number into Yifan's phone and handed the phone back to him, saying, "I've already saved my number in your phone and added you as a WeChat friend. I'll contact you when I have time." "Okay." Yifan nodded slowly. "Mucheng, I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll have to leave the party now." Zhao Juer turned to Du Mucheng and said. Goodbye, Jewer. Dumuching gave Zhao Juer a sweet smile. Zhao Juer turned to look at Yi Fan and said softly, "Would you like to come with me to my company?" "I'm not going." Yi Fan shook his head without even thinking. "Then you can get off the bus." Zhao Juer unlocked the door directly. Yi Fan quickly opened the car door and got out. A moment later, Zhao Juer started the car and drove straight ahead. After watching Zhao Juer leave, Yi Fan turned to Dumuching and asked, "What's Zhao Juer's background? She seems very rich." "Mr. Yi, you must be joking. Miss Zhao isn't just rich, she's probably the richest person in Jiangnan province." Dumuching replied to Yi Fan with a smile. Perhaps because Yi Fan cured Du Xiaoxiong's illness, Dumuching had a very good impression of Yi Fan. "What do you mean by richest? Does it mean Zhao Juer is richer than your Du family?" Yi Fan looked at Dumuching with some confusion and asked. "Miss Zhao's father is Mr. Zhao Longxiang, a very famous investor in China. Mr. Zhao now resides abroad. His Longxiang investment can be considered one of the top investment companies in the world. Many well-known companies around the world have received investments from the Longxiang Group. So, not to mention the entire Jiangnan province, there are not many people in the world who are richer than the Zhao family." Dumuching looked at Yi Fan and slowly explained. "Zhao Juer's background is so impressive." Yi Fan was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhao Juer said she had to find a man to marry and have children. Her family did indeed have a lot of assets waiting for someone to inherit them. Miss Zhao didn't like life abroad, so she chose to return to her hometown of Nanyang City and even established an investment company there, which is a branch of the Longxiang Group. Many businessmen in Jiangnan province are trying every means to curry favor with Miss Zhao, because the one thing Miss Zhao has no shortage of is money. If you, Mr. Yi, can help Miss Zhao cure her illness, I think it would be a good opportunity for you. If you establish a company in the future, it should be much easier for you to attract investment." Dumuching kindly reminded Yi Fan of something. Yi Fan was utterly shocked by the expression on Dumuching's face. At this moment, he finally realized just how rich Zhao Juer was. He also understood why Zhao Juer would spend 1 or 2 million at a time. This amount of money was nothing to someone like her. Yi Fan even felt a little regretful. If he had known Zhao Juer was so rich, he would have asked for more. "You deliberately introduced Dumuching to me, didn't you?" Yi Fan turned to Dumuching and asked. "I guess so, but part of the reason is also because Mr. Yi's medical skills are truly exceptional." Dumuching replied to Yi Fan with a smile. "Do you know what illness Zhao Juer has?" Yi Fan suddenly smiled and asked Dumuching. "I'm not really sure about that. Miss Zhao is unwilling to talk about what illness she has, but I think Mr. Yi, you should have a way to cure Miss Zhao," Dumuching said slowly. Yi Fan looked at Dumuching with a helpless smile and sighed softly. Her illness is really a bit difficult to cure. Ring ring. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. Yi Fan took out his phone and glanced at it. After seeing that it was Jiang Yang calling, he immediately pressed the answer button. "Yi Fan, I want to eat crayfish," Jiang Yang said directly. "Why did you call me if you want to eat crayfish?" "I'm not a crayfish seller," Yi Fan replied to Jiang Yang with utter speechlessness. "Of course I know you don't sell crayfish. I have trouble walking right now, so take me to eat crayfish," Jiang Yang shouted angrily. Chapter 59: A Fluttering Heart. Yi Fan held his phone, his expression one of utter speechlessness. He never imagined that Jiang Yang would call him in the middle of the night just to go eat crayfish. "Jiang Yang, our relationship is just that of a teacher and student. Besides, I saved your life. I'm not your servant or slave. What does it have to do with me that you're eating crayfish in the middle of the night?" Yi Fan shouted through gritted teeth, his voice filled with excitement. "Just tell me, are you going or not?" Jiang Yang replied calmly. "I'm not going. Didn't you ask your best friend to take care of you? Let her go with you," Yi Fan said coldly. "My best friend has gone on a business trip, and if you don't go, you'll be failing your course," Jiang Yang said coldly. "Can you please stop threatening me with this kind of thing?" Yi Fan shouted in utter despair. "Fine, if you're not going, then forget it," Jiang Yang replied to Yi Fan indifferently, and then hung up the phone. Yi Fan looked at his phone and suddenly had an urge to smash it. "Mr. Yi, did your girlfriend call you?" Dumuching looked Yi Fan up and down before asking softly. "What girlfriend? She's just a regular friend," Yi Fan replied calmly. Then the other person must be interested in you, otherwise they wouldn't call you so late to invite you out to dinner. Du Muchen said with a smile. She's just messing around with me for no reason. Yifan gritted his teeth and whispered a reply to Du Muchen, then continued, all right, I have to go now, you go ahead and do your thing. Would you like my driver to take you there? Du Muchen quickly asked. All right. Yifan nodded. Du Muchen quickly took out her phone and started calling her driver. 20 minutes later, Du Muchen's driver drove Yifan directly to Jiang Yang's doorstep. Yifan strode into Jiang Yang's villa. After seeing Yifan go inside, the driver took out his phone and dialed Du Muchen's number. Miss, I've delivered the person to their destination. The driver said in a low voice. Who did Mr. Yi go to see? Du Muchen quickly asked. This villa seems to belong to Jiang Yang, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. The driver said slowly. Jiang Yang. Upon hearing the name, a hint of shock flashed in Du Muchen's beautiful eyes. Because she never expected that Yifan would be involved with Jiang Yang. It seems that Mr. Yi's background may be more complicated than we imagined. Du Muchen sighed softly, then hung up the phone. On the other side, after entering Jiang Yang's villa, Yifan went straight to the bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, Jiang Yang seemed to still be sulking because Yifan hadn't taken her to eat crayfish, and she kept punching the doll next to her pillow. Who would have thought that Jiang Yang, who is usually so aloof, would have such a girlish side? At that moment, Yifan pushed open the door and walked into Jiang Yang's room. How did you get here? Jiang Yang was stunned when she saw Yifan enter. Didn't you want to go for crayfish? Yifan replied to Jiang Yang with utter speechlessness. But you can't just barge into my room like that, what are you going to do? Before Jiang Yang could finish speaking, Yifan picked her up by the waist and started walking towards the bedroom door. Let go of me. What are you doing? Jiang Yang struggled frantically in Yifan's arms. Are you still going to eat crayfish or not? Yifan asked, puzzled. I'm going to eat crayfish, but I can't go out in my pajamas. Put me down first, I'll change my clothes. Yifan only realized that Jiang Yang was wearing a nightgown when he heard her words. Nice figure. Big breasts, slim waist, and long legs. Yifan silently made a comment. Do you need me to change it for you? After putting Jiang Yang down, Yifan asked with a smile. Get out of here. Jiang Yang picked up a doll from beside the bed and threw it at Yifan. Yifan turned around and walked out of Jiang Yang's room with no other choice. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang changed into a pure white tank top, revealing her perfect figure, and wore jeans on her lower body. Although the outfit was very simple, Jiang Yang's figure and looks were simply too stunning, so Yifan couldn't help but stare at her with a dazed expression. Jiang Yang didn't actually want to eat crayfish, she was just a little scared being home alone, so she called Yifan over. For some reason, Yifan always gave her a strange sense of security. Can we set off now? Yifan asked Jiang Yang softly. It's ready. Jiang Yang nodded. Yifan didn't waste any words and picked Jiang Yang up again. Could you please stop hugging me all the time? We have a wheelchair at home. Jiang Yang was on the verge of a breakdown because of Yifan, and shouted loudly. Wheelchairs are inconvenient, it's more convenient for me to hold you. Yifan replied to Jiang Yang indifferently. When Jiang Yang heard Yifan's words, she was speechless. She knew in her heart that Yifan was obviously trying to take advantage of her. However, Jiang Yang ultimately chose not to expose Yifan. Yifan carried her away from the villa and then put her in the car. Yifan drove Jiang Yang directly to a very famous crayfish restaurant in Nanyang City, and the two ordered some dishes and began to eat. Have you found out who kidnapped you? While peeling crayfish, Yifan asked Jiang Yang. We've roughly narrowed it down to 3 families, the Zhang, Li, and Wang families. However, I can't determine which of them was responsible, so we need to wait for another opportunity. Jiang Yang answered very seriously. Waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for them to make their move on you again. It seems this is the only way now. Jiang Yang said slowly. Didn't you ever think of luring the snake out of its hole? Yifan suddenly asked. How do we lure the snake out of its hole? Jiang Yang looked puzzled. The idea is to leave some openings so these people will take action against you. If you stay at home every day, they definitely won't make a move. As Yifan spoke, he handed the peeled crayfish to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang stared at Yifan for a moment, then asked softly, Why aren't you eating? I see your nails are so long, it must be inconvenient for you to peel shrimp. You eat first, I'm not very hungry. Yifan said calmly. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Jiang Yang smiled, then reached out and took the crayfish Yifan handed her, and gracefully put it into her mouth. Yifan continued peeling shrimp with his head down. Jiang Yang looked at Yifan in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In that instant, she suddenly realized that sometimes she really needed someone by her side. Yifan probably didn't even realize that his unintentional action had already softened the previously frozen heart of the beautiful Jiang Yang. Chapter 60 Catching Adultery in Bed. Inside a private room at the restaurant. Why are you staring at me? I'm talking to you. Seeing Jiang Yang looking somewhat dazed, Yifan waved the peeled crayfish in his hand and called out helplessly. And nothing. After realizing what was happening, Jiang Yang gently shook her head. What do you mean, nothing? I just told you to find a chance to lure out the people who kidnapped you. Yifan was actually quite anxious about Jiang Yang's situation. After all, it was a task given to him by the system, and it would be troublesome if he failed to complete it. Hey, what are you yelling about? My legs aren't working properly right now, how am I supposed to go out? Are you going to push me in my wheelchair and leave me on the side of the road? Even a fool would see that something's wrong. Jiang Yang pouted and shouted at Yifan. Yifan looked at Jiang Yang and paused for a moment, then said softly, what you said seems to make some sense. We can only wait until your leg is healed before we talk about it. Hurry up and peel the shrimp. Jiang Yang shouted fiercely at Yifan. Without a second thought, Yifan stuffed the crayfish shell in his hand into Jiang Yang's sexy little mouth. Yifan, are you looking for death? Jiang Yang shouted. About an hour later, Jiang Yang finally finished eating, while Yifan barely ate anything and just kept peeling shrimp for her. After leaving the restaurant, Yifan took Jiang Yang home. Just as Jiang Yang was hesitating whether to ask Yifan to stay, Yifan walked directly into the bathroom where Jiang Yang was. Where are you going? Jiang Yang paused for a moment and asked. What else can we do but take a shower and go to sleep? Yifan replied calmly. You're not leaving today. Jiang Yang sat on the bed for a moment, then asked. You called me over today just to keep you company, right? Even if I leave now, you might call me again at any time and ask me to come back. Yifan replied casually, then walked into the bathroom. A hint of happiness flashed in Jiang Yang's beautiful eyes as she sat on the bed. After all, if Yifan could stay, he could finally get a good night's sleep. More than 10 minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her waist and drying her hair. That's my bath towel. Who gave you permission to use it? Jiang Yang completely broke down after seeing the pink bath towel wrapped around Yifan's waist. You only have this one bath towel in your bathroom. Yifan replied calmly. You? Jiang Yang looked at Yifan and trembled with anger. Yifan, however, didn't seem to care and simply lay down next to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang turned to look at Yifan, and only then did she notice that Yifan was also naked. She gritted her teeth and shouted, It's one thing for you to use my bath towel, but why aren't you dressed yet? Big sister, this is your home. My pajamas are in my home. Besides, I wore a suit to the party today. I can't exactly sleep in my suit, can I? What if I get wrinkles from sleeping in it? Yifan simply pulled the blanket over himself and offered a brief explanation. But you can't just sleep next to me like that, can you? Jiang Yang was completely devastated at this moment. What should we do? Let's just make do for tonight, and remember to buy me some pajamas tomorrow. Yifan said calmly. Jiang Yang took a deep breath, then took out her phone and found a delivery person to buy Yifan a new set of pajamas. Fortunately, it's only a little past 9 o'clock in the evening, and some shopping malls are still open. If it had been any later, Yifan might have ended up sleeping next to him all night. About an hour later, the pajamas were delivered to my doorstep. Yifan got his new pajamas, changed into them, and then lay comfortably down next to Jiang Yang. The next morning at 8 a.m., Yifan felt as if something was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. A feeling of suffocation woke him up instantly. When Yifan opened his eyes, he found that Jiang Yang was lying directly on his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Yifan stared blankly at Jiang Yang on his body for a moment. It must be said that this woman is indeed very beautiful. Even when she is sleeping, she is still so beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Yang seemed to be having a beautiful dream, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, making her look very charming. Yifan was reluctant to disturb Jiang Yang, so he didn't move and lay there quietly, enjoying the alluring fragrance and softness of Jiang Yang's body. Ding dong! Ding dong! But just then, a doorbell rang. Jiang Yang slowly opened her eyes after hearing the doorbell ring, while Yifan quickly closed his eyes. When Jiang Yang realized that she was actually sleeping while hugging Yifan, her pretty face instantly turned red. She could tell from her current posture that she was the one who had hugged Yifan, not the other way around. Jiang Yang quickly let go of Yifan, but the doorbell was still ringing. She quickly took out her phone and checked the security camera footage. Then he froze on the spot. Wake up! Jiang Yang quickly pushed Yifan away. What's wrong? Yifan pretended to have just woken up and asked Jiang Yang in a daze. What? What's wrong? My parents are here. Get up now. Jiang Yang was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Your parents are here. Upon hearing this, Yifan instantly perked up. At that moment, the sound of a lock being opened came from downstairs, indicating that Jiang Yang's parents had likely come in. Yang Yang, are you home? Your dad and I rang the doorbell but no one answered. Just then, a woman's voice rang out in the living room. Jiang Yang was completely devastated. She felt as if her parents had caught her in bed with someone else. I'm leaving now. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan strode towards the door. Come back quickly, my parents are outside right now, they'll see you if you go out. Jiang Yang stared with her big, watery eyes and shouted excitedly. What should I do now? Yifan looked at Jiang Yang and was also on the verge of collapse. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew closer and closer, clearly heading towards Jiang Yang's bedroom. Wardrobe, wardrobe, hide inside now. Jiang Yang quickly pointed to the wardrobe inside the room. Yifan rushed to the wardrobe, but when he opened it, it was full of Jiang Yang's clothes, and there was no room to hide a person. What's under the bed? Yifan asked hurriedly. There's no room under the bed. What should I do? I'm doomed if my parents see me. Jiang Yang was almost going crazy at this point. Yifan was frantically searching for a place to hide. But Jiang Yang's bedroom was designed in a way that made no sense, there wasn't even a place to hide. However, just as her parents were about to enter her bedroom, Jiang Yang suddenly lifted the blanket covering her and whispered to Yifan, You hide under my blanket first. Yifan knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't hesitate at all and crawled into Jiang Yang's bed. A very enticing fragrance wafted over. Yifan couldn't understand why Jiang Yang smelled so good. This isn't the smell of perfume, but rather a very distinctive body odor. Chapter 61 feels good, very smooth. At Jiang Yang's home. Jiang Yang lay on the bed, covering her body tightly with the blanket. In order to prevent her parents from finding out, Jiang Yang could only let Yifan's head press directly against her chest. Because of their position, nothing unusual could be seen from the outside at most, the blanket might be a little high. Yifan was thoroughly enjoying himself, lying on Jiang Yang's soft body and clearly smelling her alluring fragrance. If Jiang Yang's parents hadn't happened to show up at that moment, Yifan felt that he might never have had such close contact with a great beauty like Jiang Yang in his life. Tap tap tap. However, at that moment, a series of footsteps slowly sounded. Yang Yang, what are you doing in your room all by yourself? Why didn't you answer the door when we knocked? A middle-aged woman's voice slowly rang out. I was sleeping, I didn't hear the knocking at all. Jiang Yang replied somewhat nervously, then continued, Mom and Dad, what brings you two here? It's because I heard from your friend that you injured your leg and that there was no one to take care of you here, so I came with your dad. Jiang Yang's mother replied calmly. Oh. Jiang Yang nodded gently. Yang Yang, is your leg all right? At that moment, Jiang Yang's father spoke up and asked directly. It's all fine now, it should be better in a few days. Jiang Yang was extremely nervous at this moment, but that wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, Yifan's head was buried in her chest, and she could clearly feel his breathing. An unprecedented feeling swept over Jiang Yang's heart. She couldn't help but move her body slightly, and then she froze on the spot. Because after she moved, she felt as if something was pressing against her. In that instant, Jiang Yang understood what was going on, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Yifan, who was under the covers, was also feeling very helpless. Who could blame him when Jiang Yang smelled so good and the two of them were in such close contact? Yifan was a normal man, so it was normal for his body to have some reactions. Jiang Yang was on the verge of a breakdown. When had she ever had such intimate contact with a man? Moreover, the unusual sensations in her chest and abdomen at that moment were something she couldn't express in words. Yang Yang, why is your face suddenly so red? Jiang Yang's mother seemed to have noticed something was wrong and asked Jiang Yang in a puzzled tone. Nothing. Jiang Yang shook her head without even thinking. It's so hot today, why are you still covered with a blanket? Jiang Yang's mother took a few steps and was about to walk over. Mom! When Jiang Yang saw her mother approaching, she hurriedly shouted, then bit her sexy lips and said, I didn't wear pants when I slept. You two go out first, I'll put my clothes on. Upon hearing Jiang Yang's words, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Jiang Yang's father's eyes. He then quickly stood up and walked out of the room. Yang Yang, your legs aren't very strong, how about I help you get dressed? Jiang Yang's mother showed no intention of leaving at this time. However, at that moment, Jiang Yang suddenly couldn't help but cry out. For some reason, Yifan's hand landed directly on Jiang Yang's beautiful leg, specifically on the inside of her thigh. It feels really, really good. It's so smooth and tender. However, Yifan did not do it on purpose, his hand was just a little numb, so he moved it accidentally. Yang Yang, what's wrong? Jiang Yang's mother looked at Jiang Yang with a puzzled expression and asked. Mom, I'm fine. I can dress myself. You should go out first. Jiang Yang quickly said to her mother. Jiang Yang's mother looked at Jiang Yang with a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around and left Jiang Yang's room. Jiang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing her mother leave, but she did not act immediately. Instead, she waited until her parents' footsteps faded into the distance before reaching her hand under the covers and pinching Yifan hard, regardless of where he was. Yifan was about to shout, but Jiang Yang quickly covered his mouth. Why are you pinching me? Yifan glared at Jiang Yang with a furious expression and shouted. Why do you think I pinched you? Jiang Yang blushed and replied to Yifan. My hand was numb, I didn't mean to touch your thigh. Yifan explained in a low voice. Jiang Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath, but unfortunately, Yifan was someone she had invited to her home, and her parents' sudden arrival was also an accident, so she couldn't blame Yifan for this. What should I do now? Yifan asked Jiang Yang in a low voice. A hint of hesitation flashed in Jiang Yang's beautiful eyes, and then she said softly, after I go out, I'll find a way to get my parents to leave with me first. You can leave after we've left, okay? Okay, I understand. Yifan nodded gently without any hesitation. Jiang Yang had difficulty walking, but she was afraid to ask for help, so she had Yifan help her to the bedroom door. Yifan lay down on the bed again. After confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Yang slowly opened the door. Yang Yang, you're out. Jiang Yang's mother came over as soon as she saw Jiang Yang. Yang Yang, your leg is injured so badly. Jiang Yang's father asked with some concern. It's all right, but I think we're out of food at home. Mom and Dad, you've come at just the right time. Please take me out to buy something to eat, I'm a little hungry. Jiang Yang spoke softly to the two of them. Yang Yang, you're already in this state, what are you going out for? I'll call someone to bring it over. Jiang Yang's father felt very sorry for his daughter and immediately took out his phone to make a call. No need, Dad. I've been so bored staying at home lately. You two can take me out for a walk to cheer me up. Jiang Yang saw her father about to make a phone call and quickly called out to him. That works too. I'll take you outside to get some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's father slowly nodded, and then, together with Jiang Yang's mother, helped Jiang Yang walk out of the villa. Chapter 62 First Love. Yifan waited alone in Jiang Yang's bedroom for about an hour. Only after confirming that Jiang Yang's parents had left did he cautiously leave Jiang Yang's house. After leaving Jiang Yang's villa, Yifan hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed straight for Nanyang University. Because Jiang Yang's parents suddenly appeared, Yifan was almost an hour late. Unfortunately, he could only wait outside the classroom until the first class ended before returning inside. Yifan spent the rest of the day at school. After all the afternoon classes were over, Yifan left the school alone again. He had originally planned to call Jiang Yang to inquire about her situation, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided that it was best not to provoke that woman, Jiang Yang, at this time. After all, he had taken advantage of Jiang Yang that morning by touching her thigh, so he was still somewhat guilty. After leaving the school, Yifan stood by the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi to go back to Chu Runting's house. It seems that Chu Runting has something to take care of, so she may not be able to return for another 2 or 3 days. But just then, he received a text message from Zhao Juer, who was preparing to come to the school to find him. So Yifan could only stand alone at the school gate waiting for Zhao Juer to come over. A few minutes later, a girl suddenly walked up to Yifan. "Oh my, what a coincidence!" the girl called out softly to Yifan. Yifan glanced at the girl indifferently, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. This girl is quite good-looking, has a very sexy figure, and dresses in a fashionable way. Some memories also began to appear in Yifan's mind. This girl, Gao Feifei, is Yifan's first love in his current body. However, since the two were dating in junior high school, their memories are somewhat hazy. However, Yifan could still remember that Gao Feifei was a very vain woman. After she got together with Yifan, she cheated him out of a lot of money. Later, after finding a richer second-generation heir, she ruthlessly abandoned Yifan. Yifan never expected that the previous owner of this body was quite a romantic, having started dating back in junior high school. Long time no see. After remembering Gao Feifei's identity, Yifan replied calmly. After all, Gao Feifei abandoned the previous owner of this body, which had little to do with Yifan himself, so Yifan had no hostility towards Gao Feifei. "How have you been lately?" Gao Feifei continued to ask Yifan. "Well enough." Yifan replied casually, then hesitated for a moment before asking with a smile, "What about you? Have you found a new rich second-generation heir to be your ATM lately?" Yifan genuinely harbored no hostility towards Gao Feifei, but unfortunately, Yifan had another trait: he was prone to being a jerk. His words were clearly a deliberate attempt to flirt with Gao Feifei. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Gao Feifei's expression instantly changed. She angrily asked Yifan, "What nonsense are you spouting here? Am I lying? Aren't all the clothes you're wearing and the things you're carrying bought for you by those rich kids?" With nothing else to do, Yifan started chatting with Gao Feifei. "You're such a loser. I thought after all these years you'd have changed a bit, but now I see you're even worse than before." Gao Feifei was so angry at Yifan's words that she trembled all over. "I may not be as good as before, but as long as you're better than before, that's all that matters. I see you're doing pretty well now, so you're just showing off your superiority in front of me, aren't you?" Yifan was not polite at all and directly exposed Gao Feifei's purpose in coming over to chat. "You?" Gao Feifei stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes, so angry that she didn't know what to say. "I'm so envious, there are fools willing to spend money on you." Yifan continued speaking in a cheeky tone. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up right in front of Gao Feifei. Upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz, Gao Feifei's expression instantly changed, and she quickly ran over with a beaming smile. A young man dressed in a very fashionable and elegant manner stepped out of the car. "Honey, you're here." Gao Feifei took the young man's arm very intimately. "Who is this kid?" The young man looked Yifan up and down, then frowned and asked. "He's the Yifan I told you about, my first love. We just bumped into each other, and I just chatted with him for a bit." Gao Feifei said softly. "Oh, so he's that loser who wouldn't even spend 100 yuan on a hot pot meal for you." The young man looked at Yifan and mocked him without any politeness. Yifan glanced at the young man indifferently, then said casually, "You're Gao Feifei's current boyfriend, aren't you?" "That's right. My name is Zhao Bei." The young man replied to Yifan indifferently. "Are you two asleep?" Yifan suddenly asked Zhao Bei. What did you say?" Zhao Bei was stunned for a moment after hearing Yifan's question, his expression full of confusion. "I see you've spent quite a bit of money on Gao Feifei, haven't you?" Yifan glanced at Zhao Bei indifferently and said with a smile. What exactly do you mean?" Zhao Bei stared wide-eyed, his expression seemingly somewhat angry, and asked. "It's nothing. Didn't you just laugh at me for not being able to afford a 100 yuan hotpot for Gao Feifei? I don't remember that very clearly, But I do remember that when Gao Feifei stayed in a 100 yuan hotel with me, she seemed quite happy. Yifan and Gao Feifei never actually had any relationship, not even a kiss. Yifan's words at this moment were clearly intended to provoke Zhao Bei. Zhao Bei was stunned when he heard Gao Feifei's words. Gao Feifei was also stunned. Yifan, what nonsense are you spouting here? After realizing what was happening, Gao Feifei stared at Yifan with her big, watery eyes and shouted excitedly. Just then, a Maserati sports car pulled up right in front of Yifan. After the car window rolled down, Zhao Juer's delicate and pretty face came into everyone's view. My friend is here to pick me up. You two chat. Yifan waved to Zhao Bei and Gao Feifei with a smile, then stepped into Zhao Juer's Maserati. Yifan, you bastard, explain yourself before you leave. When Gao Feifei saw Yifan about to run away, she quickly shouted at the top of her lungs. Zhao Bei grabbed Gao Feifei and asked through gritted teeth in a low voice, Gao Feifei, explain yourself clearly. What does that kid mean? Chapter 63. This is not how you date. Gao Feifei, explain yourself clearly. Didn't you say you've never had a relationship with another man? What exactly did that kid mean by that? Zhao Bei grabbed Gao Feifei and shouted at her with great excitement. Honey, let me explain. Yifan and I have never kissed. He was just talking nonsense. I would never lie to you. Gao Feifei never expected Yifan to say such a thing, and she shouted excitedly at Zhao Bei. Nothing ever happened between you and this Yifan, right? Zhao Bei stared wide-eyed at Gao Feifei with an excited expression and asked her. Gao Feifei didn't hesitate at all and quickly said, Honey, believe me, nothing really happened between me and Yifan. Yifan was just talking nonsense. At this moment, Gao Feifei didn't want to lose an ATM like this. Alright, let's go to the hotel now. I'm going to see if there's anything going on between you two. Zhao Bei pulled Gao Feifei toward the car. Gao Feifei was completely dumbfounded after hearing Zhao Bei's words. Although she hadn't had anything happen with Yifan, it didn't mean she hadn't had anything happen with other men. Honey, listen to me, I'm not feeling well today, how about we do it another day? Gao Feifei shouted excitedly at Zhao Bei. Upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, Zhao Bei instantly realized what was going on. He slapped Gao Feifei across the face and glared at her, shouting, You bitch, get the hell out of here. Gao Feifei was slapped so hard by Zhao Bei that she sat down on the ground, her face showing an extremely aggrieved expression. Zhao Bei ignored Gao Feifei and got into the car and left. Yifan, I will definitely kill you. Gao Feifei sat on the ground, screaming with an extremely agitated expression. Meanwhile, Zhao Juer had already driven Yifan away from Nanyang University. What do you want from me? Yifan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and glanced at Zhao Juer beside him. Zhao Juer was dressed very beautifully today. She wore a white knitted sweater, her breasts were high and full, and her waist was slender. Her lower body was clad in a short skirt, revealing her long, fair, and incredibly smooth and alluring legs. Her delicate face was adorned with light makeup, making her breathtakingly beautiful. However, Yifan was in no mood to appreciate Zhao Juer's beauty at the moment. In Yifan's eyes, Zhao Juer was simply a walking RMB. What else could I possibly want from you? Zhao Juer replied to Yifan calmly, then continued, After we parted ways yesterday, I called my therapist. He said that spending more time with you might actually cure my illness, so I watched some idle dramas last night. Then what? Yifan asked calmly. Then I came to find you, and we did something that couples do. Zhao Juer replied to Yifan calmly. What should couples do together? Yifan was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhao Juer's words. He wondered what kind of idle drama Zhao Juer had watched last night. If it was a normal idle drama, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it's an idle drama that's not suitable for children, then things can get a bit complicated. After all, if a beauty like Zhao Juer were to take even the slightest initiative, Yifan couldn't guarantee that he could remain chaste for Churunting. However, Yifan soon realized that he was overthinking things. Zhao Juer took Yifan to a shopping mall in Nanyang City, and then they began shopping. Yifan instantly became Zhao Juer's free labor, following behind her and helping her carry things. The two didn't communicate at all. Zhao Juer was in charge of shopping, while Yifan was in charge of carrying the bags. More than an hour later, Yifan finally couldn't take it anymore. He asked Zhao Juer, "Can I ask you what kind of idol drama you watched last night? Who falls in love like this? I just watched it casually, but the male lead in that TV series was always accompanying the female lead shopping, which I found quite interesting." While eating her ice cream, Zhao Juer whispered to Yifan, "Sister, that's not how you date." Yifan was really too weak to walk right now. Zhao Juer hesitated for a moment, then handed the ice cream in her hand to Yifan. "What are you doing?" Yifan paused for a moment before asking. "Eat it." Zhao Juer gave the order, looking somewhat dazed. "You've already eaten, how can I eat?" Yifan frowned and said, "In TV dramas, the male lead eats the female lead's leftovers, so why can't you eat them?" Zhao Juer said calmly. "In TV dramas, the male and female leads kiss in bed, so should we kiss in bed too?" Yifan asked through gritted teeth. "No, that won't do. The contract stipulates that we can't have any physical contact." Zhao Juer gently shook her head, then continued, "Eat it." "I won't eat it." Yifan shook his head without even thinking. "You dislike me." Zhao Juer frowned. "Kindness." Yifan nodded. "Then you violated our contract, and you won't get a single penny." Zhao Juer whispered a reminder to Yifan. Yifan hesitated for 2 seconds when he looked at Zhao Juer, then said in a low voice, "I'm here to help you heal, not your slave. I can't just do whatever you tell me to do, can I? To eat or not to eat?" Zhao Juer blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked Yifan softly. Yifan hesitated for 2 seconds while looking at Zhao Juer in front of him, then reached out and snatched the ice cream from her, eating it in big bites. After seeing this, Zhao Juer smiled happily and then asked Yifan softly, "How do you feel?" "How does it feel?" "It's just some leftover ice cream from other people," Yifan said, somewhat speechless. Zhao Juer gently pursed her lips and said lightly, "Then I think the male lead would feel very happy when he's eating the female lead. Why don't you eat the rest of my ice cream? See if you'll be happy then." As Yifan spoke, he directly handed the ice cream to Zhao Juer's lips. Zhao Juer, on the other hand, immediately showed a very disgusted expression. A few minutes later, at Yifan's suggestion, Zhao Juer stopped shopping and went to the mall's cinema to watch a romantic movie. Zhao Juer is a very sentimental girl, so she couldn't help but cry when she saw those very touching scenes. Yifan felt a bit bored and fell asleep several times in the middle of the night. After watching the movie, Yifan accompanied Zhao Juer to get her nails done, and the two ate something. To many strangers, Yifan and Zhao Juer seemed like a real couple, and many men even looked at Yifan with envy after seeing Zhao Juer. But these people probably don't know how much pain Yifan was in at that moment. Because Zhao Juer is like a delicious treat placed in front of you, but you can't do anything about it. This kind of pain is 10,000 times worse than not being able to get this delicious food. Around 11 p.m., Zhao Juer finally got tired. She drove Yifan back to Churuntingsville and then left alone. After Zhao Juer left, Yifan took a quick shower, then lay on the bed and took out his phone to chat with Churunting. Churunting will be back in 2 or 3 days. Yifan still missed Churunting very much at this moment, and started expressing his love for her frantically on his phone. He felt that if Churunting didn't come back soon, he would eventually fall into the hands of that woman Zhao Juer. 9 o'clock the next morning. Yifan, who was still asleep, was woken up by a cell phone ringing. Yifan groggily picked up his phone and answered the call. "Mr. Yi, tomorrow is the start of the martial arts tournament. We need to arrive at the tournament venue a day in advance. Is it convenient for you here now?" Zhu Ruobing's melodious voice rang out from one end of the phone. Upon hearing Zhu Ruobing's words, Yifan instantly perked up. Yesterday, he had been so busy shopping with Zhao Juer that he had completely forgotten about such an important event as the martial arts tournament. It's worth noting that Zhu Ruobing offered Yifan a staggering 20 million, so Yifan himself took this martial arts tournament very seriously. "I'm free now, so just come pick me up from my house," Yifan quickly replied to Zhu Ruobing. "Okay, I'll be right there," Zhu Ruobing replied softly and then hung up the phone. Chapter 64 Yuanan Village. After finishing his phone call with Zhu Ruobing, Yifan got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. About 10 minutes later, Yifan left Churuntingsville and headed out of the residential area. When Yifan walked out of the residential area, he found Zhu Ruobing standing quietly next to a black van, waiting. It must be said that Zhu Ruobing is indeed a very beautiful woman. Today, she is wearing a white chiffon dress, and she looks dignified and elegant. Mr. Yi. After seeing Yifan walk out of the residential area, Zhu Ruobing quickly waved in Yifan's direction. Yifan then walked over to Zhu Ruobing's side. I'm so sorry, something came up and I was held up. Yifan knew he had forgotten about Zhu Ruobing, so he took the initiative to speak up. It's okay. Zhu Ruobing smiled faintly, then opened the car door and got in with Yifan. After getting into the car, Yifan found that the interior was very luxurious, and there was a middle-aged man sitting inside. Mr. Zhao, this is Mr. Yi, whom I mentioned to you before. Zhu Ruobing quickly introduced the man to the middle-aged man, then turned to Yifan and said, Mr. Yi, this is Master Zhao Beiyang from Nanyang City. Master Zhao is representing me at the martial arts tournament. He is the 30th generation successor of Nanyang Tongbei Quan. Hello. Yifan greeted Zhao Beiyang. Zhao Beiyang glanced at Yifan arrogantly and said expressionlessly, Miss Zhu, it seems you really don't have anyone else on your side, and you've actually found a greenhorn to be my substitute. Master Zhao, please don't say that. Although Mr. Yi is young, his strength is still very impressive. I have already tested him before. Upon hearing Zhao Beiyang's words, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Zhu Ruobing's beautiful eyes, and she quickly explained in a low voice. Yifan simply smiled faintly and remained silent. Since Zhao Beiyang doesn't respect him much, Yifan naturally won't give Zhao Beiyang a friendly look either. After Zhu Ruobing was seated, the driver started the car. Zhao Beiyang, on the other hand, truly resembled a reclusive sage, keeping his eyes closed and not uttering a single word. Yifan hesitated for a moment, looking at the scenery outside the car window, then said to Zhu Ruobing, Miss Zhu, we should be leaving Nanyang City soon, right? Where is the martial arts tournament being held? Mr. Yi, the regulations in Nanyang City are quite strict, so the martial arts tournament definitely can't be held in Nanyang City itself. Instead, it will be held in a small village on the border of Nanyang City and Beihai City. This village is in a relatively cheap location, and neither Nanyang City nor Beihai City will interfere with it. Zhu Ruobing quickly replied. Yifan nodded slowly, then continued, Isn't this just a martial arts tournament? Why is anyone interfering? It is indeed a martial arts tournament, but that small village is now considered a relatively famous tourist attraction in our Jiangnan province. The entrance fee alone costs 10,000 yuan, and there are arena matches every day. It is common for people to be killed in these arena matches, so we definitely need to find a place where no one will interfere. Zhu Ruobing continued to explain. A ring match. Yifan frowned slightly, then smiled and said, You mean those underground boxing matches? Yes, and the organizers will set odds for each match, which will attract many gamblers to place bets. That's actually where the village makes the most money. Our martial arts tournament is only being held here because it's relatively safe. Zhu Ruobing nodded and said. Yifan didn't continue speaking, but he was actually quite familiar with this kind of place. Because in his previous life, Lin Beixiao had always suggested that Yifan also go into this kind of business. However, Yifan felt that no matter where the business was located, it would affect the local residents and even some children, so he ultimately rejected the project. The car traveled for about 2 hours before entering the deep mountains. We drove along the mountain road for about half an hour, and finally stopped in front of the gate of a village called Yuanan Village. Yifan noticed that several middle-aged people were already waiting by the roadside. As soon as the car came to a stop, the middle-aged men quickly walked up to it. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi, we've arrived at our destination. You can get off the bus now. Zhu Ruobing gave a soft reminder, then opened the car door and got out. Yifan naturally got out of the car with Zhu Ruobing. After getting off the bus, the middle-aged men quickly walked up. Miss Zhu, you finally arrived. One of the bald, middle-aged men, who was leading the group, shouted excitedly at Zhu Ruobing. Zhu Ruobing then briefly introduced the bald middle-aged man to Yifan and Zhao Beiyang. This middle-aged man was named Marli, and he was one of the village's leaders. Marli was quite familiar with Zhu Ruobing's identity, so he treated her very politely, flattering her as he led the group into the village. From the outside, the village doesn't seem particularly special. The only notable feature is the abundance of cars parked along the roadside. However, after Yifan and the others had walked several hundred meters ahead, Yifan discovered that the village was a hidden paradise. Several burly men who looked like bodyguards stood at the entrance of a large gate, and everyone who went in would show their tickets to the bodyguards. Marley led Yifan and the others into the village. The village is very luxurious and lively, with shops on both sides and a large number of tourists. Why are so many people coming here to have fun? Looking at the lively scene in the village, Yifan couldn't help but sigh softly. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Marley's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, and he chuckled as he said, "Mr. Yi, you may not know this, but right now, in the entire Jiangnan province, only our village has such a tournament, so many tourists come here specifically to see it. You must make a lot of money just from ticket sales, right?" Yifan continued. "What's the money in the entrance fee? The most important thing is the money in the hands of those gamblers. Don't underestimate this small village, its daily turnover is tens of millions." Marley grinned and said. Yifan's eyes flashed with shock after hearing Marley's words. Because he never expected that this tournament would be so profitable. "Miss Ju, I've already arranged your accommodations. You must be tired from your journey, how about we go grab something to eat first?" Marley stopped talking to Yifan and instead smiled at Ju Ruobing. "Good." Ju Ruobing nodded gently. A few minutes later, Marley led Yifan and the others into a private room in a restaurant. However, after entering the private room, Marley didn't order any food first, but instead clapped his hands. The next second, more than a dozen sexy young women dressed in revealing outfits walked in gracefully in high heels. Yifan was stunned for a moment after seeing these beautiful women. He didn't quite understand what Marley meant. Chapter 65. I have to sleep with you? Yifan froze on the spot when he saw the beautiful women walk into the private room, his expression full of surprise. He couldn't understand why Marley had brought them all here for a meal. What's the meaning of suddenly bringing out so many beautiful women? Moreover, these beauties are all stunningly beautiful. Any one of them, in terms of figure, looks, and temperament, could definitely be considered a campus beauty. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi, please don't be so polite. These are all prepared for you too. Please choose." Marley smiled and said to Zhao Beiyang and Yifan. Zhao Beiyang seemed to have experienced this before, and quite naturally ordered 3 girls. The 3 girls sat down right next to Zhao Beiyang. Yifan was taken aback for a moment, then asked Ju Ruobing, "Miss Ju, what does this mean?" Since the martial arts tournament will last for 1 or 2 days, the village will assign a girl, similar to an assistant, to each participant. Don't be shy, just pick one. Ju Ruobing offered a brief explanation. Although Ju Ruobing said she was just an assistant, her meaning was quite clear. If you really just want to hire assistants, then there's no need to find so many beautiful women. Yifan subconsciously glanced at Zhao Beiyang, and then secretly sighed in his heart that he did not expect the old man to be so open-minded, actually choosing 3 directly. "Mr. Yi, if you don't find anything you like, I'll have someone get you a different batch right now." Seeing that Yifan hadn't spoken for a while, Marley smiled and said to Yifan, "No, thank you. I don't need it." After hesitating for a moment, Yifan spoke. He was indeed not very interested in these beautiful women, and Yifan did not want to do anything to betray Chu Runting. "This." Marley was taken aback for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, you are unfamiliar with our village, so it would be better if someone stayed with you." After hearing Marley's words, Yifan understood somewhat what Marley meant by arranging for these beautiful women. On the one hand, these martial arts practitioners are all very skilled, and Marley intends to use these beautiful women to build relationships. The second reason is that these women are responsible for monitoring the participants in the martial arts tournament to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. "Mr. Yi, please choose one." Ju Ruobing also gave Yifan a subtle reminder. Yifan's expression still seemed somewhat hesitant. "Sir, why don't you choose me? I'm more obedient." But at that moment, a girl suddenly spoke up to Yifan. Yifan glanced at the girl indifferently. She was very pretty, had a great figure, and exuded a pure and innocent charm. She wore a white, tight-fitting t-shirt, revealing her high breasts and slender waist, while her lower body was clad in simple denim shorts, showcasing her incredibly long and fair legs, and she wore canvas shoes. In fact, Yifan had already noticed the girl the moment she walked in. Her aura is noticeably different from that of other beauties. "All right, then you can stay." After hesitating for a moment, Yifan didn't say anything more and simply nodded in response. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes. She quickly walked over to Yifan, sat down, and carefully poured him a cup of tea. Yifan glanced at the girl indifferently, and couldn't help but think to himself that this girl was very good looking and had a great figure, but he wondered why she would do this kind of business. The waiters started serving the dishes. Marley then chatted with Zhu Ruorbing about some business matters. As for Zhao Beiyang, that old bastard really had no self-control. After drinking a few glasses of wine, he put his hand directly inside the girl's clothes. Feeling bored, Yifan turned to look at the beautiful woman beside him and asked softly, "What's your name?" "Boss, you can just call me Lin Lin." Even after seeing her friends having a great time with Zhao Beiyang, the girl still looked very nervous. Because she didn't know when Yifan would make a move against her. Of course, Lin Lin was mentally prepared, but sitting next to Yifan at this moment, she couldn't help but feel nervous. A meal can take more than an hour. Lin Lin realized that her worries seemed unnecessary, because Yifan didn't seem to intend to harm her at all. On the contrary, Yifan remained very well behaved, eating while looking at his phone and speaking very little. After everyone finished eating, Marley immediately led Yifan, Zhao Beiyang, Zhu Ruorbing, and the others to their lodgings. The three of them each own a separate small villa. Although the villa is not very large, the environment is quite nice, and it also has a separate small yard. Yifan entered the villa, with Lin Lin following nervously behind him. Do you need me to help you take a bath?" After hesitating for a moment, Lin Lin whispered to Yifan. "Serve me a bath." Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, Yifan froze on the spot, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Yes, our boss told us beforehand that once we arrived at our accommodation, we should proactively help the guests take a bath and go to bed." Lin Lin then offered a very nervous explanation. "So what else did your boss tell you to do?" Yifan looked at Lin Lin and continued to ask. "They also told us that if our boss wanted to sleep with us, we had to make sure he was happy, because only when the boss was happy could we get paid." Lin Lin looked at Yifan and cautiously replied. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He hadn't expected this girl to be so direct. "You can do whatever you want to me." Lin Lin looked at Yifan and continued speaking. Yifan's gaze fell on Lin Lin's long, fair legs. It has to be said that this girl was indeed very beautiful, but unfortunately, Yifan was surrounded by too many beauties. Whether it was Jiang Yang or Zhao Juer, they were both top-tier beauties. Yifan was able to maintain his bottom line in front of these women, so it was naturally impossible for him to fall for Lin Lin now. "You don't need to be so nervous. I don't plan to do anything to you, so don't worry." Yifan replied to Lin Lin with a smile. "That won't do." However, to Yifan's utter surprise, Lin Lin showed no sign of happiness after hearing his words. Instead, she shouted at Yifan with great excitement. Yifan was also stunned, and frowned as he asked Lin Lin, "What do you mean by a no? Do I have to sleep with you for it to work out?" "Yes, yes." Lin Lin blushed and nodded directly at Yifan. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, Yifan's expression became even more puzzled. He frowned and said, "Why? This is the first time I've ever heard a woman make such a request to me. Who's the boss between us? It's not like I can't do something for Lin Lin." Lin Lin hurriedly explained to Yifan, "If you don't do anything to me, I won't get a single penny, so you have to do something for me." "Oh, I see." Yifan looked at Lin Lin thoughtfully and nodded, then said softly, "I think you're about my age, why would you do something like this? My grandmother is sick and has been transferred to another hospital. She needs money for surgery, but I can't afford it, so I came here to do this." Lin Lin explained earnestly. Yifan looked at Lin Lin and could tell that the girl was probably not lying. "So how much money will you get this time?" Yifan looked at Lin Lin and continued to ask. 100,000 yuan. Lin Lin answered directly. Yifan nodded slowly, then whispered to Lin Lin, "How about this? No one will know whether anything happened between us. I'll tell Marley that I slept with you, and then you can get this 100,000 yuan, okay?"